My name is Ray Washington. I'm here on the morning of the 11th of May 2019 with Monroe Lee, and we're at Pugh Hall, and Monroe has agreed to give a little bit of an oral history with the understanding that this will be used by scholars, the public, and anyone who is interested in the topics that Monroe will be talking about today. And on the way over, we talked about a particular ordering of some of the things that I was going to ask about, with the understanding that we will loop back and maybe about midway we'll go out and get some photographs to bring in to expand on some of the things we're talking about. The first part, we have a map here, which I would, at the appropriate time, will ask you, Monroe, where different people in your family lived and where you've been and worked and so forth. Any things that you want to clarify, or are you okay with everything we've talked about so far?
Right, everything's fine.
Okay. So Monroe, as a little bit of an intro, you could, if you'd like, explain how you and I, not when we first met, because we met when we were children in the melon fields in Hamilton County, but when we first met in the last year, how that came about. And we won't get into any of the details yet about the legal matter that I saw you accidentally in the courthouse, how I met you. But if you can give a little background as to that, then I'll start asking questions.
Well, my recollection of how I came affiliated with you this time in our adult period of our life is I was feeling really down at the time that I received your voicemail, which the phone has disappeared and I don't have that telephone anymore. I was pulling in the McDaniel parking lot in Tallahassee. I think several days, had to be several days after I call it kangaroo style hearing at Alachua County, where my dogs had been taken from me, all 6 of them, and my birds, and I was just in a state of almost shock, basically. I didn't know where I was headed. The only thing I knew, I was a man of God still, and I always just think of Psalm 90, that's what Moses wrote, make us glad the days we were afflicted. That mean is, as Job said, you can't look for God every day to be good. As sure as good come, we got to experience so much evil. So I got the call from you. It says Ray Washington. And I was thinking of black guys. I was saying, you know, I'm used to hearing voices and he sounded like a black guy. And I'm thinking about this guy running for politician. And I said, black guy trying to help me with a dog case? He's asking about the courthouse down in Gainesville. And I said, yes. He said, I was in there, but I didn't get a chance to hear everything. So that's our first introduction. You said, are you willing to come down here and help yourself fight for this here? And I used the analogy of Mr. Washington. During slavery time, Washington was asked that question, would the black man fight? And Lincoln said, yes, he'll fight if you give him something to fight for. And fight with. Fight for his freedom and fight with the law and gun. So I said, if this lawyer going to help me, I'm going to go back to Gainesville. So I came back to Gainesville and started sleeping on the benches. So here we are 14 months later, he's still trying to help me.
That's a pretty good introduction, Monroe, about sleeping on benches. You have a history in Alachua County that goes back to when? When is the first time you lived in Alachua County?
Well, the first time I lived in Alachua County was 1972 during the Vietnam War. You had a little Crystal's hamburger place there where Target is located now, somewhere, and that was sitting right across from the university. And my job was to build Interstate 75 from the Georgia line to Miami, which I started out doing. I built Interstate 10 from Jefferson County to Jacksonville, Glen St. Mary, as an 18-year-old kid. So now I'm doing 75. So now we going through Payne's Prairie with 75, and I just remember the snakes. There's a bunch of snakes down there. So I would live in Gainesville, or either back up in Lake City. We got so far down, I would live in Gainesville. That was the first recollection of Gainesville, me staying. My family been here about 500 years, the Lees and the Cherokees, but my recollection is me being here.
So Monroe, in 1972, you were born in 1953, so right. You were 18 or 19 when you first
I was 18 because I had my birthday come in October. I was here during the summer of 72.
Okay. So let's go back, not to the beginning with your family, we'll get to that, but to when you were born in Madison, Florida.
Right.
Okay, give us a little background about your father and mother at the time you were born, how many brothers and sisters you had, and how many were born after that.
Mm-hmm. That was so remarkable in the black family for thousands of years, I guess, 'cause Africa, so we always have some survivors, who told what they knew. They got this thing going about the number of children it being, which wasn't going to be wise or possibly the one to pull the rest of the people's out. So my granddaddy happened to be a white guy, Captain Lee up in Florence, South Carolina. And from what I understand, I'm the historian, so all this came down to me. I'm the one sitting and listening at the elder people and cared enough to keep it. Everybody else just wanted to do their thing, looked like, but I was the one chosen for this extraordinary job of being a family historian. So his granddad, he had got they say begot my Uncle Pine, Anson Lee, about 1903. So a couple years later, my dad born. So from what I understand, my granddad, Captain Lee, big plantation man, Confederate. 40 years after the Civil War now, the war ended in 1865, so we talking 40 years later, in 1905, they do what they want to do still up there. So from what I understand, you got the African Lees, Calvin Lee, born 1855, and he was from the African bloodline, from what I tracked all the way back, Sanghay Dynasty, when Africans was coming, with the Portuguese sailing, some of them was free. And that was so extraordinary. I hope I'm kind of still answering your question.
Yeah, sure.
And like I said, I tracked all the way back. It's like I say, going to the Lee side. Now I found out, even in the dungeons of Africa, coming out of the dungeon as slaves, there was blacks playing a part in that all the way through. There was blacks selling their own people. It was always black. Some people think it's the white man thing, see. So that's what I learned by having this multiracial background of family. So as I was saying, Captain Lee, he got this pimp up in the plantation. Pimp, he didn't have women per se, as they say.
Can you describe what you mean by pimp?
Pimp in the earlier days was a person who would tell on the color, they would say, and it may not even be color, it's a pimp who run the mouth. To later days, they call it a man who had women on the street misusing them, having them doing all kind of things to earn him money. But a pimp back then, he lived right among you, and I understand about some of the things that happened with the pimps, the black pimp. It was a group of blacks, somewhere in the southeast there, maybe in Carolina, because I've been following several hundred years of Carolina, breeding blacks, selling them all over the world, all over the country, to be slaves. But anyway, Captain Lee, let's say he got this pimp watching my grandma, a little small petite lady, as I was telling her earlier lady.
Can you tell us your grandmother's name?
Melissa, African for honeybee, African and Greek. That was her name, Melissa Lee. And
when was she born, if you know?
She was from the Carolinas for sure. So I figured around Florence, but you just never know because they was always moving. See now.
Do you know when she was born?
She would her dad about 1855. I think he got when I added up, maybe she got her around 20 years later. So I figured she probably 1870 or 80 because she had to be about 100 years old when she died in 72. So she born about 1870s.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So as I was saying. So Granddad got this report about Old Man Wise. That's another Confederate up there in Bishop, South Carolina, which is Lee County. He was coming over to Florence County, which is Florence, And see what's so extraordinary about that? Both sides of my family, this the Lees I'm talking about, not the Africans that was Lees, coincidentally, and the whites that was Lees, Robert E. Lee bloodline. See, you got the African Lees. So the white man, he had to set up the European, shall I say, the men's of power, because some Indians were doing, some blacks were doing the same thing, buying slaves and marrying them, breeding them. Even Benjamin Banneker, I'm not sidelining them, just saying how it go. Benjamin Banneker, grandmama, a white lady, she bought her a slave, and she married him and got children. Benjamin's mama was the daughter off of that same marriage. So the same guy who designed Washington, D.C., the first clock and all that. But going back to my dad, and I threw off, our granddad got this report that Old Man Wise, the other Confederate, was spelling around my grandma. Spelling mean trying to quote her, as they say. So Granddad, they said, wrote up on, as I was saying, now this is the way the elderlies talk, so I'm just repeating what they said.
You said his name was Anson Lee?
No, uncle was named Anson Lee.
Okay, what was your granddaddy's name?
Great-granddaddy, Calvin Lee.
Calvin Lee is Melissa's father.
Daddy, yeah,
Okay.
born 1855. So
Okay.
he born under antebellum where they was selling black men and women. So I'm trying to figure out sometime whether he was free, because like I said, with some free leads, and that was so extraordinary too. I'll cover that later on. How the blacks sometimes treated you worse than the whites treated you. And I could tell you about the experience my mom had. That's later on, but now I'm focusing on, as I said, you asked me about my parents and how it started. So granddaddy rode up on a horse, they say. That's a horse. And, you know, that's what they was telling me growing up. I just hear all this, and so I could hear it now. And say, he got off that horse, and said, walked up the other Confederate, said, by God, I hear you spinning around Lissy. That's Melissa, but that's what he called her. And he said, by God, one of us got to die. And a man in his right mind, you know, I think about it now, he ought to have better sense than to do it, but that's what he did. Say he went in the house and got a case of dual pistols out, pretty case. He opened them up.
Calvin?
No, this is the Confederate,
Okay,
Captain Lee,
got it. Okay.
the white man. So he brings out the case. Now all these blacks standing around, now that's where I get the story from, because we had family members just looking.
Monroe, I just want to make sure, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Okay.
it was Calvin Lee and Captain Lee, they're both named Lee?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was what made it. But Kevin Lee was blacker than me, blacker than Tom.
Okay.
But he was African. So that would have my Portuguese, you know, you might be with them and your family might be helping them in the slaving trade from Africa. That's what it looked like it was. And see, and that was so amazing to me. My daddy, he always, even though he was half white, everybody he talked to gave him that duly respect. Every white man he talked to, Yassa. A lot of people said, why your daddy say that? And I asked Daddy, he said, that's where I'm raised, son. You get further like that when people see you humble, because we don't have anything. We didn't have anything as black people as slaves. And by him being half white and half black, his African side tell him wisdom and his white side get wisdom. So that's where I got mine from, how to stay alive. And still, you'll see what I'm going to tell you, how people still don't care anything about that. Some people just still going to go at you. So anyway, back to what I was telling you. Granddaddy, he got this case of pistols out, dual pistols. Both of them loaded, because you don't know which one the guy going to pick, you know. So he picked one.
This would be the 1890s?
1905.
1905,
yeah. And 40 years after the Civil War, you know, I told you. That's just
Right.
40 years later, two generations.
Got it.
But they still doing, they want to do up there on that plantation. Red Dough Plantation. That's what I think it was. Red Dough, Florence, South Carolina.
Okay.
And so they back up to one another, they said, and supposed to walk off 10 steps. They say Granddaddy, he took 8.5, something like that. About that 9 steps, he was already turning around and saying, the cat turned around, the other man, Captain Wise, the white guy, Granddaddy shot him and the gun flew out his hand. He fell on the ground. He walked up to him and looking down on him. Say the white man say, by God, Lee, you didn't walk 10 steps. So Granddaddy say, you gotta be a fool, man. You come up on this plantation, spin around my woman, and you expect me to give you a chance to kill me. Bam, 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 bam. He finished killing the man right on the ground from what I hear now. So what that mean? We got to get out of Carolina. That mean the family, because if you're a black woman get a white man killed, they allow you to burn up the whole family and kill you. So some good white folks, I know it had to be, and I don't know if it was Captain, he was a Mason or what, but he did a lot of traveling at Calvin Lee. He got him out of there and got him down to West Farm, because, you know, we've been coming in and out of there for hundreds of years, driving cattle down, from what I understand, down from Carolina to Fort Carolina before it was took over by the Spanish. You know, Fort Carolina was a French settlement there on the St. John River. So we were driving cattle all the way down there. It was black cowboys back in the 1600s and all like that. So anyway, as I was saying, I would say Underground Railroad, we got down there to Lee. It's about 7 miles from the Swanee River, over the Swanee River.
The town of Lee in Madison County.
It was West Farm then, they called it. West Farm.
It was called West Farm, all right.
But it became Lee.
Okay, go ahead.
And then, so from what I understand, I was working for OK Duke Dog Kennel back in 1977. And I was painting restoration man for the house and the kennels. And they say,
in Lee.
Yeah. And they say, hey, you want to go in there and see the cabin? I say, what cabin? The cabin your cousin stayed in. I said, who? Robert E. Lee. So he was here during the Battle of Lusty. I said, what? I kind of heard a little sketch of it. So he was hiding out there during the Battle of Lusty, and them Confederate boys from all over the region, all the way from Gaston County, come from him marching. They went over to Lusty over there, had that battle. And some of them black guys read in that battle too, man, like the cooks and all that.
So Monroe, just to be clear, this is what a man told you. You don't know it for a fact, but this is a white man told you that Robert E. Lee was staying in that shack. Is that right? Who told
Yeah. The people's on the OK Duke. They own it. They bought the whole land.
But you heard that from him.
From them, the people.
That's all you know.
Yeah.
That. Okay, go ahead.
I wasn't there quite naturally on here. Okay, so you follow what I was saying. So a lot of blacks, they own all that land in there, West Farm. But it's like my great grandmama, Annie Mae Williams. Blacks are own land through working hard or whatever. They might have a weak link in the family that like to drink, chase women's or whatever. And he'll go through that money like hotcake, run off in the streets, and they lost the money, and the white people loan the money, and then there's some kind of trick them on paying it, and they just end up with no land. That's what we end up not being. But anyway, that became Lee, or the town of West Farm.
Do you know when the town changed its name?
I guess about that same time as when they came down. Seemed
about
like right after, about 1905.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was your father, how he came to Florida. Now,
right.
What about your mother?
Okay, my mom. That's the side go way back. Like I said, or when they got the history on it. We descended from my mama's side from the Withlacoochee tribe. That was a tribe of Africans and Indians living together there throughout the southeast there. We farmed, from what I understand, from Cook County, southern part of Georgia, all the way back over to where she was talking about St. Simon Islands. On the way back down Brunswick and back down around Jacksonville, and it was I think it was a plantation somewhere. It was a Barlow or Burlow plantation there outside of Jacksonville. But anyway, and that's what I was covering just now. But I kind of sketched a little bit of it. Up in Carolina, you got Myrtle Beach. That's where the beach at. Just like down in Derry, you got the beach there, where all the tourists come. They want to be around that water, right? But the next first tier of the fence, if somebody was attacking it from 1500, you got those Africans that are coming from Florence and defend in the interior, and then you got Lee County back in there where all the farms and all the plantation was back in there. Florence had a lot of plantation, but Myrtle Beach is more like tourist resort. But that first tier African defense was there, the Lees. Okay, now down on Mama's side, we come out of Fort called Fort William. You think about Fort William, was a white guy named William. He had a fort somewhere between Jacksonville and St. John County, because from what I understand, I read it too, during the time Menendez, that's a Spanish conquistador, attacked Fort Carolina. He came in, his ships came in up in the Atlantic Ocean that ran off from Jacksonville, St. John River, and in the mouth, that's where Fort Carolina was. So what happened when he got there, he saw Ladinier ships. All right.
What kind of ship?
Ladinier, that's the French guy.
Oh,
that's
the
French.
Ladinier, okay.
Yeah, I kind of go out your speech there, to get your speech. So Menendez, he wouldn't attack head on. He sailed back out to sea and went on down to St. John County, which is St. Augustine, and they said he put the weapons in an Indian house, not tent. I got the literature. I got it in the truck there. They put the weapons in there, and they say the Negro gangs was digging the trenches. So the blacks was right there with them there then. That's 1565, and I'm sure that's where my ancestors came from.
So you've heard these stories from your grandmother, Annie Mae Williams?
No, it was passed down.
Right.
And then the bloodline. I went to the courthouse and got the record of her people.
So let's start with Annie Mae Williams. You knew her, correct?
Well, family knew her because my mama's grandmama. So
Okay,
I don't know her.
Okay, when did she die?
She may have died years before I was born, evidently, because that be grandpa mama. She died before I was born, because the grandpa was living. That's her son, who born probably by 1860s, 60s, I figure.
What was his name? Annie Mae?
Oscar. Annie Mae Williams was Oscar McDaniel's daddy. A mama.
Okay, Oscar McDaniel's was.
Oscar McDaniel, my great granddaddy. My granddaddy's daddy.
No, you didn't know him either.
He died by the time I was born.
Okay, you never met him?
No, I never met him, per se.
And who was Oscar McDaniel's?
That was my mama's granddaddy.
Okay.
Boyce McDaniel was my granddaddy, my mama's daddy.
Boyd?
Boise.
Boise.
John Boyce. John. John was his first name. Boyce was his middle name.
Boise.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
Bossie.
Okay. And you know when he was born?
He should have been, my mom born 1820, so he had to be 20. He probably about 1890-ish, something like that. 1890 should be a good one.
You did know him?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he died in 72.
Okay, let's talk about him a little bit. So where was he living when he was born? John Boyce.
John Boyce, he born in Madison County, because like I said, you know, that's after, see, like I say now, Fort Williams, that's 1500s, the Williams bloodline. That's what I was about at the point telling you. We descended from the Williams bloodline. And Mae Williams come out from the Williams. That's why so many Williams here in the phone book, because this white guy, Williams, that sounded like he was an Englishman, he had this fort on the Atlantic Ocean where all these Williams that was bred from. So he would sell William slaves, the brand, all the way out to Texas. So you got Williams everywhere. He would sell these literary Africans everywhere. So Annie Mae, my great-great-grandmama, which is my great-granddaddy's mama, Oscar McDaniel, his daddy was a McDaniel. That's French, you know. So anyway, after he come in, Oscar, that's what started our bloodline. So Oscar McDaniel, which is great-granddaddy, he married Big Annie. Big Annie was Seminole, African, Indian, that probably from the 1500s, that's what I was telling you. But see, she was coming down from the council. They was the high councils. That's their name, actually, councils. Right. Okay, so Big Annie married Grandpa. So Big Annie was barren. She didn't have any children, but she had two nieces. One named Marie, that's my auntie, and my grandma was named Martha. So it's Martha and Marie. Those are her two nieces. So then what she did, some people say, turned her stepson, which was Boyce and Oscar, onto her nieces. So they wouldn't kin, because that was her husband children, you know, because them her stepchildren, to say. So that's why we double kin to the crew in Tampa. So Oscar and Will married Marie and Martha, two cousins. So we double kin to the crew in Tampa. So now. And
so which is John Bossie's mother? What's her name?
6 years was Mary.
Mary.
I never met her.
All right. And so Oscar was married to Mary, and it was Mary's family that you're saying goes back to the Indians who were there at Fort Williams. That was that side of your family, correct?
Yeah, the Williams.
And you don't know anything about Oscar McDaniel, what his family is. You don't know anything.
No more. No, he come up married. But I mean, I know there are a lot of McDaniels there in Madison, but I don't know per se.
Okay.
I didn't.
All right.
Get that.
So John Bossie, born in the 1890s. Who was his wife or the mother of your mother? Well,
that's what I told you just now. But her name was Martha Bryant.
Then I misspoke. Who was Oscar McDaniel married to?
Oscar McDaniel seemed like Rossi, because so what happened? She had died by the time Big Annie come in the picture. See what I'm saying? See, Big Annie was my natural auntie through my mom.
Got it.
Okay. But on my mom's side. But then you got her dad's side, which you just asked me about there, which I don't know. I just know he come in there, Oscar McDaniel. But you take, if his mama, I do know that. That's a given. And Mae Williams born 1847. Just right after Spanish had, and I gave it up.
Annie Mae Williams is John Bossie's mother.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So there you go.
Okay, got it. So your family's living in Madison from at least 1860, probably before, correct?
Yeah.
And
on my mama's side.
On your mother's side.
But the leaves was coming down, but they wasn't staying per se.
I understand. And you've said that you have Indian blood, but that's from your mother's side.
Right.
And you have white blood or European blood from your father's side.
Exactly right.
I understand. And so in 1905, your
Captain Lee gets my daddy, Ola, which is Punchy.
What was your dad's name?
Ola, Ola
Okay.
Lee.
And they called him
Punchy,
okay.
Yeah, like red, because he's red,
okay.
color punch.
Okay, so Ola Lee, born in 1905.
Yeah.
married to your mother,
Corrine.
Corrine,
Mm-hmm.
and she was McDaniel.
Cherokee and African.
But she was McDaniel.
Yeah, McDaniel. Boyce and
Okay.
McDaniel daughter.
And when was she born?
Madison.
When was she born?
1821, November 17th.
No, Corrine.
I said it. November 17th, 1821. I know it by heart.
You said 1921.
Yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood. Okay, November 7, 1921. Got it.
17th.
Okay. All right, so we're getting back to the present, which you always
That's
got to go
okay.
right there. November 17, 1921. So when did Ola and
My mom got together.
when did they get
Okay,
together?
I can tell you exactly. My mom was about 18, 19 years old. She goes to a Tampa where her uncle is at. That's her daddy's brother, which is Will McDaniel.
Okay.
And that's what's extraordinary about them, since we talking about them. It's amazing. My family been a part of building this Florida forever. That's why I don't know why people try to deny me much as they do. But anyway, Oscar had all these sons. Listen at this. Uncle Harvey, Uncle Harvey, he took up with he had to be with the Flagler side. He brought the Flagler side of the railroad down, building the cross ties and all like that, cutting cross ties, building railroad. And my granddaddy, Boyce, he took to the plant side, building railroad. And they tell me they used to hitchhike, like hobos, on the train track, sleep on the railroad track for the pillar. And they say sometimes we go to some good white folks' house, and they'll give us something to eat. They'll get a hobo something to eat, give them a plate of food, and that they went through. And so they would go and try to find a better place for them to live. And so my uncle, he ended up going to Tampa, Uncle Will. So my mom, she moves down there at 19 years old, which is, you see, she born in 1921.
Moved where, Monroe?
To Tampa, where
Okay.
her uncle is at, which is my great uncle,
Will.
which is Will McDaniel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to make sure, Will McDaniel is working on the plant railroad, and his brother
Harvey is
Harvey
on the
is working on the
other side.
the Flagler Railroad. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So, okay, my mom comes down, and she meets this Cleo Pullen Sr. That's my oldest brother, Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
He was like me, a bridge man. He get out there and try to make him some money. So he was out of Plant City, Strawberry Capital, that right outside of Tampa. That's where his hometown was, from what I understand, then. But
So
then we
if your
dug
mother
him.
was born in 1921, this has been about 1940, just before
Exactly.
World War II
Yeah.
started for us.
1940, yeah.
Okay.
Because
Go
he born in November. My brother did. But his daddy was dead. He died a few months before he born, several months.
He's named Cleo too.
Cleo Sr.
Okay.
Cleo
Cleo
Jr. is my
your
brother.
and he's still living,
Yeah, right.
and he lives in Boynton,
Delray Beach.
Delray. All right, and he's your half brother.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
It's my mom's first husband, yeah. So my mom said, and that's what I say saved my life. That's why I'm here today. Because just like I said, you got these folklores about family history and what the number of the child going to be. That's where I was at just now. They had said that I'm supposed to be the one. I could be the one. That's behind my back. Because, some brothers and sisters hear things like that, they get envious of you. And then by me being dark, my brothers and sisters don't want to take it that I'm the one God picked to be the architect, the engineer, because everybody just thought by me being dark, I was less. And that was so bad.
Before we get to that,
Yeah.
you were born in 1953.
Right.
Cleo was born in 1940.
Right.
So when did your mother and your father get together?
Oh, yeah, I was right at that, yeah.
Okay.
As I said, and that's what I was telling you about seeing things, maybe able to discern things. That's why I brought that in there. And my mom had said, they say I born with a veil over my face that I would know certain things spiritually. But anyway, my mom said, and I used to hear telling the story that Cleo, he kept hearing death bells. That's before he died. So
Cleo Sr.
Yeah, and I always try to figure out, when I hear death bell, can I avoid it? From a little kid growing up now. So listen at this. So after I dodged preaching for 3 years on the volcano in Hawaii, that's when he first called me to ministry, and I told God
We're going to get to that.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. But anyway, what I'm saying is, after I got out of the government.
Let's go back to your mother getting together with your father.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's why I want to cover that. Yeah, I'm going to get there. But anyway, my mom, because I need to put that in, was sitting on the porch twiddling her thumbs December of 1978 and dodging preaching. That's why I brought that in. So I looked at her, I know she was trouble, and it was time for me to come back to Key West Bridges.
You're telling me this is how you found out why she got together with your father? Is that
No, it saved my life. That's why I put the point there. You remember I told you Cleo was hitting death bail.
Right.
That's why I'm telling the story about my mom and like how they got together.
Okay.
Cleo was hitting death bail, you remember? And I'm telling you now, she saw that I was hitting death bail because I was finna die. I know I was.
This is 1978.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm dodging preaching. God gonna let me go ahead on like I was saying. I told him I was gonna die on the job. Government, I wasn't gonna preach. I mean, I was gonna keep this good government job. I just didn't see myself preaching. So anyway, Mom was sitting on the porch twiddling her thumb.
She's in Madison.
Yeah. And my nickname, Tommy, my real name, Monroe, you know, she said, Tommy, it's that job. That's all she said. That means that's why spirit is trouble. So I thought, you going to your death. And sure enough, I saw it's as plain as day. You go back to that job, you're going to be dead in a week's time. And I would have been, but I'm sitting here now. So now, as I said, Cleo was here in the death beds. That's where I got off on the tangent. So Mom said he went to work that day, and somehow they set him up, weak plank, somewhere he building that bridge, he died, collapsed.
Was he down in Hillsborough County then?
Somewhere down in Miami, about the same place. I may have been the Key West Bridge. I don't know. It was in the South Florida area around Miami. She said, my mama said.
Okay.
So they made his funeral, and my grandmama came down from Madison, the Cherokee. You know, she had a drinking thing. You know, she liked to drink. Had a good business head, you know, and she had a green thumb from the Cherokee side, from her great-granddaddy being plantation owners.
Can you remind me her name again?
Martha McDaniel.
Martha McDaniel, okay.
Mm-hmm. So she comes down and say, Corrine, won't you come on back up here? And they gave my mama $40,000. You remember $40,000 in 1940? That was like $1 million now. So my grandmama convinced her, my mom said, to come on back to Madison. And
where did they get the $40,000 from?
For Cleo death.
Okay, life insurance?
Falling off the bridge.
Paid. Okay, got it.
He had some good insurance, some kind of way. So they told him, let the white folks be that's what they told me. The white folks be gardenia, but it's guardian over your money.
Right.
So my mom say, the white folks was guarding over the money, and they still sharecropping with them, you know, because they need their labor and their know-how to keep this back of this cotton and whatever growing, because they know that my family from the Cherokees know how to do this for hundreds of years. And, you know, they was on this farm sharecropping. So my mom said, those people had working, they got all this money. So they found a T-Model car they wanted to buy, a model or something like that in the 40s. It might have been a 39, 35, and they wanted $1,000 for it. Mom said they went to the white people and said, well, Miss Henderson, or whatever the name, we need $1,000. Said, what y'all need $40 for? That's what my mom said, because I'm marking the way she said it. My mom said, well, what y'all want with $1,000? I said, we signed a car. Being humble, you know, we want to buy. Y'all don't need no $1,000. Just tell them people you're going to give them $100 down. Take this 100 and give them 100. And tell them you'll pay them so much a week, a month on that car.
Do you remember the white people that told her that? Their name?
It seemed like she said Henderson, but I know some Hendersons out there, but that's the bit more prominent with me, what she said.
Okay.
But she wasn't just kin to him. And mom say they know they had $40,000, so they put the other zero onto $100. But being going from third grade, they must have didn't put the right. And I'm just figuring, I don't know, I wasn't even born then. And mom said they went to the general store. I know the lady good who did it, Miss Eva Holter and her sister Lucia Holter. Well, Eva was a Holter, but Lucia was
a general store in Madison.
Yeah, it was a general store then. They was pretty little white blonde head girls. You know, you can imagine how pretty they were back then. My mom was telling me about that. And she said they looked at the check and they got word to the white folks and say, yeah, you got these blacks up here, got this check, then I altered it. And my mom said they running there on the police come in there, and white folks, there's some white folks to come up there to Madison, to the store. And said, y'all going on back out there to work, we'll take care of this for y'all. We get y'all a lawyer. Now they had the money, I'm just saying, but that's what they did. And that's what the blacks have so little today. I know that's what I figured out, me being traveling the world. So mom said they takes the and going back to work, and she said in a month time they had no money. They zeroed the account out. So y'all don't have no money left. Yeah, all the legal fees. And that reminded me of another a white lady. She said named Miss Agnes, because she'll tell a story about the
I
same.
know you're going to get back to how your mother and father met. I know you're getting there. Right?
You say you'll do that. Yeah. That's where I was at though. Yeah. So anyway, you hear what's happening. So They scared him up, took all the money, and that's where I was at. I was there. My mom went back to plying mules because they said lady used to ply mules. I mean, ply mules, break corn, crop tobacco, anything that did on the farm, mama did it. You know, she was tough, black Cherokee. And they said my daddy, the half-white cat, he had married a lady named Miss Rose. She was a red bone. That means she had white in her family, evidently, because that's how they kept them together, two red, she was married, they supposed to have pretty children, two sides of white blood. And they said a pretty kid, but a girl, and something happened, the kid died. So they drifted apart, split apart. But due to the fact they working on Freddie Tobacco Farm, that's where they had mules. You saw pictures that near the mules they had out there on the farm, and all these blacks from slavery time. Then they come down from Carolina. People was bringing their slaves in and work on that farm. So anyway, they on the farm, and they said, Daddy saw my mom plowing a mule. That's the story they tell. And said, Dad said, I got to have her. So he'll knock off and go way out there in the country. And my mom said sometimes he get that be so raggedy, the white guys would get in the cemetery, we had to pass by with white sheets over the head and scared running through the woods, man. That's a
How
shame.
far from Madison was she working in the fields?
Oh, you know, she's living in the country. See, well, the field, you could be Henderson, Pineda, all that suburb.
Pineda is north of Madison by how far?
10 miles exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
that's where we Indians were at anyway. We farmed all that from southeast for hundreds of years. But we still like to sharecrop with the people. They had a packing house there in Pineda
So
too.
this is sometime during World War II, the war's going on? Is that when your parents met?
Yes, for the World War started. Yeah, about the same time. Yeah, about the same time. 41. Because my brother born 42.
Which brother?
Ortiz Lee. That's the first one he got. See, my Cleo born. His daddy. He was in my mom's stomach when his daddy died. So by the time he born, my daddy saw my mom plying the mule like I was just telling you, and he started going to see her on the farm out there.
Okay, so you got a half brother named Cleo Pullins who's born from your mother. You've got a half brother who was born in 40. You got a half brother named Ola Lee. Who's
Not my half brother. That's the first Lee. You remember?
but,
Cleo's the only one my mama had in a stump when his daddy got killed. So now Cleo daddy's dead. My mama now,
So your father didn't have any children with his first wife.
she died. You remember I told you about the little pretty girl?
But he never had any children with her.
He had one girl that died.
Oh,
Didn't have
gotcha.
none that
Okay.
survived.
Okay,
That's my
sorry.
point. That's okay.
I didn't catch that.
You
Okay,
got it.
go ahead.
All right, you got okay. So you mean to continue where I was
Sure,
at?
of course. So
Remember
you had at that point in 1942. You're not born yet. There's a half brother and a full brother.
yeah,
right?
that's
Okay.
the first one, Ola Lee.
Okay,
because
gotcha.
that's where. Remember I told you my granddad, Captain Lee, had already told my grandma to name his part grandchildren is gonna be born, which had been. He told my grandmama that my daddy could name the first one after him, Ola Lee. All right. Then he told him the second one would be named James, which is James Monroe was his cousin, supposed to have been the 5th president. And then I was thinking again, I look at that thing, and the James Madison, and I don't know if he's called himself to be kin to both of them, because all them cats back in the first presidency, all of them was kin or tied in some kind of way, because very few people was here. But anyway, from what he told her to name the next one James, after my daddy get named one after him. Then the next one be Monroe, and that'd be me.
Okay,
But they
so
said-
who's the next brother born after Ola Lee?
James, that's the James.
What year was James born?
Okay, I can tell you exactly. She had maybe 2 years. So Cleo born 1940, Ola born 1942, and the next one was born 1944, something like that.
Okay.
Because they're 2 years apart. 44,
Got it.
and then 46, and they're breaking on down. So okay, there you go. So Dad, as I said, they decided they would get married. And we already got to that point. So you got the James, but here I am, on the verge of being born. So they know that I'm this.
Before you get to that, were there any other brothers or sisters born between James and you?
No.
Okay.
We have some more sisters.
But tell me who they were.
Yeah, okay. After James, then my mama say back in them days they used to make them scrub the floor on the knees. She had a daughter named Corrine, named after her. She lived, must have been about a month. And I asked my mom what happened to her. She say, I lost her because they wrecked me so hard back then. The white folks would make you actually get on your knees and scrub the floor section by section with a brush. And that's what she was doing up until she had that baby.
You know, you got a better memory than almost anybody I know, so I'm not going to hold you to this. But do you know approximately when Corrine, the baby, was born?
Well, like I told you, if if one born 42, the next one 44.
Okay.
That was him. So she had to be on about 46.
Okay. What was the name of the child born in 44?
Well, that'd have been. See, okay, now Cleo was 40.
Okay,
Cleo was 40.
Got it.
All right, Ola was 42.
I understand.
James was 40.
That was my bad. Okay,
That's okay.
I understand.
That's all right.
Okay, Corrine, 46. Then you had another sister before you were born.
Yeah, and then Runette will be next. She survived to 27. And then Bobby,
So what year was Renette born?
2 years after 44, would be 46.
Well, Corrine was born in 46, you said.
Okay, well, that'd be 44 then. Just go down 2 years. Every one I named, you go 2 years
You
down.
said Ola was born in 42, James was born in 44, Corrine was born in 46. When was Renette born?
46, 48, we put 48.
Okay. And she lived for 27 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So she died about 1975?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's it. Yeah. And then Bobby Jean, did you get her? Bobby Jean
Not
was
yet.
next to Runette. Bobby Jean,
And so what year was she born?
2 years down.
So 1950.
You just follow it. Yeah.
And when is she still living?
Yeah.
Okay, where does she live?
Madison.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I might want to adjust that back up a little bit because I know I got the Eloise. Eloise born in 51, but that could be right. Bobby might be in 49 because I don't miss it by too much because a month, sometime a lapse, and I'm going to go a little further than 2 years. So just say Bobby, just go take
Bobby Jean, 49.
Yeah.
And Renette in 51.
Eloise.
Eloise.
You know,
48.
Runette,
Got it.
yeah.
Eloise is born in 51. Sorry.
And I'm 53.
Okay, and is Eloise still alive?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And also living in Madison?
Right.
Okay. Okay, and you're born in 53. Now, I know you want to tell a story about how you came out and what happened with your father and mother, so let's talk about that, when you were born.
Oh, as I was telling you, out of all them girls that born, then they were looking for that boy, that wanted to be, and then that number. If he gonna be a boy, he gonna be 7 or 8, you know. So my mom said, from what I got from my brother Cleo, he said he's about 13, because he had about 13, 12. And he said, Mr. Woodson Daniel, who I ended up selling coons to later on before he died, raccoon hides, he had some cows in the area. And one of the cows broke out. He had long horns, from what I understand. And my mom was 7 months pregnant. And she was running so fast, getting in that house, getting away from that cow. She broke the steps down, broke her leg in 2 different places.
This is 1953.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she's 7 months pregnant, probably about September, August. And the leg broke in 2 different places. Mr. Hoover Johnson took her to the hospital. And
She was running because she was going into labor? Why was she running?
from the cow.
From the cow, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, Monroe. You're talking clearly, but I'm losing.
It's
Thank
okay.
you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the wild cow broke out, so she saw the cow and just started running so fast because she got a baby in her stomach. The cow gal could kill me in her, you know, cow with horns, you know. So I said, that's the devil. And then I often say that now, the devil was at me then in the womb. So anyway, she breaks her leg in 2 different places, so they put a cast on it, bring her back home, and wire it to the ceiling of the house. Her leg is wired to the ceiling, she said, you know, the last 2 months of her pregnancy. And
So she couldn't work for 2 months before you were born?
right, couldn't get out of bed, use bedpan from what I understand. Right. And so Miss Mary Prow, that's their midwife, she came to deliver me. And they said, when I was born, now I didn't know this till I started in the ministry. I was 25, my grandma told me that she, like I said, she let drink up 45 beer hot, you know, you give her a cold, she throw it back at you. You know, she done made up money getting up 4 in the morning in the back of cotton and all that, teaching us all how to work. I'm preaching now in 1979, 40 years ago. Boy, come in. She to her house, and I bought the house across from her. I think I can't talk to you. You're supposed to be a preacher now. I said, what that, mama? That we call her. She said, come up on this porch, let me tell you something about you. She said, boy, let me tell you. And your mama, she broke her leg 7 months pregnant with you, then had that cast on her leg, and said, it was looking for you to come celebrating, your daddy celebrating your birthday. This could be the one, you could be the one, you know, the number of child you gonna be, and you know, and you born with a veil over your face, and you like a white baby, but you had black on the top of your ears and the tip of your nose, And that midwife say, he look like a white one now. He gonna be black when he grow up. Your daddy say, what? If he gonna be black, my wife must have been cheating on me. If he gonna be black, I get to actually bust his brains out right now. Yeah, she told me that. I stand there.
You're saying that your dad expected you to be white?
No, they told him I was gonna grow up and be black. So he's thinking if that's true, then possibly my wife would be cheated on me.
Because he thought that
if I'm gonna be black, even though I look like a white baby then.
But he thought that because of his being half white, that
he
might be white.
And then too, he thinking this. The finishing his cousin's name out, James Monroe.
Right.
And this black sub coming up here, you know. I mean, that's, sure. But you don't hear how it flipped though.
Well, you know, Monroe, this is an important thing, and it's something people don't pay a lot of attention to. Your parents are paying close attention to the skin color of all these children. So, how would you describe Ola Lee's skin color? How would you describe that?
A little darker than you, but sometimes he'll look like you. When he work inside.
Looking somewhat white.
Yeah.
Okay.
But his face will be tanner. His face will be tanner than his clothes. He takes his clothes off, he's like a white man. I just said, Dad, you like a white man when he takes his clothes off, but otherwise he's like an Indian.
And what about James?
James, he's a little tanner, yeah. But, you know, his curly hair, nice. All the women just was crazy about him.
What about Corrine?
Corrine.
Oh, you never knew her. Okay, no one told you about her. What about Renette?
Renette was brown, yeah. We all from, like, James, now, you didn't let me tell you about it. What I didn't tell you about it, my mom said when she was breastfeeding him in the 40s, she's darker than me. And back in those days, they put a cloth diaper over the breast and the little baby be up in there. And they could see she black. And they see a little baby like a little white baby. And she heard them whispering, "Ooh, she had a baby for a white man." She heard them whispering that, so she didn't say nothing. She kept on. So that's why my dad woke up.
Were they thinking she was a wet nurse or that she just had a child?
She had a baby for a white man, they said.
Okay.
That was she's saying, they saying, whispering about her.
Okay.
And that's why my dad woke up. And everybody know him because he worked for the city. And she said they started laughing. "Oh, that's Punch's wife." He's ain't white. And they start laughing. But, and that's the difference there. Having one like a white one, and this one look like a white one, but he gonna be black when he grow up.
Well, what about Bobby Jean? I'm going down the list. What was she like? Do you know?
Bobby was brown. She is still brown skin. She's brown skin. Mm-hmm.
And Eloise?
Eloise, about like me. She's about dark as me, but a little shader.
Okay. So Monroe, why then, if you had some siblings who were dark skinned and some who were white skinned, why did your father expect you to be white skinned?
What the deal is, like I say, I'm finishing that famous James Monroe, the name off, and then I'm supposed to be this one that's gonna have the wisdom too.
Okay, so he thought that because you, and I'm just trying to understand. He thought because you were supposed to be the one that you would be light skinned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully, yeah, and then look more like the Lees, the whites. Look close to the whites, and
Mm-hmm. And then and you're saying they named you Monroe after James Monroe.
Yeah. That was she had told.
Okay.
See, and then my mom wanted to name me Tommy. From what I understand, my grandma said, "Oh no, it's gonna be Monroe." And then I got to school, I didn't like that. I wanted to be Tommy. Well, after I found out how famous it was, and I kind of started liking it, grew on to me then. But
this is really interesting, Monroe. So James, they decided James wasn't going to be the one, right?
No, he wasn't the one. He's the first part of the name of the James.
Why did they decide he
wasn't?
See,
he wasn't the number.
Okay.
It had to be the number, the seventh child.
Okay, I understand. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so they were. Your father was convinced that you were going to be the one, and because of that, he was expecting you to be lighter skinned, and because you were darker skinned, he got mad. Because,
at that time.
Okay, at the time.
He heard and got over it,
So I just had to catch up with him. You're faster than I am. Okay, so what happened then?
She telling me the Cherokee Indian telling me the story, because I said I wouldn't know. Mm-hmm. And she said, "Me and boy got wind of it. That meant they heard about it. We rushed over there and got you, because your mom could do nothing for you. She was wild to the ceiling. She can't jump up and fight for you. You know what I mean? They come and got me, took me home. And he said, your daddy got sober the next day. He walked over here and got you over here. She's over here. And got you and took you back home in his arms, showing all the white people along the way his little baby. And look at, I'm the one who stuck by him, sexed him to the death. All the rest of them just used him. The Eloise, now she'll have red babies. She had a dark-skinned husband. He's almost darker than me. And all of them his too. They had red children. They had some a little darker than the other one, but Yeah, it's amazing. The kid is lighter than them. They call it a recessive gene. You know, the gene is in there. Yeah.
So Monroe, we're going to get to your life, which is as fascinating or more than the rest of this, but I'm trying to understand. So you had how many more siblings after you were born?
Oh, it's 13 in all. It's a count. It's 5 more after me.
Okay, so let's go through those really quickly. Who those other 5 were or are?
Well, and that's why I say I got remember from 2 years old. From 2 years old, I was in November of 1955. I was 2 years old, and I remember my mama had my sister. I ain't see her birthing her, but I saw her changing her at the fireplace. And they had a one-room shack on. You kind of recall this trip time steel, and she had her to the fireplace bathing. I would be standing there. I can see that now, and I see her changing this baby and putting those diapers on this baby, and that's my sister Mae Williams. Maybelline, like the hairliner, but she ain't got no eyes.
When did she? She's not with us anymore. She died.
And she died a couple years back.
Approximately when?
2 years back. What'll be? Well, just say 3 years back. Yeah, so that'll be 2015.
Okay. And who was your next sibling after Maybelline?
And that's another catch there. This will be out, and this is the same year we moved. 1958. It snowed in Madison, and we moved back January 1958 while it was snowing to Lee Street. They eventually named the street Lee Street after we moved from Conway Quarter with the stream time steel. Now, about 5 months into the move, my mom had her first baby in the hospital because all the rest of us was born at home. You know, they call it midwifery. So now, now Alton, this is 1958, Alton, that's the one, now he's another one look almost white. So my mom went to the hospital to have. I remember Mr. Miles brought her home from the hospital. So as soon as they brought her in the house, the word spread. Miss Corrine got a new baby. And all the neighbor girls, I remember this vividly. They was my friends, all four. I thought they was crazy about me. When they run to the house that evening, "Is we come to see the baby? Oh, Black, you get back." And I said, "Whoa, my little kid." I remember that. They want to see the baby with the pretty hair, you know, the little red baby. Look.
So, Monroe, you're 4 years old, almost 5, and you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when I first realized this color thing, something else here. And they want to see that pretty baby, they said. Every day they rushed up to Loretta James. "We want to see the baby. We want to see the baby."
Now, does Alton get darker or not?
I read. I told you he look almost white.
Even now?
Yeah, but I mean, he's 50-something years old now. That's when I got the drug problem.
Right, but he was lighter skinned than you, is what you're saying.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm sorry. And then who after Alton was?
Then after Alton will be Nancy Ann Lee. She born 1960, April. That's the one I played hooky. I played hooky that day she born. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you want me to expand into that or not.
Go ahead.
Sure. All that. And I tell you about I was pretty good with guessing things and knowing things. My mom was wearing this blue car coat all through the Christmas holidays, Thanksgiving. So coming by April, she went to the hospital. So that morning, my Cherokee grandma, she takes over because her daughter going to have that baby. So she said, "Mom, I'm going to have this baby. You make these children get out and go to school like they're supposed to." So Mama come on over there. And she got that big field hand voice, "Tommy, get out of here and go to school." Boy, that's my nickname, Tommy. So I got Mama to name me that. So I said, "Mom, I ain't got no lunch money." I said, "A nickel a day or 10 cents a day I get." But I ain't have it that day, and I didn't like that, going to school without my lunch money. She said, "Boy, get out of here and go." I had to go. You got a chance to go to school. I had to work. So I still didn't go with that. So I walked on out. I was walking real slow. And this girl, they call her T-Notch, but she's Cynthia Johnson. She's going to the Swanee River College. It's a black college then in Madison called Swanee River College. And our black school was right next to us, Madison County Training School. So I'm walking behind that young lady very slow. And we got in the alley, they call it. That's a oak tree canopy. It goes about a quarter of a mile through the wooded area there. Kids go to school. And I got the hog pen. They got a chute there where you load the hogs on at an angle, 30-degree angle onto the trunk. So I see nobody was looking. I ducked up under there and laid down and put my book bags on my head for a pillow. So as soon as it warmed up, it's kind of cool because it's April. And I come out and go to some kids' house who never went to school.
You in first grade or second grade, Monroe?
I must be about second.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm only 6 years old. You know, I'm born 53, so it's 60. I'm not 7 yet, I'm going on 7. So we shoot marbles. I know what time I could watching the sun being party in there. I said, no, it's about time to get out of school now. So I head back down in the alley where I had my book bag hid at. And on the way out that yard, I could see it now. Green knife, butter knife laying there. Not too sharp, but just got a little green handle on it. I pick it up. It's about out in the road. I take it back with me. I get back and lay up under the Hog Shoot again. And kids, you could hear them coming from school. It's a noisy crowd. By the time that crowd started coming through the alley, I jump in the middle like I've been to school. It's T.C. Hill and Larry Hill. Mockingbird. I found a Mockingbird some years back, or maybe the same year, put in a lunchbox in class. Because I know it had a broken wing. I know a bird was going to eat it. A cat was going to eat it. So I wanted to save the bird. So I had it there in the lunchbox. And the bird started singing. Miss Bellyman, Senorita Bellyman, taught me Spanish. She looking around, they take the rat to my desk. What's that in that box there, Monroe? Bird, get that bird out here and turn it loose. So they call me Mockingbird. Mockingbird, you skipped class today. I said, no, I didn't. I did come to school. I don't know how to tell a lie because they were in my class. You know, one teacher. So I took out that knife. I started running them, that crew who had busted me, as they call it. They running. So they made it around the corner to God bless the dead Clem Gamble's house. And they made another corner. I knew they were too close to their house for me to run them in the house. So I went on home, but I was very scared. Now I know I'm in trouble now.
You're scared they're going to tell your dad?
Yeah, and I skipped school, then I ran them with a knife. That gave me nothing but trouble. So I'm pretty shook up, but I go on home and try to make the best out of it. So Miss Mutt Cambridge, and about 30 minutes later, she comes in a 1953 Chevrolet car, I can remember. She got those boys in each one of her hands. She's a tall black lady. She got a dress tail fanning going on in there to my grandmama's house. And she went in there about 30 minutes, 20 minutes. She come back out. I can see her now. They left. 59 years ago. She left, and my grandma come on the porch. Like I said, she's a field ball in Cherokee. She put her hand up on the banister porch. Tommy, come here, boy. Now that's something I don't want to hear there. I want to disappear. If I could just leave the earth now, I would leave. But I couldn't leave, so I started walking over there. Like it took me an hour to get there. I got there, she's sitting there looking, she's facing the north. I see myself walking, I'm facing the east. Boy, did I tell you to go to school today? Yes, ma'am, I did go. And that's the wrong thing to do, tell a grown person they lying. I said, yeah, you got me. She said, nah, hand me that flow plate whip over there. She had a flow plate whip in that corner. She's still sitting there.
Rawhide, four. Okay.
That's exactly right. And I don't know who stole it. I think my brother the weekend Derry who got that flow plate whip. Some people still read it, so you never know who got them, you know. He said he didn't get it. So she said, pull your pants down and lay across. She said, now, I'm going to tell you now, you part Indian, so I ain't running you so much, I ain't beating you about the knife. But I told you to go to school. She said, I had to work. I couldn't go to school. They made me work instead of go to school. You got a chance to make something out yourself. And she put me, see, I'm an architect, engineer, inventor now, so she did me good. So she put something on me, and I kind of straightened out. Then up to 7th grade. 7th grade, I started skipping classes.
Before we get to that, who is the
next child?
Who was the child born that day? That was
Nancy Ann Lee.
Okay, who was the next one after that? We'll get back to you.
That's 1960.
Okay.
And then 1962, Ricky born. Ricky Lee. That's the one that's giving me so much trouble now. Thank God, all the since been in prison 2 or 3 times.
He's in Madison?
No, Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale, okay. And does he ever see Cleo, or do they don't?
Oh yeah, they very tight. Okay. And that's what's so strange about that. Now let me tell you, I got a comment on that, the sidebar. Cleo the oldest, right? Mm-hmm. He's raised by the Cherokee grandmama. He wasn't raised by it because, you know, they told her, from what I say, from what I got, it goes like this. Corrine, You know your first husband was black as tar, Cleo Senior. You see his son that black, that half white man, and his mama gonna treat that black nigga like he gonna treat them children's gonna come along after the. Ain't no idea I was gonna be black. So that's what the deal was going on. So they took Cleo and raised him, my grandmama. So my dad and my mama, all that, the focus on the children they get there. But why I say that, Cleo blacker than me, blacker than me, matter of fact. But he let my red brothers and sisters push him up to be against me, behind my back. But he showed me a good face, and he's supposed to be love and harmony. But
right now, Ricky Lee's in Fort Lauderdale, yeah. Cleo's in Delray.
Yeah.
And going back to the 60s, I want to talk about all this, but let's get one more child or two more children born?
One more after 62. 62 okay. With Ricky, you remember?
Right.
The last one was Cherry. That's the red one. She looked almost white when she born.
Cherry.
Patricia Ann. They call her Cherry for nickname.
What was her name?
Patricia Ann Lee.
Is she
still, Nancy Ann Lee.
Is she still living?
She did.
Okay, when did she die?
About a year ago.
Okay, so she's 1962 and died about 2017?
She's 53 when she born. Died 53 years old.
63, sorry, I got that wrong.
5'3". Get some water, please.
We can take a break here if you want.
Yeah, we can take a break.
Just some water. If you can just put me a little bit in here, that'd be fine.
You need to use the bathroom, Monroe?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I came ready. Just that a good preacher always needs some water.
Yeah, water.
They keep around the pool.
I've still got some, thank you. I'm not doing the talking, so I'm not drinking it.
All right, we can still keep moving.
Okay. Ready? Okay, Monroe, we've gotten past Cherry, Patricia Lee, the last sibling. Now, what I want to do, we got through the part one, but let's go back to you. Your first memory, you've told us what it was. Now, you've told me before that you started working at a pretty early age, and I thought I just heard you say that one of the reasons you didn't have lunch money that day, had you been even working at that age? Had you been working yet?
Yeah, I had worked because I started working on Freely Backer Farm, matter of fact. Ooh, yeah. I started working at 4. That's when we left the plantation, not the turpentine still, where I born at. We left there in 58, so I've been working about 58.
Okay, let's talk about your first job. What was that?
Freely Tobacco Farm, what you can see in that book, those big mules there. Mm-hmm. My job was to pick up the leaves that fell from the tobacco stick. You got the shade tobacco, which they use for cigars, strictly for cigars. Now, any tobacco get crushed up, they'll grind it up for something else, for filler or whatever.
So you're picking up the leaves that were left behind, and
in the barn,
and they use that for filler. That's not the shade. That's not the wrapper. It's the filler, right? That you're picking up.
Well, if you pick up a leaf, if it's good enough, they go with the rest of it.
Okay.
But if it's torn up, that's the filler.
You remember how
much?
much?
My job was to pick it up.
Do you remember how much you got paid for that?
0. They taught me how to work. I was waiting on my paycheck. Okay. After the first week, they say it's to teach you how to work, not to pay you. Whoa, that was a shocker to me. Teach you how to work.
Did you just do that one season when you were 4, or how long did you do that?
Oh, for sure that 1 year, that one season. Because the next thing you know, we was moving over to Lee Street in 58. Mm-hmm. You see, then
and so. What's the season that you're talking about that would apply when you're falling behind, when they've harvested the shade tobacco? What season would that be? Summer?
Yeah, it'd be summer. Yeah.
Okay. So
like I said, we was loading up. They were bringing a truck over in Conway Quarter, which is the turpentine steel, load us on and take us to Freely Backer Farm, and then 58 we moved over across town.
Were you the only 4-year-old, or they have other children who were that age working in the fields?
Yeah. Everybody had to bring the kids out. You don't let no kids live around the house.
Okay.
You babysit, bring them to the field, change the diaper, whatever, and begin to work, make them do something. That's from slave days. Yeah.
They didn't have any kindergarten in those days, right?
No.
Okay, so you worked for what, 2 years until you started school?
I started at 5, but I was going to be 6 that following year.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Okay, so started at 5. Tell me if anything you remember about your first day in school.
Well, I remember vividly.
Unless you got something before then. I don't want to jump ahead.
You remember, I remember my sister, 2 years of my sister born. You remember I told you that?
Yes.
And 4 years old working in the tobacco field.
Right.
Now,
So 4 years during the summers you were working in the tobacco fields, or not during school?
in the summer basically. Or either in the evenings too. They got a way like if it's enough daytime left in the evening, you'll go out there and do something like go pick cotton or whatever in the evening after you get out of
So
school.
tell me about that. Before you started school, if it wasn't summer and you're not picking tobacco leaves, you're picking cotton. What else?
Cotton, cucumber, squash, everything seasoned. You had to season everything, something to get out there and do.
When did you first start getting paid for the work you were doing?
Probably about 1962, 61. My first job when I got paid was mule driver.
Okay, tell me about that job.
Mule driver was you get up before day in the morning, you go out in the country, which is Henderson, coincidentally, Corbin Henderson, to Henderson, this country little town. And
Which direction from Madison is Hampton?
north. It's before you get to Pineda.
On the way to Pineda.
Halfway between Pineda.
Is it still there?
Yeah, Hanson's still there.
Okay.
It used to have a dead man curry. A lot of people used to get killed in that curry. They wouldn't straighten it out. Finally, after so many people got killed, they finally straightened it out. Yeah, some people get drunk. Valorous because of wet county.
Did you find the job as a mule driver? Did your mother or father find it for you, or how did you get
Oh
that?
no, we was farmers from Cherokee from 500 years back. So my mom and we was half crop Mr. Nat. That's what I was telling you about. Some blacks treat you versus some whites treat you. Mr. Nat, he was a World War II veteran. Some kind of way he got this farm. I don't know, through a VA thing or whatever.
So was he black or white?
Black. That's what I'm telling you now. Mr. Nat Thomas, Nathaniel Thomas.
Okay. So somehow your grandmama got that job with him. Is that right?
Sharecropping, yeah.
Sharecropping.
Agree, because she got a bunch of children that know how to do this.
Okay. But you started getting paid, and so how did it happen that you were getting paid instead of your grandmama?
Yeah, but that's what my point is. My mom, as I said, when she get with Mr. Nat for the sharecropping, because her mom Martha, she had her crew and had them in different families working under her, because she had 6 children. So she would have her 6 children and their children come out and help her. That made the family stronger with so many of us. But as I said, now my mama is venturing out on her own. She got a big enough family now to go and sharecrop on her own. All right, with Mr. Nat, Nathaniel Thomas, as I said. So I remember vividly, my mom had a 54 Ford, I believe it was, and she wanted to get a 1957 Chevrolet, and she went to Mr. Nat, the black man who we been working for a couple of years, and said, Nat, I need enough money to get the down payment for this car here. Children need a car here to get out here in this backer, so you don't be breaking down the road. I remember vividly, all of us was in the car. He said, Corrine, no, we go to the same church he went to too, Just Lamb M.E. Church, African Methodist Episcopal Church. He said, Corrine, I can't do it. And all of us sitting in the car, I remember this is good. She said, my mom would say, Nat, good as me and these children, being in you, working here, getting up 40 in the morning, taking out a barn in the back, getting in the field, doing nothing, cucumber, squash, all this stuff we've been doing for you. And you can't let me have this money here to get out here to this. I'm sorry, if you can't let me have this money, I'm going to go find me another person. And that person more than likely going to be a white man. They treat me right. And she walked off from him. And we went and started working with Mr. Kurt Pullum, a Pittman. I mean, I remember, like I say, I was a mule driver for Mr. Nat out there. I catch the mule that morning, and you hitch him up to a sleigh. That's a 4x4 cut at a 45-degree angle on the front, so to slide through the dirt, the soil, with the mule dragging it. And I would run the mule through the cornfields for my brother to bake corn. I would use the mule to tote a 55-gallon barrel of water through the fields. And transplanters, that's a thing that you measure button and you put the tobacco plant in one by one and plant it. And after so many weeks, you see which one that died. You go back and replant where the one died at till you get a full growth of tobacco.
Did Mr. Nat have a tractor or anything? It was all mules.
Mules at first, but we worked him up to a tractor. That's another thing too. We had hit him to get a tractor when he still my mama had that money, yeah. So he worked him up to a Ford tractor. Okay. And I started driving the tractor, and they would make me just match the clutch for stopping it. And I was so little, I had to use the fender to get my weight down because I was a little small runt. I would get 25 cents a day.
So you're about 8 years old when you started doing the power tractor?
Maybe about 7, yeah.
7, okay. Mm-hmm. And so you went to work for Mr.
Kurt Pittman now.
Pittman, okay.
Yeah, double
And
PT.
that wasn't north, that wasn't in Pineda, where was that?
No, that would be on Egan Hill. That way Interstate 10 came through at.
Okay.
And that's the coincidence, the same way I started building
So that was south of Madison?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay, all right, I covered that about Kurt Pittman. We going to see Kurt Pittman. He's the county commissioner. Nice white guy. You put me in the mind of him, matter of fact.
I'm sorry?
I said, you put me in the mind of him. Matter of fact, he's a nice white guy. He's a county commissioner.
He's not living anymore.
No, he's going on.
Okay,
He's going on.
sorry.
Yeah, I was just talking about your demeanor and all. And he fair. He knows you do what you say. He Mr. Kurt to do what he say. And he let my mama have that money. She went and bought her the car she wanted, and we stuck by until my mom basically retired. Yeah, till he got the backup business.
How many years was that?
Okay, that was about 62. He had about 70. Wow, about 8 years. About 8 years. And raised all his children. His son went into the Navy. And that was so amazing. When I got retirement, when I ran for president, I ain't got all that money, and I wanted to get everybody back together. The white was and the black was always meet for a family reunion back on the farm. We worked that with the white kids. Mm-hmm. And I noticed they kept stalling, and then they would get together with us. And one of the white kids about along with me, Jimmy, he said, Monroe, I feel sorry. John won't let y'all come out. John was the younger one who born after my mom started working for his daddy. And when he ended up with the farm, his mama married a man who was a lawyer or something, some kind of way. But listen at this, what Jimmy said. Why John wouldn't let us have a reunion out there. Listen at this. Say John.
When was the reunion?
I wanted to have a reunion when I got the money for running for president.
You hadn't had it yet. You're just telling me what you were trying to.
Yeah, trying to get them together, to get all the whites and the blacks back together to celebrate unity among the whites and the blacks, to being together for 100 years at least. Coming out there and working all
You're a teenager then?
Huh?
You're a teenager when you're saying that?
No, you remember I run for president.
Oh, you're talking about later, okay.
Yeah. But I want to get everybody back together and bring us in where we could have this big eating down there to this pond we used to go and irrigate, put the hose in and pull the water out the plant.
And I want to get into that, but one thing I want to get to before you go there. Right. So your mom stopped working for him in 1970, but there were other kids working. You'd started working other places before then, right? You weren't working only for Mr. Pittman.
Yeah, I work other places. Like I go.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Watermelons and
so
stuff.
So go ahead to what you were trying to say. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, that's all right. That's all right. It's fine. As I was telling you about, we was trying to get the reunion together. You remember when John, right. We were trying to get John to agree to it, and that Jim is telling me why he won't do it. He said John, who got all the property now, whatever, or control of the plantation, say he backed into a black lady, seeing that he used the word black, who it was, and she said she ain't heard it was all right. But as soon as they found out John had some money, they going at him in court, tried to sue him or something. And John scared, if y'all blacks come out here and y'all get around that pond, it's a gator in there. If the gator get one of y'all might try to sue him. I said, Jimmy, we know best to get around that gator. That gator was drowning cows back 40 years ago. You know he drowned a person. So the gator got to be a monster now. The gator been after 50 years drowning cows back then. So there you go. So they wouldn't let us have that idea. Where you want to go next?
Well, what I want to go is when you stopped working for Mr. Pittman, or did you stop or just work at other places?
Or after my sister and brother, abused me so much with the lies. You remember I had bought me some hogs and started raising my own hogs.
Well, tell me about that. Tell me about you raising. How old were you when you started raising hogs?
Oh, in 1967, my stepdad, Charlie Herring, who owned the
67.
Yeah. Okay. Who owned the Moonlight Cafe.
Okay, let's go back before 67. Let's get to that. So, but did you? So I know you working as hour labor, or I guess, or piece labor. Before then, when did you first start having your own business, like having hogs? Was that in 67, or did you do that before then? Did you?
Yeah. Before then, my first business, like I said, you remember we moved in Lee Street in '58. You remember, and it snowed. All right, and I was saying about going out to Mr. Kurt Pittman all in the '60s, but around about '62, '63, I found out that people eating a lot of raccoons, and eat a raccoon, you got to skin him. So he got a hide, and they put it on fur coats. Evidently, you could get $2, $3 for a hide, but you got to cure it out, stretch it on salt, put salt on it, keep the flies from blowing it, put maggots on it. Salt to keep it off and get it tan. So I would sell those hides to the same guy who ran my mom in the house.
How old were you when you started doing that?
I had to be about 8, 7, 8. Then I pick up pecans too in the winter season.
Okay, so we're talking about 61, 60, something like that?
62, 61,
okay.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. And at some point you started hiring other kids to work for you. When was that?
I started being contracted around about 73, 74. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the early 60s. I'm going to depend on you, Monroe. I think when you and I were working in the melon fields in Hamilton County, I think that was 1965, but I'm not sure. Was that 65?
Yeah, about right at 65, yeah, because I would go, anybody catch a hitch at, that means somebody could make some money. A white man come and say, I need a hand in watermelon field. Maybe be doing tobacco. And then they say, this man over here, Mr. Johnson over in Hamilton County, got some watermelon. Can y'all get over there and get him a truckload, transfer a truck. And then we'll go over there. And I think that's where I run into you at there.
I remember, those were those zebra watermelons, the watermelons with different stripes.
Yeah, they call them a Jubilee or something.
Jubilee watermelons. Now, Monroe, I'm a lot bigger than you are now, but in 1965, I probably wasn't. I was a little shrimp, and what I remember was they were paying us, I think they were pickup trucks, might have been something else, paying us for each melon we put in the truck. That's how and someone kept track of it, as I remember.
Yeah.
Now, sometime in the last year, after I met you and talked to you a few times, and it started dawning on me that was not just you working in the field, but I had this recollection of a young black man who was out there working, and I didn't know what I was doing. The only reason I was in the field that summer was because in Live Oak, they had closed down the swimming pool. Every summer, I would either play Little League baseball or go in that swimming pool, and there was nothing to do. And my uncle said, why don't you come up and work in that? I didn't know anything about working in the field, and I remember it was hot, and I remember sweating and getting sunburned, and wanting to get out of there. Wanted to get out of there, and this didn't even know your name. I don't think. You were probably a couple of years, maybe a year and a half older than I was. You came and took watermelon, showed me how to do it, and carried several of them to the truck for me. I think, what is this? What is he doing? He's not making money because he's helping me. Now, anyway, so you got a pretty good disposition, Monroe. What were you thinking, helping somebody else make money instead of you?
And see, and that was such an amazing thing to me that I learned very quickly. It's just the way it is. It's true. Growing up, it was only a black school, right? I mean, only blacks going to black school. But it was certain teachers, and most of them would be like if a teacher got white in their bloodline, you could tell them when they got the white mixed bloodline. My dad, that's one thing about him, I'm proud of him, and I think that's what makes me. He never thought he was above the rest of the black peoples because he was mixed man. And it was also amazing to me. One thing that I was with my dad did, and I think about it now, I kind of laugh. He's talking to some city boys or something, guys around Madison. There might be some white guys in there too he was talking to. He was a comedian. He's always like making people laugh. And he could change his voice just like I changed too, He say, Miss Warshaw, whatever this white lady name, big shot lady who had money, got a hospital around Lake Francis there. He say, y'all, Miss, whatever her name was, I don't want to get it mixed up, but I'm just saying, because I might not want to say it because I know this is a live program here. Say, she say she got a husband. She went off and married her husband and brought him back here to Madison. But the other day, the city had me doing a project over there by the house. I seen him. That's my daddy. He ain't no white man. He blacker than me. Now my daddy ain't white and black. She married a white man. He blacker than him. I thought that was so amazing, him being that white and make that joke like that, He didn't, he never tell me about don't mess with no white women, don't try to date no white women. My mom, she knew because she seen in the 30s they'll lynch a black and leave him up there on that pole to ride. Nobody better not take him. I used to give an example, and they killed one of my uncles. I don't want to spare off too much. I mean, in 1930s by his own wife. up there in Brooks, Quitman. No, it was, I think it's Cherry Lake, yeah.
Is Quitman just north of Cherry Lake?
Yeah,
Okay.
right across the line, yeah.
Okay. All right. So about the time that we were working in that field in Hamilton County, that was about the time your parents split up, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly right, exactly right.
All right. Now, did your father have any other kids with a different wife, or did your mother have any kids with a different husband, or not?
Well, that was it, because she had Cleo for his daddy. His daddy got killed on the bridge, and then my daddy, baby by that woman that was mixed like him, that baby died, so he didn't have any more children. He wasn't no straight runner. He was a pretty straight guy.
Okay. And did he work for the city of Madison most of his life, or who?
Yeah, about 35 years, but you know,
Okay.
in breaks in between, he'll maybe go out and do some tobacco if he get vacation.
When did your father die?
1973, I'll never forget, October 20th,
Okay. And when did your mother die?
1998.
Okay. And they're both still living in Madison when they died?
Right,
You said 98?
right, 98.
Okay. All right. Now, Monroe, I'm going to ask you just to remember what you can, because you know you're much better with dates than I am. I don't remember much from my elementary school days, but from that summer that we worked in that field together till the end of the 70s, I mean, the end of the 60s, tell me what kind of jobs you had, and also, if you can, tell me about school. Now, I think you missed 1 or 2 years. They held you back, correct?
Right.
Tell me a little bit about the jobs, and then let's go over to the schools. And I guess they were segregated to what, 68 or 69, something like that?
69, 70 was the first year I entered in, but in 65, 66, you can go to white school if you got enough nerve, because you know when they gave us the right to come over there, if you're smart enough to think you want to go over there, you know the white kids we worked in the back of, a lot of them would say, if y'all ends come over here, it'd be blood in the streets. If y'all come across US 90, that way you had to cross 90 to get to there. But if you're brave enough to go, you can go to white school, and a few blacks trickle over there then. But 70, Nixon say, it's no more, it's black school, middle school, it's just elementary, you know. He desegregated. It's 1970, my first year entering in.
So, Monroe, did you? You might not have known it, or maybe you did, but did anything happen? And so I'm over in Suwannee County, and in Suwannee County, I saw a lot of changes. So they filled the swim. I don't know if they probably didn't have a public swimming pool in Madison. I don't guess. Did they? Did they have a swimming pool there?
Yeah, they had one at first.
So what happened when they had to integrate the public facilities? Did they let blacks and whites go in together?
Yeah, they let them went in for a while. They had a little white pool down by the road track. They let them went in for a while, but then somehow they figured they let that thing phase out, they just said, and they finally fill it in. Yeah, saying they didn't too much go for that.
What about?
But they built a black one. They built a black pool.
But anybody could go to it. They just didn't. I mean, they couldn't keep a white person out of the black pool or a black person out of the white pool, but just encourage you not to do it.
Yeah.
Now, I remember in Live Oak there was a theater called the Alomar Theater, and during the summers, I didn't have any school to go to, and of course I wasn't working the way you were up until that summer in the field. And I remember, did they have a movie theater in Madison?
Yes.
Okay.
Woodard.
Now, where was it, on 90?
Right by the courthouse, matter of fact.
Okay.
Adjacent Picnic Street, where I got religion and converted, where the jail was at the same street, run right by the courthouse. The movie was on the south side, and the post office right on the east side. So you got the east side post office, U.S. Post Office, and right there on the west of it, right across the street is Woodard Theater, which is upstairs. And they would make the blacks go upstairs and the whites be downstairs.
That's what I was going to ask you, because when I go to, I remember it was 10, I think it was 25 cents is what it would cost to go in the theater. And you could, they didn't stop you from getting a Coke or a Fanta or whatever it was you get one of those for 5 or 10 cents and go in. And I remember I thought that it was much better upstairs. I thought it was a better place to go. And I tried to go upstairs to the Alomar, and no, you can't do
You
it.
remember that?
But
Yeah.
what did you think? Did you think it was better to be upstairs or down?
Well, better you had a better view, but see what happened is too. And I used to say that. I said, why they put the blacks up here? They said, a black no. If you throw something down on white folk, they're going to come in and beat him and drag him out of him. But if white get up here, they're going to throw all kind of stuff on the blacks down there. So that's the psychology.
That might make sense. But didn't it seem to you it's better to be up there?
You get a better view later.
That's where I was.
You get a better view. But you don't have to throw nothing down there.
Yeah, and sometime after that, the Alomar and Live Oak burned down. I don't know if that had anything to do with integration or not. When did the theater in Madison? It's not still there, obviously. It's gone.
Well, the building is there, but they got the tax collector's office and everything in there.
Okay.
Same building.
All right. Did you remember anything else? So you didn't, when you had the opportunity to go to a white school, you didn't do it, right?
Right, not on my own.
Okay. So why not?
I was kind of like a big time leader, because I was the only artist out there could draw every part of the body for the science teachers and all like that.
When did you start doing stuff in school about drawing? When did you learn that you had that talent?
Or I was doing that in 3rd and 4th grade. Cause you remember when I skipped school, you remember I told you that with Nancy Bone in 1960, I was already drawing in. Senorita Bellamy, she would have drawing contests like every season, Thanksgiving, the turkeys, and everyone could do the best drawing, win the prize, pies and whatever. So I was drawing back then.
Well, did you have any teaching, or just teach yourself how to do it?
Oh, I did my first drawing in 5 years old. I was in 1st grade, Miss Marie Campbell class. I sat to the front of the class, and so one day, that little stenograph where you make copies on the blue forms and all, her daughters come in, Grace and Juanita, their mom was teacher, and they showed her, they discussed, so when they left, they threw it in the garbage. So right where the garbage at, you got the pencil sharpener, all the ashes and stuff that falls out, the graphite falls into the trash can, so it don't get on the floor. So I go there to the pencil sharpener to sharpen my pencil, I see this dog stencil down there, so I get it out the garbage and take it back and trace it. So I went and showed the teacher the tracing. She said, "Oh, Monroe, that's good." So she's a pretty black lady, so I was impressed that I impressed a black lady, pretty as this woman is. So that's all I wanted to do then was draw in, impressed.
Did you ever get any training, or just before you got to be in, before you got to be?
I just had it naturally.
You just did it yourself?
Right.
Okay. And for the rest of the '60s, do you remember? And you might or might not. When I would go to the theater on Saturday, I would walk through a laundromat in Live Oak. We lived on Hamilton Street. I walked through the laundromat to get a Coke or a Fanta, and I saw above the washing machines, it said "White patrons only." And I remember going back and asking I thought patrons, because I just learned, it's like an apron. You can only put an apron in the washing machine because it'll get. I didn't know what that meant, and then my grandmother told me that's she didn't like it, but that's. Do they have signs like that in Madison, or where did you see signs like that?
It was vividly in at the courthouse. The black folks wasn't allowed upstairs to use the bathroom upstairs. They always say crap run down here, but you was allowed to use the bathroom downstairs. You go down and go up under there to use it. That's where all the blacks went. And then they have a sign with a black hand say, "Colored." Colored. That's black. Yeah. Colored only.
And any other business?
White only.
Any other businesses? You just knew. I guess you just knew what you could go into and what you couldn't. Nobody told you. They didn't have signs.
And then Chuck Wagon, that's another they ain't allow blacks in, and they had to desegregate it. I remember they said it was going down. They said we integrated Chuck Wagon, and we going and sit in at the counter to make them serve us. So they had a couple of sit-ins down there. So they finally it's closed down rather than let the blacks come in there. That's called the Chuck Wagon.
Now that big mansion on 90 with all the Greek columns, the Goza, I think it's called. Was that run down back then, or was there anything in that mansion I'm talking about?
Yeah. It was a Smith Ball. It was a Confederate hospital during the Civil War. It was a Smith and Warlock mansion in the old days, but it was it was there.
Was it just a private home, or what was it?
It was flowing between different owners at the time,
But it wasn't a business. It was just okay.
Right.
All right. When did they build North Florida Junior College in Madison?
I think it'll be about 1955.
Okay, so by the time we're going to jump ahead in a little while to that, but before you went there, it'd been there for a long time.
Right.
Do you remember when that was integrated?
I guess it probably about the same time as the schools. Yeah. Okay. Because you remember I told you about they had the Swanee River College over there, which was for the blacks to go. So they allowed no blacks older enough for the college. Yeah. Yeah, about the same time. Late 60s, right at 70.
Okay. So do you have any other businesses where you said it wasn't until the 70 or thereafter when you started hiring other people to work for you? What else did you do besides working in the fields, driving mules? What else did you do till about 1970? What kind of jobs did you have?
Oh, you remember I told you about my stepdad at the Moonlight Cafe, which was a joke where they sold hamburgers and beer.
That was it was basically a black-owned business?
Right.
Okay.
My stepdad and my mom, yeah. So he said, Tom, I got a new stock of candy. This is 1967. So I got a new stock of candy coming in. So I'm going to clean my candy jars out, what I have in here now. And you could get this old candy and take it to school, start your little business. Like I said, I was already doing the coon highs and stuff like that, picking up cans. So he gave me that candy. So I went to school with it, selling it for 5 cents a piece, and I was a hit, man. Matter of fact, I remember vividly, this girl got me that Caribbean Haynes. She's a kind of cute little black girl. She said she had no time for me before I became a business owner. And when I started selling them fives, Monroe, I was kind of little sharp little kid. I say, well, I tell you what, if I wasn't nothing to you before I became a businessman, I'm nothing to you now. Don't give me any recipe.
What kind of things did you sell?
Cookies, candy, like squirrel nuts, Mary Jane, loose candy. And like I said, my stepdad got a new crop. He gave me all the candy, so I was selling at a reduced rate. And then after I sold all of that, I went back and started buying moon pies, 39 cents a box, 12 in a box, and you sell them for 5 cents.
Chocolate or banana?
Oh, I get a flavor. I got different flavors. I get chocolate, vanilla. I got an assortment for them. Yeah.
How many came in a box? 12?
12. Okay. Yeah. So I would go get me at least 2 big grocery bags full. You know, they had no plastic bags, and you had these brown grocery bags. So I would get up 40 in the morning, sometimes 4 Celsius. That was the store back then. Pantry pride open up, and I get my pies and get back to school by the time the buses come during it, because a certain part of the morning before the class start, you can do what you want to do, sell your cookies and your candy. So I built up from there.
How much did you sell one moon pie for?
A nickel. Okay. 5 times 12, 6. So I would get 60 cents for 39 cents, which 20 cents.
So about 3 cents a moon pie, you'd sell them for 5 cents, something like that.
Yeah. Just think, you know, if I'm paying 39 cents a box for them, I'm making 60 cents. So what I'm making, 21 cent profit. Yeah, almost double. Yeah, so that was pretty good to me, you know. And one day, I remember vividly, I went and got me like about 8, 9, 10 boxes of pies and put them on the shelf in the classroom, right? On the little shelf back in the back. I'm in class. All of a sudden, these big guys, Leroy Holmes, and football player, they put a coat over my head, just hold me there. I don't know what was going on. And I come out from under the coat, then I took all my pies, all the boxes. So I go to the bathroom, and I ate all of them, stuffed them, and just put the wrappers in the garbage.
Well, just because you didn't want them to get them, you wanted to,
No, I had them to sell, but they took all of them from me.
Oh, who ate them in the bathroom?
The football players.
Oh, they did, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you were going to a school that had football team? You weren't in elementary, you were already in high school?
No, you remember Madison County Training School was everything, from first grade to senior.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes guys be down 4 or 5 years, they got them playing football, they still keep them in 7th grade, right along with the kids.
That's still a segregated black school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know that. Did the black teams play the black teams? You didn't play?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you go to different, In Perry, that was bad. They'll break the windows, like when you win a game in Perry, they'll break the windows at your bus, throw rocks, all kind of stuff.
Did you ever play on any of those teams?
No, I was always an artist. I didn't believe in getting banged up.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that was one business. And it's only your impression, Monroe, but it sounds to me like you're kind of a go-getter. Were other kids your age doing the business stuff, or you kind of had it all?
No, I was the one. Cause I remember one guy, now they think they got white and they bloodline too on the Jewish side, Jonas. And they got children by my sister, one of them, and I got a kid by one of his cousins. But I remember Tommy Jones, which is this boy got baby by my sister's little younger brother. He said, Monroe, let me get a pie. Let me credit a pie from you. I said, well, Tom, I'll let you have it. When you going to be able to pay me? He kept thinking when he's going to pay me. So I said, well, I can't let you have it. And 50 years later, now he holding that against me. He say he never forgave me. Now I admonished him about it. I said, bro, you should be mad at me, man, about 50 years ago, man. I say, you couldn't tell me how you was going to pay for the pie. He said, yeah, I remember. Now he's up, now he got his little fancy business, now he just, I'm above Monroe, I got my business now. But I never did try to be big. My mama, that's one thing I love about my mom, and that makes me the person I am now. She never believed in this pride stuff. I'm better than them because I got this, I got that. I remember one time, vivid, I remember this, my mom had a little stuffed tiger tail on a mirror, right? And the girl she raised, that Sally Mae, I threw out her half-white sister-in-law, and my mama took her in. She said, I got these kids here working in the back. If you work when they work, you stay here like you one of mine. So as soon as she would pull up, she got married or either was getting married. She got her coon tiger tail on her mirror, her 58 Ford. I never forget it. I went to my mom. I went down there. I said, Mother, that we call her Mother Dear, but I said, Mother. I said, well, Jenny was copying off of us. She got her. She said, shut that up, Tommy. And I never forget that to the day. I looked at her. What I did wrong? She said, she got what her money afforded her. Don't you never let me hear you so proud that you think you up above somebody else. And that with me to the day. And that's why I treat everybody like I want to be treated. You know, we all God's children. We're going to be dead one day. And that's me, the person I am today. And that's why I'm going to get over all this foolishness people do, like the stuff about my dogs, and we'll talk about it later on. People just mean, you know, and we all got to die. But people don't get that.
Monroe, that's what you learned from your mom, but you told me a number of times that your dad taught you some other things too. What did you learn from him?
Oh, he know it, no, say it, no say, live and let live. And I use all that. Because know it, no, when they put me in jail that time with that marijuana, I didn't do it. I hadn't did anything, but I had money in the bank then. That other boy sold our weed to undercover agent, J.J. Miller, narcotic investigator from Gainesville, Florida. Instead, he came up there with his informants. And so when they come at me, they want me, they say, Bobby Cherry and Walmart, blah, 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 blah. I said,
I'm going to get to this. I'm going to get to that time when you got arrested. I'm going to get to that. But but you're telling me that your father told you, don't tell on people, is what you're saying, right?
That's don't go running your mouth all the time. Even though you might know something, you could get killed. It could get you killed. So if you don't know, you don't know. That's all they can get out of it.
He also gave you some advice, I think you've told me, about how white people and black people get along. What were some of those things that he told you?
Oh, well, like I said, his thing was this right here. Believe in God, but treat your fellow man like you want to be treated. We all God's children. But then, like he also told me about those pimps, those informer blacks that just don't mean to do right no kind of way. They'll do all this dirt. That means stuff they could do illegal. And as long as that white man who over them or directing them, applauding them because they doing some of that dirt for him, they'll cover for him, that person who's doing that there. But in the end, Daddy told me how all that's going to fail. But you see, you're doing the right thing. You just keep doing the right thing. Those answer your question, but that's what he taught.
No, that does. There came a time, well, before we get to when they integrated the schools, you got held back twice, right?
Right.
What grades did you get held back in?
Oh, fourth grade, I was in Miss Williams' room. I was doing great in school, but I was a class clown. I would make people laugh. I enjoyed it. I thought I wanted to be a comedian, I guess. I make them laugh, and I sat to the back of the class, and that's the right row, back of the class, and I had my little milk carton, and they got some cheese cookies called golden cheese cookies, and I had my little milk carton cut out from a little tray, so I would get my golden cheese and soak them in that milk. They just gave me a great little flavor. As soon as it get sour, I could chew it. I guess I ain't like the crunch, and I would chase it with milk. That was my little snack. And I remember vividly, God bless the day, you hear that, A.C. Davis, he was kind of mixed guy, red, and he would come in, he was about several years older than me, and that joker made one of these cone shooters out of a clothespin with a rubber band, and it got some pretty good force to it. And he come behind me, he's putting his book, he shot me right in my head. That was the most painful thing I can hear. And then he would do things like, he'd get around these people in the school. Y'all, I come to punch your house. And
Punches your
that's
father.
my daddy. All of them was beating Punchy. That Punchy hanging up in a tree, stuff like that. I couldn't beat him, and but he did. Now he suffered a lot. I said to myself, I don't know, he suffered because of the way he did because I couldn't beat him. So I'm a bully. You can't do nothing with him. You just have to let
So
go.
does that have something to do with you being held back in school?
When I was being the class clown in school, you remember the fourth grade,
Right.
and that's cat come in there. That's the same cat I'm telling you about.
Okay.
But I was a class clown. That's what really held me back.
Okay.
So
you must have been held back before that summer we were working in the fields in Hamilton County.
yeah, cause that was fourth grade. I'd be at 8 then. Yeah, that was 4. I met you there. Yeah, I was already at flunk 4.
And then when you were held back again, what grade was that?
Okay, now it was several years later. When I got in 7th grade, you got them change classes. Then you got 6 different teachers. You got a homeroom teacher. You got math teacher, health teacher, physical education, PE teacher, all them. And I just couldn't. I just had to skip some of them classes. I ain't gonna go to some. Then I was smoking cigarettes back then, and I smoked in Winston.
When did you start smoking? How old were you?
About 65, about 12, 13. About the same time. That's the year I flunked.
How much did a pack of cigarettes cost back then?
When I quit, it was 35 cents a pack. Only.
When did you quit?
1965, 65.
You quit when you were 10 years old, 11 years old.
You remember 65? I'm going on 12, something like that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
67, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I didn't like when my breast smelled in the morning, man. I just didn't like that.
Just
Getting up.
curious, how many packs did you smoke?
Well, I never smoked the whole pack. That's the catch too. I was like doing what they do. I keep them in the front pocket, and they black guys call them squares. Hey man, give me a square, and I just give it up. And I been I gave a whole pack away before I smoke, and that's what was going on too. Yeah, and I said, man, you giving away more than you're smoking, man. Because some people they don't bomb, they give me a square, man, give me a square.
They didn't let you smoke in school, did they?
Oh, you sit in the bathroom and do it.
If they caught you, would you get in trouble, or was it okay?
Yeah, you didn't smell it on you. They didn't play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you were just being a clown again in 7th grade, or what made you get held back that time?
Remember I told you I was skipping classes.
I
would leave the school and go run with the big boys, drink beer with them or whatever, Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I always like to be around the crowd. I just want to stand around and see what's going on. Because I figured I didn't need to go to school. I knew everything already. I never take no books home, never do no homework. I just pick up what the teacher said in class because I was pretty sharp,
When did you stop going to church? When your parents split up, or before then?
Stop going or start going?
Stop going. You said you went to AME church when you were younger.
Well, I stay with AME now. I'm an AME minister.
Well, I
now.
understand. So you never stopped?
Never stopped. No.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But I mean, when you're going along and get up and going to college, you do more partying than going to church sometimes. To God stop you. That's what happened to me.
But so you're still going with your family to church during this whole time?
Yeah, going by myself. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now where was that AME church in Madison?
Rocky Ford Road, right north of Madison, heading towards Pineda. It's between Pineda and Cherry Lake Road. It's called Rocky Ford Road, which is about 8 miles out. You remember preaching the 9 miles? Yeah, 8-9 miles out.
Did you have to walk, or how did you get there?
Oh, we would catch rides. We kind of required before move from the turpentine still. Some people drive and take you out, and you catch loads of people to go to church. Yeah.
I want to jump back for just a minute. You mentioned that after 4 years or so after you were born, you moved from the turpentine still. Why were you there? Was your father working at the turpentine still, or why were you living?
The turpentine still is an economical subdivision. Rent was $3 a week.
Okay, you weren't working in turpentine. That's just where you lived.
Some people stayed around the year ever. They worked in turpentine. Picking up tongue. They had different loans. They come with that $3 a week for the rent.
So, but your father wasn't working in turpentine or tongue oil.
No, he's city. He go to work city.
Did you all ever? I guess Madison had lots of pecans and lots of peaches. Did you ever do anything with those?
Yeah, my mom. She after she stopped working in tobacco, she started contracting to peaches because she's always got that field boss capacity. To get people to do things. Yes, she worked in peaches, everything, peaches.
Well, at some point, and I don't want to jump ahead too far, but when did you get your first automobile?
1972.
Okay, so let's go back a little bit. So what year did they integrate the schools again?
70.
So
Full integration, 1970, Nixon.
Well, in Gainesville, they integrated schools in January of 70, they had to do it right away. Was it mid-year there, or was it in the beginning of the school year?
At the end of the school year of 1970, that'll be getting into June, but this time of the year, we met up at the Swanee River old administration building at the college, which was a high school then. But like I say, Shorty Robertson, my distant cousin, who knows my cousin, he said, Lee, he talked like a geechee. Next year, we're going to all the white school. Said, I'm in brick and block. Said, you ought to get in that. When it rains, we go to this pool room, because you can't lay brick and block in the rain.
So hold on for a second. He was telling you to go to vocational school instead of school, or
no? You got a choice to go to college for half a day, in the Voc Tech school, and high school half a day.
Okay, so he was trying to
dual
encourage
enrollment.
He was trying to encourage you to go part of the day at the college and part of the day at the.
I was already at the high school already. He would let me know to get in that class.
But you were at the black high school in the spring of 70.
Yeah, it's going over now when the year start over. So we got to fill out paperwork for the coming year.
So why was it that you didn't do that before? Was it something about integration that made you want to be away from there?
Well, you remember, like I told you, the white kids already said, if you come over here, your ends, it's going to be blood in the streets. Mm-hmm. That's back in about 65, 66, when they first was able to do it. You could go over there if you got enough nerve. So about 4 or 5 blacks went over. Like my cousin Ross, she was very smart. I don't know if she dead now, but she had, mathematics brains out this world. She always A+ student. She was going over there. That's, before Nixon mandatorized it, yeah. So about 3 or 4 years, you would volunteer. From about 67 to 70, you volunteer.
Well, what I'm getting at is in the fall of 70, you were going to be going to integrated schools.
Yeah.
Your friend was saying, let's go over to college for half of the time. What would you be studying?
He was already going over there to brick and block already.
He was.
So he was encouraging me to take that course with him for that half a day.
Now, half a day, you wouldn't have to worry about being harassed, but what about the other half of the day? What about the other half when you're at the school?
Being harassed?
Yeah, but you said the white folks would.
Oh, they had told, they told us that before. They mandatorized it. That means if y'all ends come over here, you'd be blood in the street.
So they treated you fine after 70?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So why was he asking you to go over to the college? Just because he thought it was less work?
Yeah, the pool room fact, that when it rains, you go to the pool room, you can shoot pool.
Okay, and you couldn't do that at school. They'd be watching over you at the high school.
Yeah, you couldn't go now. You'd be at school all day.
Okay,
yeah.
So in the fall of 70, you did that, dual enrollment.
Right.
Okay, so so you started out in the block masonry stuff.
Right.
And this is North Florida Junior College.
Right.
And how long were you in that program?
About a couple of months in, I was like I said, a small kid, and remember the watermelon work we had did. And I saw those blocks, and I said, this is going to be making a living the rest of my life. Got to handle these here, I'm thinking. And I already could draw, right? So I went to Mr. Miley, the white guy, the instructor, and I said, Mr. Miley, he's from Mississippi.
He was a teacher at North Florida?
I'm a masonry teacher.
At North Florida?
Masonry,
okay.
right. Mm-hmm.
All right.
The masonry class.
So he must have seen you didn't like the work because he told you.
No, I go to him. I went to him and asked him, could I draw for him? I could draw blueprints. I already drew my mama's house at 6 to 8. 2 years before, right? Helped my stepdad to draw it. This is the house she built in 1968. So I'm telling him that I would love to draw for him. And he telling me now, he said, well, Mr. Lee, if you could draw, you should be in drafting. I said, drafting? I don't want to learn to go in the Army. I didn't draft it. He said, Mr. Lee, it's 2 drafting. It's a drafting in the Army, it's a drafting drawing, drafting, blueprint. I said, okay. He said, well, come go with me. So he went upstairs, Mr. Swain. He said, I got Lee here. He said he wanted to draw for me. And I told him he could draw. He ought to be in drafting, but he think that's going in the Army. I told him it's drawing. And Mr. Swain, he's from, you got to put me in mind him, he's a little smaller man than you, though. He's from South Carolina, believe it or not. He looked at me, he said, what grade he in? I said, I'm in 10th, but I'm supposed to be in 12. I flunked 4th and 7th. I'm old enough. He said, but now you got to be 10th grade, 11th. Now, 11th or 12th are either in college already at the college here. And like Mr. Miley gave him a wink. I said, a Mason wink or something. He said, give him a chance. He said, okay, we're trying for a grade period. So I was in there, Mr. Swain teaching me how to do radius and arcs. And I'm still going to freehand, but he was smart, he's a sharp man. He got a red pencil. And then when you do wrong, he catch that, it's not lining up, or you freehand, and he could catch it every time, no matter how pretty it looked.
So you're trying to freehand because it was quicker than using the instrument.
Yeah, that's what I was used to. That's what I could make it look pretty. And I used almost straight edge like he told me, but just some of them would do wrong. But I mean, that's bad habits. So he would catch me every time. So I made a D, the first grade period. Now, boy, look at him, I'm about to cry. I'm mad. And when the spirit come to me, I know it's God. He say, "Now, that's your fault. You're not doing what the man tell you to do. How you expect to get a good grade?" And then some say, "You're going to be a quitter, you're going to be a winner." So the next grading period, I ended up with a B. And then I made myself an A. And then Mr. Swain, the end of the year, he said, "Lee, I want to talk to you in the student center." That's in North Florida College. So we go over there and we're looking over at the water. And he said, "Now you're going to make a fine draftman." That's what he taught. He said, "But now, you come back next year, 11th grade year, and do your last year of college, what you going to do your senior year?" I said, "Go back to high school full time." He said, No. He said, "I highly recommend." That's what he taught me. Mr. Charles Swain. He said, "I recommend that you go back to high school full time and get you some algebra, math, strengthen your math, because you're going to need it in coming days. You want to be an architect in your life, you want to be." I said, "Okay, I'll do that." So I went back to high school full time my 11th grade year. And in June 1972, or maybe about this time of year, I got through building on State 10 to Jacksonville, and we moved online to Leesburg, Lake City, to start bringing 75 in. And we got to Leesburg.
Now, hold on for a second. You finished your 11th grade year, but that's as far as you went in high school.
Well, remember, I went back to high school to finish my 11th grade year, but Miss Catron, a German teacher, I was doing good. I'd make A's, but then she had going to other lessons, which that's what you do in algebra. But some kind of way, I fell out with her, and I quit school.
Did you quit during the spring of '72, or when did you quit?
Yeah, like getting out of the spring, getting out of the winter, going over into it about March seemed like.
And that's when you started working on which interstate?
Well, at first I started working on Osmos Wood Treatment Company. You remember that?
Right.
You remember I told you about Osmos?
Right. Where was that?
In Madison County, all the light poles in Madison County.
Were you doing that while you were in school, or you quit?
Well, I quit school and got that job.
Okay, you're working for Osmos, and that's treating telephone poles, right?
Dig 18 inches in the ground. If it's rotten, you put a tag on it to get it out and get a new pole.
Okay.
But if it's good, you put this goop around it, which is asphalt.
What kind of money were you making doing that?
Seemed like it might have been about $275 hours back then.
And full time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you went to Leesburg. I missed that. How did you end up going to Leesburg?
Yeah, I was getting to that. What happened is, as I told you, I was doing an Osmos Wood Treating Company, and my hands got so cold that Saturday. You remember when I told you about this white guy named Gary? He's from New York, or he was my crew chief, and we'd take a half a bucket of this goop through the woods, because you can take the whole 5 gallons. That's a lot to tote. So my hands got so cold I couldn't feel my hands on my feet, and God started talking. I know it was the Spirit. He said, "Now, see what you're gonna be facing the rest of your life. You thought you quitting school." I thought about all that, and the Spirit, another Spirit told me, "Well, go to Delray, go to Miami where it's warm. Like, you want to never about working in the cold." And
Was Collins living in Delray already?
yeah.
Okay.
And something say, "Well, you could beat the heat, but you still gonna be under somebody's thumb. You ain't no education." So I told Gary, I said, "Gary, I'm cold, man." I say, I can't do it, man. He said, "Well, you knock off Mr. Lee, you quit. You have to walk out these woods." Man, that's when I thought about murder. Yeah, and I think I might have, but he looked at me and he started looking at me. I said, "You brought me out in these woods. You gonna take me out of here." So he said, "I take it to the store. You can hitchhike on back into town." He took me to Cherry Lake General Store. I went on back, and how it happened then. A few weeks later
Remind me, Monroes, Cherry Lake north of Pineda or south or?
You remember Cherry Lake is on the
Other side?
Quitman side.
Okay, got
And
it.
then
Okay.
Pineda is on the Valdosta side.
All right, okay.
Valdosta Road, you got me?
Yep.
And Rocky Ford is in the middle.
Okay.
In the middle of the road, heading off. All right. So you see what now happened now? Okay, I told you about where I was. Pineda, okay, and I covered about the school, okay, but My hands got cold. He wouldn't take me, and I went back into town. So now I'm at the Hill store now, a few months, a week later on. So this guy come up, Joe Bohan, I never forget, a white guy, blonde. Hey, we need a few men out here working on Interstate 10. And it's right by the waterfall where he was working for Piltman, the county commissioner, 30 years before, and he said it's going to be interstate put through him, right where we was at. And I say, yeah. I say, I'll work, because it's getting a little warmer now. So I go out there and start building the cover from the waterfall where we used to work in tobacco at, stringing tobacco on the oak tree. And I built the first cover there, a big man cover. That's where the water go from one side of the road to the other.
Well, how did you do it? Just shovels, or what did you use to?
No, what we have, we got a drag line. The same guy, Joe, who come and got me, the white guy, he drag line Joe. You go out there and you dam up where the stream running already, because you're gonna run a road there. You dam it up on both sides, okay? And then what you do, you go in and dig at the proper elevation for the water flow. It's engineering.
With a bulldozer, or what are you?
Drag line.
Okay,
drag line.
Describe the drag line.
Drag line's got a big cave on it. It's got a big bucket scoop. So it scoops dirt out and you can fill in the bank.
Were you operating that?
No, Joe was doing that.
What were you doing?
What I was doing, I was the engineer, dog man, labor man. That's what I do. I go in and set up the forms. You got steel forms. Mr. J. Hill. All these guys work for J. Hill, JD. It's amazing. It's JD J's that I work for, and helped me in my life. So anyway, I would go and get the forms and set them up. Then you get the steel with a big truck loaded off, and you cut the steel and bring it down there.
How would you cut the steel?
You got a power saw. It's like
saw can cut steel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you put a right blade on it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
So you cut it, and then you bend it, and then you got these dogs. It's a pin. Mr. J. Hill, he started, the old man, that's Joe's dad. I'm working for the son now. But his daddy started like in the 30s, I guess, during World War IV, World War II, between World War II and World War I. Working for the state contractor. And that pin, you put it down with the hammer to lock that form in place. So the form will go up like this, then you build another one. You got an inside wall and outside wall. So in between, you got the steel laying, and the number 9 half-inch steel, and you get that mud at a certain, the truck coming, you pump it in there like a liquid form of mud, and then you let it get hard, then you go back in and you wreck it. And that's the trick. When you go and wreck it, it could be that rain, and you let that water through, and you go in there to wreck it, that moccasin under there, he got little eyes, you could see him. And some of them moccasins pretty mean, they'll fight you. But that's what my job was. Mm-hmm.
Were you making more money than at Osmos?
Yeah, I make a little more, yeah.
So, Monroe, I got to tell you, I guess when you get to be 16 or 15, they pay you more money. But I remember working at S&S store when I was 13, and I was making either $1.35 or $1.60 an hour. How were you making $2.75? They just paid better, I guess.
When I was out there, you had a state contractor. But you was doing that at 17?
No, I was 13 at S&S food store over in Lake City. The S&S were all.
But you said, you saw a couple years later now, me now.
You remember? No, and then
72.
Yeah, but okay, you're right. I guess they raised the minimum wage.
Oh yeah, okay. They kept raising that. Okay.
Yeah, but I remember I got a job in 1970 or 71. I was making $1.60 an hour, so that's
and
fine.
And you hear this right here. Even after I did all this work for the government, serving all the volcanoes and all that, making all that big money, I was GS, then I was getting PD per diem. That's the whole, the check by itself for your expenses. I come out under my engineering training right here in Gainesville, I only make $3 an hour, and that made me want to quit when the guy didn't loan me that money after I worked for him 3 weeks. I was only making $3. He was paying me only $1.50 an hour, and the state paid $1.50, and that's what I was mad about too when I quit the program because.
So how much were you making working on I-75? I mean I-10.
I told you I was making about $2.70.
Well, you say you're making $2.75 at Osmos, but more there on.
Yeah. I might have been $2.25. Might have been $2.25.
Okay, all right, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's right. Estimated.
Okay. So how long did you work on I-10?
I worked on it for another year. You remember? Because that's what I'm leading out to now. I'm about to get put in jail.
Yeah, we're going to get to the jail part of it. but where's Leesburg come in?
After I built Interstate 10, you remember?
Okay, it was after the jail part you went.
Yeah, because I went back.
Okay.
I would go back.
So you'd already finished only 1 year at Madison at that point, right?
1 year at Madison College?
Yeah, college.
At 10th grade, yeah.
And finished the 11th grade.
Started
the 11th grade and quit. Okay. And so you're working there, And I want to get to the jail part because that's important. It's how you got involved in this whole system that's really changed your life. So we'll get to that. But anything, so a year, and you got as far as Jacksonville, working from all the way from Madison to Jacksonville?
Yeah, I built Interstate 10 from Jefferson County, which is Monticello.
Right.
Because I would go on the other side of Madison and bring it, the line on in from Jefferson County all the way to Jacksonville, Glen St. Mary.
Okay. So you got as far as Glen St. Mary.
Yeah. So then that was for as his contract went. JE.
I'm going to ask you a question, Monroe. There's something that they do here, and it's called memory studies. I think is a lot of what you're saying here. It's important how you see it now and how you saw it then. So I want to ask you a question. When you were going to Glen St. Mary, were you much of a historian then? Did you know what Glen St. Mary meant as far as the Battle of Olustee and how the troops were coming in, or did you find that out later?
Or when we was going through Henderson, which is kind of close to
Right.
Battle of Olustee, we was finding relics and different stuff, and you was hearing about this. Plus, like I said, I'm a historian already anyway. Who had
You already knew about the Battle of Olustee.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's what I want to get at.
Yeah.
So
And then I learned a little more as I started going in there because I got a couple of churches I was designing in that area too.
later, years later.
Yeah.
Okay, so back in we're talking about
72.
72, you knew a little bit about it, and you're finding artifacts, but you really hadn't studied up on it much. Is that
all the way? You're right. We don't want you because of the history. So we're going through this historic place in Olustee.
Okay, and so what about that job before we get to it? We talked about this before about the when you got arrested, and I want to get to that. But is that what made you stop working on the interstate? Did you get to Sandersonville and that's as far as you were going to go, or Glen St. Mary, or did the criminal thing interfere with it? What made you stop working?
Well, as I said, the Glen St. Mary was the end of the contract that he had for doing 10. But then he had another one to go to the Georgia line and do it 75 all the way into Miami too.
Okay. And they were telling you could work for that contractor to start up there. You were planning on doing it.
Well, like I said, he was the same
I understand.
country J Hill. Yeah, but we back there now started 75.
So you already, before you got in trouble with the law, you started on I-75.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Yeah, because that's what happened. As I said, and that was so extraordinary about it. When I got down to Leesburg, I was with this bridge master, they call him. You know, that means when they pour the bridge, the concrete, you got little bubbles in there. When you take the forms down, it's a little air hole bubble. You can see, you know, it's not smooth. So our job, or his job was, when he trained me to go in and make it smooth and give a good inspection when the state guys come out there. That's when the guy get paid, when they give him the okay. So I'm running with him when we get to Leesburg. So we go in this restaurant.
How long did it take you to get from the Georgia line to Leesburg doing all that work?
Well, see, what happened is, you remember when we first started the Georgia line, I stayed in Lake City. You remember I told you that? Mm-hmm. And so we worked from Lake City, from the Georgia line all the way to so far past Lake City. And then you always estimate how much time you'll spend driving out to work, and you'll move on line. So we got so far down to close to Leesburg, other side of Gainesville, then we moved on. Because I did Gainesville from Lake City. You know.
How long did it take you, how many months of work before you got from the Georgia line to Gainesville?
We moving pretty good. I guess three, because that's what I'm getting to now. Listen at this. Because between January, February, knocking off from Osmos, and about March, getting in that Interstate 10, yes, I'm estimating now. And so by the time June comes, because that's where I'm about to get arrested, June, so I guess we moved pretty fast, about 90 days. Boy, we was moving pretty fast now that I look at it now. That's a lot of work. And I went out with Lewis Cook. That's where I was at when you asked me. The bridge master, the guy was older than me. He was a player every time.
When did they start, before you get into that, when did they start having you inspect for the bubbles? Was that on I-75 or?
I had to inspect for that.
The bubbles in the concrete.
Oh, that was me working with this Lewis Cook guy.
But that was on 75, not I-10. You weren't.
Yeah, I started being a specialist. Yeah, more with him. Yeah.
Now, at that point, you still weren't using your drone.
Now, every now and then he would get me still on 10 too to come with him. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But you're not using your drone. It's all essentially labor work.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right. But I have my business on the side.
Okay.
Already, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead.
So Lewis Cook and I went to this restaurant, and I'll never forget it. We ordered collard greens, cornbread, fried chicken.
Where was that restaurant?
Pine Street in Leesburg.
In Leesburg, okay.
Yeah. So this chick, per se, girlfriend, evidently she tried to poison him, and he switched place with me. I get the poison. So I'm dying in Leesburg. So I called my dad, the half white cat. I said, Daddy, I told him what kind of shape I was in. He said, "Old man, get on the bus and come home."
Before you go on, tell me why your dad called you old man.
I also tried to figure it out, but I say he saw I was gonna be an old man. He saw I was smart. You know, it's an amazing thing too. My stepdaddy, in the latter day, he's working with my dad in the city. He had no idea he was gonna marry my mom. He had no idea. He and my daddy was friends, as a matter of fact. And he said my dad would brag to him or would talk about his little son, the little black one called Monroe. Say, I can't let a hammer down nowhere. I think he'll be a carpenter or something. He always building something. He had no idea, engineer, architect. Whatever my stepdad said, my dad would be talking about me, how smart I was.
When did he start calling you old man?
Yeah.
When? How old were you when he started calling you that?
Well, it's as I can remember, because like I said, when he made that wine that time, and I stole his wine, I went in the loft and got some. So I guess it was just, I can remember about 7 years old, 6 years old man.
Okay.
But then, and that's what I think about too, because his granddaddy was blacker than me, for understand. Kevin Lee, he blacker than me, black as tar, because I asked about Mr. Haynes about it. He lived to get 117 years old, Mr. Haynes, so he knew my great-granddaddy real good, Kevin. I said, Mr. Haynes, what color was I said, was he black? He said, what you say? That's what he was trying. Black as midnight, Kevin Lee. Yeah, so anyway, Louis Cook switched place with me. So I'm dying down there. So I called Dad. He said, old man, come home. So I got on the trailway bus, crawled up on the trailway bus and made it home.
This is about May or June of 72?
Yeah, about June. It had to be like first part of June or last part of May for sure. And I made it home. And so he put home remedies on me. He was like a homemade doctor himself, home doctor himself. And he got me living the money, so he took me to Benitez. That was a Spanish doctor, and I had a larger neighbor when I was born. So Benitez.
Was there one doctor in Madison then, or was there more than
one?
one?
It was more than one. He was a surgeon though.
Okay.
Or some kind of, my dad had liked him.
Do they have a hospital in Madison then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The Confederate one you was talking about, them cars, it was the first one, and then they built the other one later on because it's Confederate hospital, in the Civil War. But anyway, okay, now where I'm at now, Benitez. And I got what the poison was. He tell my dad, and I had a hernia, I guess, from living in the big farms too, and having that large neighbor. So he went in and corrected that. Suppose I had a bandage on me. So at the same time, as I was saying, I got this bandage on me, and I'm sitting on the pool room shoe shine stand. And this
You're 18 years old?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I see this, well, let me back up a little bit. I had learned that my brother and sister did me so bad, the red ones, the lighter skinned ones, telling lies on my left. My mom went back to stay with my dad in the Turpentine Steer the last year or two before we moved from over there. So I had ran across the white kids had it in college, marijuana. So I had found out that when I smoked a little marijuana, that it made me forget about my troubles, my brothers and sisters. So I was smoking a little bit. So one day my brother Al came over. I didn't offer him any. I just told him, but I made him swear he wasn't going to tell. You get him to swear.
Monroe, how did people get marijuana back then? Just grow it? Or?
It's white students. Yeah, that's my first time seeing it. The white students had it.
They'd sold it to you?
No, Effie Biggs, he was at Biggs Funeral Home, Monopoly, son, grandson,
right.
Whatever. So he got caught with
That's a white funeral home?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're Italians too. They caught him with a cigar box full, and he spanked his hand, slapped his hand, because his mom and dad held that money, they paid him out, But here goes black guys, they said that the guys sold it to them because they 3 matchboxes. They used to have in a matchbox back in the old days. Like you get a box of match, you take all the matches out, you put the little marijuana in $5, So they come at me, they told me, say, live in possession, in this right here, tell us about these guys.
Yeah, this is in Madison.
Yeah.
It was an agent from Gainesville.
J.J. Miller, narcotic investigator, he got his pimps. So the pimps now he coming up to people still running the mall.
Was J.J. Miller white or black?
White, had to be white guy, seemed like, yeah.
Okay.
So he would bust people in like surrounding counties, and he'd take them same people like they always did and turn them on to other people's. You tell on him, you get some information on these boys in Madison.
So they would use him in a different county because no one
Exactly
knew
right.
no one knew who
Exactly
he was.
right.
Okay.
So they come in the county because they targeted certain blanks. You know, that's who you target him because we want to find what they're doing. So they come in town like, Foreman Brown is all right with me. Foreman Brown on so and so, Barbara Cherry, but these different people who they dead now, but that's what they was using their names like, you know, these people's all right, you know, let's get your guards down. But anyway, like I said, for weeks before that happened, my brother had come over, so.
Which brother?
Alton, the one look almost white, you know, who looked like more like my daddy. So I made him swear he wasn't gonna tell what I was gonna tell him, and he swore he wouldn't. And but when he left, something say, and we had a thing called slop jar. Slop jar is a little bucket with a lid on it. You use it at night, you know, when you can't get out of the house, it's raining, but you have the kid, the youngest kid, the one they don't like to take it out, you know. It's your time to take the slop jar and you wash it out, clean it out, put bleach in it, make it smell good, turn it upside down, let the sun out so it'll be fresh the next night they bring it in.
So you use that as a toilet or?
Yeah,
okay.
in the house, yeah.
Okay.
But when it get old, when it get a
Right.
hole in it, you're
Sure.
not gonna use it, you throw it away. So I would find those and use them as a pot, growing pot, because it got a hole in it. So I got my little plants growing in it. So I showed my brother what I had. And he swore he wasn't gonna tell. But that Monday, I'm laying up listening to Jimi Hendrix in the bed.
Now you're still recovering from your poisoning and your.
No, this is just before I got busted. Man.
Okay.
Yeah. And knock come on the door. I get up. There's my mom. She leading it. The black police, first black police on the force, then Pete Mobley, and the white police. And they run up in there. My mama. Tommy? That's my nickname. Boy, I say you got that dope growing in here. You got that dope growing in here. And they say they gonna search the house and look for it. And my mama said, how did dope look growing? And the white officer said, look like tomato plants. you see anything like tomato plants, that's it. But I had not moved it. They couldn't find nothing. So I ran off down in the woods because I'm mad now because they was at my dad's house disturbing me and I'm not bothering nobody. So Al and my brother Ricky, they young, they gonna run me down. They know they never saw me lost a fight. So I got in the woods, full enough in the woods, the police couldn't see, my mom couldn't see me. I turned around like a dog and started growling at them. They know I'm dangerous then. They took off running, they left me alone. I stayed in the woods long enough for them to leave. And the next week, one of them same guys who wanted to know about me, he wanted me to hold something for him. I said, no, I can't do that, man. So between that and that, my name got mixed up in the bunch. So when they come up there on that shoe shine stand where I was at in that car, the black police with that white
What do you mean shoe shine stand? What is
That's
that?
where you sit and get your shoes shine at.
So you were
Sitting up there at the pool room. You can sit up
okay,
and get your shoes
got
shine, but it's not operational. Now I'm just sitting there playing, as they say, chilling, as they call it.
Okay.
So police drove up, the same black police who come to my house a week or two before, and he got a heavy voice. I said, Monroe, I want to talk to you a minute. Said, I got on down and walked up there to him. I got hogs, one in the bank and everything, man. I said, yes, sir. He said, Monroe Lee on the 20th day of June, 1972, delivered 20 grams of marijuana, better known as cannabis sativa. Cannabis sativa, better known as marijuana. I said, what? Boy, I want to run, man, but that's probably like this when a person died, he won't leave the earth. And, I got the money in the bank, so I just realized I couldn't run. So I got in the car, they didn't handcuff me. Drove around to my daddy's.
Is this when you're home recovering from your?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I had a bandage on my stomach from the poisoning
Okay.
from Leesburg. So he put me in the car, went on around there. My daddy, he'd take these BCs, a good headache powder, and drink his little Sliss malt beer. That's his thing after work. He come out to the car, he leaned over in there. Oh, man. He said, I told you about them boys you hanging with, didn't I? I couldn't never hold my head. Now, he had done told me about that crew I was hanging with, them boys, there, the pimps and all that. So he said, go on with them now, see what I can do for you. So I went on to jail. Tommy Green was down there then with this. They put me on television. Everything looked like.
So did you know Tommy Green then? You just know who he was?
Remember, we moved to his daddy's house.
Oh, right. Okay.
You know,
Right.
out of 58, Terpentine still.
Okay.
He just covered the news, you know.
So did he own the newspaper, or did his dad own the newspaper?
He had not bought it in 63. You know, his dad just was a hustler. Bathroom break. We can get a bathroom
Good.
break.
Let's do that. Okay. Very good. So Monroe, I've noticed something that I've read in these court pleadings that you filed, and that you do something they used to do in the in the 19th century. That's on every page. You'll kind of at the top of the page, you'll put a summary of what was on the last page, so people will remember what they're.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that with you. Where we were when we took a break was you were talking about having been arrested and having been in jail, and that's where we are. We're starting there.
Right.
And having heard this story before, I also know that that was a crucial point in your life that put you on a road to good things that happened. So I'm going to start asking you where we left off, and you take it from there, and you say as much as you want about what happened, and then I'll fill in some things if you miss them. So you were put in jail by a Madison police officer, a black Madison police officer arrested you based on what an undercover agent from Gainesville worked out,
right.
correct?
And just to reflect a little bit, I also give you a preview, because I like to give you details so you can see the picture.
Okay.
I had been talked to a month or so before the arrest by the same black police officer. And what him per se, he has had a job to do is to get the arrest warrant served. The J.J. Miller, the white guy, was with him in the car. But he the one had to find me and locate me. I know where Monroe Lee hang out, I know who he is, I know his parents. That's the black police job, to get there and make contact with me. So now, like I said, they had talked to me, he and another police officer, prior to the arrest, because before the boys made contact with the narcotic informants, pimps, in 72, my mom already had come to me because she heard I was maybe drinking the dope. She didn't know the drinking marijuana, you know, it was smoking it, but they said drinking. They didn't know the elderly. So anyway, that's what I was saying. So they come and get me. So at the time I stopped, they was taking pictures of me as I got to the jail. So come to find out, 72, the Vietnam War was raging. Black guys getting killed. They sent them home in boxes. And that's why the Black Panthers was active, you know, being the brothers, being Black Panthers, and they was killing them off here and there. So you didn't want to be affiliated with no Black Panthers, you know, because this government, you gonna work for the government, you don't want no affiliation with the Black Panthers. And matter of fact, years later on, they asked me about that too. No. But anyway, when I get to the jail.
I'm going to interject one thing, just because I've heard this before. There are times when everybody does this, when you're remembering something, there are the facts, and then there's what you believe may have been going on. I'll just give you an example. You have told me, I think, that you thought that they were trying to get you to, not so much to put you in jail, but to get you to inform on somebody else. Now, those kinds of things, if you're saying something that you believe, but it's not something you saw or observed, if you can make a distinction that, you know, I was Monroe, I was arrested, this is what they did. Now, if you know for a fact, if someone said, we're trying to get you to give information on someone else, that's fine.
Yeah.
Anything you've got, say, but try to, for the people who are watching this, to know what you know for a fact and what you are kind of surmising.
Oh, well, see, this is what basically happened. I found all this out all now, because see, this is what I think is back to the providence again. Everything that's happened to me that I'm telling you about, it was all the work of Jesus Christ. Now, I mean, what I'm saying, he made everything come out to make me the person I am, because sometimes a young man be going down the road, it's destructive because he don't know it. Because what I'm saying, what my destruction was, I trusted everybody else. My dad used to be telling me, boy, old man, them boys you hanging with ain't no good. Their daddies was pimps. So I'm thinking because my daddy had white, that's why he don't like these guys that per se black guys, even though I'm his son, that black, dark. I just can't get that. And that's what make it so plain now, and stuff that I've seen now, the abuses. That's why my dad them was so adamant about get home on time, be home back, I give an account of you, but I'm on the streets all the time of night. Look, ain't no what's the thing that happened to him, but still this jail thing. So what I'm saying to you, your question, is this here. Due to the fact my dad and mom knew already what society was about, the 400, 500 years that we had been here already, knowing how the black man to roll over on you. He'll be your friend, but he'll tell everything you doing or saying because he's a pimp, informant all the time. So that's what they was telling me, but I don't want to believe this because these people here who they telling me are pimps, these are the black guys, I'm too good to them for them to do me like my dad and mama said they could do me. So my dad and mama had this wrong. Even about the white people who they telling me that some of these white people ain't gonna like you, boy, and you don't know who it is. In your face, they smiling, but they could be the same one, put that rope around your neck the next day. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what you heard all your life. So I just didn't think the white people could be that bad, and the black people's either, because I'm thinking, if I treat everybody right, I'm a man of God. I always thought I was a man of God. Read my Bible, if you treat them right, I ain't trying to do this to nobody's child, this, I just do it right, everybody gonna like me, but that's not true. So now, back to the question. So the way the system is set up, and it's every town, every providence, and that's what my job as a preacher to tell these people. It's a man, most of them be a white man, a European, no matter what country he's from, and there's some light-skinned black guys who they kids by the black woman. They gave them a business. Just say, for example, the Chestnuts. My lad bloodline like my dad, but my dad a different type of lad. My dad still had to work in the woods, pulpwood, logwoods, because that's what his African bloodline were. He didn't get it because he was yellow, a red man. They gave him some breaks, but he had to work. So now what Dad was telling me is somebody ain't gonna like you right up under you. So if you ain't in all the streets with all this stuff, with this weed, marijuana, some of them boys gonna be pimps because their parents was pimps. And when the police catch them, that's the catch, that's the question, they gonna let them go because they pimps from way back. And the white man, remember, he helped them did some dirt way back. That same boy, granddaddy. So he gonna be light on him, like the other boy, Farmer Brown. Vietnam veteran era. They told him to leave town, go to Sebron. He died in Sebron. They just turned him out of jail so he don't come back to Madison to stay. Because he was from that bloodline. But he supposed to have been an all right dude. Now, and that's the way it goes. So my mom and them being aware of all that was trying to shield me from that. So now, I'm in jail, 1972. Tommy Green, I took my picture, I'm on the news. Black youth arrested in Madison for the sale of drugs, dope. Well, not marijuana, but the white guys, Alfie Biggs, had been put in jail with a cigar box full. His parents owned Big Funeral Home. He walked. But here the black boys got a matchbox, and that would make the law so sparingly now. The same law, 800, where they prosecute me right now, in a city called Gainesville, Alachua. This same law, it's like every other law. Believe me, audience, every law that's in place is going to affect the poor and the minorities way beyond any other race and factor, and that's the way society is built up. The white man, they say, that means the European per se as a whole, even though it's good Europeans. I know this. My granddad was one. They want to do right, but it's that other crowd over there, and that's what makes this thing so deadly, and I pray for the peoples on it. They put fear in this little crowd over here. We got to stop the black man. We got to stop the Spanish. They gonna take over. It's gonna be less of us over here. But all that's to get your money. All that's to use you. And these people, and then they turn right around, make us savage them. They got something to sell you, or they got this product to sell you. That's what it's all is. It's all about marketing. But some people don't get that. They gonna hate this. And now look at me. Sorry, you can bring me back if you need to. I'm still in jail. But the point is this right here. It's people's out here to use and abuse you. They the big man setting up here, like the moonshine days. Stepdaddy moonshining. The big man, like the sheriff, no into it, getting his cut, but his deputies beating the man in the head, putting him in jail every chance they get. The black man gonna suffer every time a law be made. But it's amazing. So all I say as a preacher, you got to turn to God. But now I'm in jail. All right? Mom and dad, they ain't gonna get me out. I got money in the bank, a businessman. They know I got money. Don't get him out. He ought to know better than be with that crew. I should have known better. So now, I went on. So I stayed in jail 2 weeks. My Uncle James McDaniel, God bless the day, he's a Libra like me and Jimmy Carter. He come down there and got me out. He said, son, I'm going to get you out of the jail. They ain't want me to get you out yet, but you got the money in the bank. I don't see no reason why you got to sit down here. I said, all right. But while I was in jail, y'all don't hear this now, God bless him, King Floyd Osborne, He said he met Aretha Franklin one time. I don't know. But listen what he told me. He saw me come in jail. He said, little buddy, he said, when I was in jail, I used to like something like you. I said, huh? He said, you just what I take under my wings. I said, no, man, I'm a straight man. He laughed at me, But anyway, he said, what happened to you? I said, man, they got me in jail for selling dope. He said, huh? He said, boy, like you in trouble. He said, I'm going to tell you something. The governor, your best hope, this young redneck, that's what he said. These Peckerwoods here, they ain't coming at you, boy, because you up and coming, you black man.
Is this a white man talking to you or a black man?
Black man,
Okay.
black man. King Floyd, Osborne. World War II veteran, matter of fact. I love him, man. I'm going to tell you, he died right here in Gainesville. This in Gainesville, I'm at, yeah. Anyway, he said, I had a death sentence at Leavenworth. That's the Army place out there. And back in the day, was hanging him. This in the 40s. He had killed a white man. Some bad white man was coming to kill him. And he said, they had a rope around my neck, but he said, they got a red phone over there before they drop you. You could see through the glass. And that guard, that red phone. And he said, the governor, whoever governor that was, called in just before they dropped him. He gave him a reprieve. I said, what? He said, he took my rope off my neck and turned me out the Army. I said, wow. Well, I said, I better write the governor myself. And sure enough,
We're talking about 1972.
Yeah, he said what happened.
Governor's Reuben Askew.
Yeah, it's Governor Reuben Askew. Yeah, yep. So I slipped a letter out to Governor Askew, slipped it out of the jail because by that time, what happened? They let me went to college and high school the same. No, yeah, not yet. But when I got a chance, I slipped it. After 2 weeks, I become a trustee. That means I feed the other prisoners, get the food from the hotel, go do all the watching the police cars and all like that. So I had access all around. So now what happened is, okay, there you go. I sent the letter to Governor Askew, sure enough. So, and he asked about the first car. So now, while I'm out on bond for the weed, like I said, in 1972, around about September, Raymond Jonas, who got bathed by my sister, I told you about, his stepdaddy brother get burned up in a house. Okay, so he got this Ford Falcon. 1961.
Is Raymond Jonas somebody in Madison?
Yeah, Raymond Jones here in Madison, yeah.
Okay.
He got bathed by my sister, two kids by my sister. And I have a son by his cousin, by Diane. So anyway, what happened? Okay, now, the man got burned up, so he had this Falcon outside his house park. He was buying it from Mr. Reagan, white guy that we put in mine up in Madison. So I went to him, took my dad and I had a white cat down, and they talked, and he made a deal to pay him off and let me go in and get the car, because that's what they told me to do. His family told me if I go there and pay it off, give Mr. Reagan. So when I showed up,
explain to me what you mean. What does that? What does the paying off the car have to do?
The man got burned up in the house. You remember? He owned the car.
Okay.
He was picking payments on it. So now all I got to do is finish paying Mr. Reagan, the white man who he bought it from, the rest of the money. And that's why me and my half-white daddy went and then talked to Mr. Reagan.
Does this have to do with you being in jail, or just
Yeah.
you? Okay.
Yeah, because I used to got to jail, you remember? That's why I was leading up to. So when I drive over to my stepdad's Moonlight Cafe, he said, Tone, what you doing? I said, he bought me a car. He said, you know, you'll get some time. You go in the cold in October, for this crime. So I said, no, I'm going to get probation. He said, you don't know that. But anyway, and we got the code. That's what you was asking. Don Danby shows up, a young white kid, he's from Perry.
Now, is he a lawyer?
Young civil rights lawyer, something like that. Yeah,
Okay.
like you, I say, because it's hard he got. So the in court, he's a pretty nice guy. I'll tell you what he said. This prosecutor, I remember, it's a good. I called my mom on the stand. That's what I was telling you now. I remember things vividly. My mom was a witness. The time they say the undercover agents got the weed, or forced did the weed, I was trying to tell my mama say no, I was over to her house. So my mama got on the stand. That prosecutor.
So you're at a trial. You're at trial.
Yeah, that courthouse, same courthouse I saw. That picture you showed me just now, Madison County, right on US 9.
Who's representing you? You have a public defender, or who's the lawyer?
I got a public defender,
Okay.
yeah, but he was this prosecutor I'm telling you about now. He walking the floor between the jurors, right? They got one old man, black man juror, right? The rest of them white folks. See, yeah, this little young man, Monroe Lee, he's not the kind uses his dope, go in the wood and smoke it. He sells it. And if he sells it, he'll sell it to your kids, my kids, anybody's kids. If you can't give him some time, give my grandmama some time. But anyway, my mama there witness, and he started hollering at my mama, "You said he was there. Now you knock out." I said, "Wait a minute. Get my mama off that stand now. Don't you say another word to her." They took my mama down, but we was in the corner now. I asked my cousin, I said, "Man, what you think? You gonna get probation, man? We ain't never been in no trouble." Jack said, "I heard him talking about giving us 5 years at Rayford." I said, "What? I ain't never been in no trouble." He said, "I ain't either." He had a job at Gold Kiss, the poultry factory in Live Oak, across the river. He's a good worker. He'd been there 10 years already, probably. So that Don Danby got up and stood up.
So Don Danby was in court. He's an assistant general counsel for Governor Ruben Askew. He came to your trial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some kind of way Ruben Askew worked for him. Some kind of way. Yeah. So he told him the governor sent me here, and Royce Agner, that was the judge. I think, yeah.
Is this trial taking place in Madison?
Yeah, but he was a circuit judge, though. See, he was from Perry, but he ran circuits. He and I got to be tight just like this. He crazy about me before he died, because I went and talked to him after I worked for the government and all that. Talked to Judge Beam, too. They was crazy about me over there. Just some people over there just didn't like me. But anyway, as I said, Don Danby was up in court, and I telling them, the judge, the governor sent me here to see about this Monroe Lee here. What the governor said, he liked to see take place here. Let Mr. Lee continue to go to high school in the daytime and to the college on the dual enrollment program. But the only caveat is he'll go back to jail at night for 6 months and learn how to stay out of bad company. So they sentenced me October 17th to 72 to April 17th. I got a month time off. So I walked out of jail April 17, 1973. That May I finished high school, 1973. July 13, 1973 I finished college. All of them in 3 months, jail, high school, and college. And within a year time, the federal government hired me, taking me all over the world.
Okay, how did you get that job with the federal government?
Oh, that's quite an amazing story there too.
Before you do that, what did you finish at college? Was it drafting? Is that what you were working on?
Yeah, I told you about Mr. Miley. You remember that in the earlier segment? Mr. Miley, masonry contract, took me up to Mr. Swain, you remember? And I was flunking doing bad because I was doing it like I want to, my way, as they say. And Mr. Miley, Mr. Swain gave me a D. Then I went to B, and he convinced me to go back to high school, you remember? Then I went and broke up and went to work for J. Hill and all that. You remember that?
Yep.
Then got poisoned, all that. Told you about all that?
Yes.
Nah. Okay, where you at? You want to go back to the jail?
No,
thing?
just asking you how you got the job. Did someone approach you about giving you the job with the federal government?
Oh, yeah, I was fitting to head up to it, but you asked the details, so I went to that. So what happened after I got out of jail, you remember, that's 73. So less than 2 years, I remember I tell you I was working for the government. So between those 2 years, I would contract the barracker or paint houses, draw blueprints with my own little business, anything legal I would do it. Clear routes, breaking up fields. But anyway.
That was before you went to jail? Or after?
No, after I got out of jail. Yeah,
so you get out in 73, you're doing work contracting for the government?
I'm doing everything. I'm drawing blueprints, remember, still, for churches and houses to be built. I also am painting houses and doing a little odds and ends job with my own little business, North Florida Designers. So what I would do, I would get these black kids out the community, young men's too, grown men's, and I would tell them, you could make it without selling drugs. That's what I'm showing them. Because they didn't hire me for a false charge. You could do it without selling drugs, without robbing, stealing, and just come with me. If you do a third of this work, I'm gonna give you a third of the money. If I make $1,000 a day, one day to day, you meet me in the corner of the house, I'm gonna give you $350, and I take $300 for the business accessories, and I can take a third. That's what I was doing. But these guys still will find some way to rob me, set me up to be killed. This is true. So the last people who tried to kill me, just before this here, Bobby Gamble, he had me to hire Leonard Hall, who was a Vietnam veteran, who's dead now, coincidentally. So Leonard come in, this in 74, I give him $10 an hour, and all he wanted to eat, drink, beer, whatever. And at the end of the day, I made $1,000 that day. He told me.
How did you make the $1,000, Monroe?
Painting.
Okay.
Painting fences and houses and all. What, 4 or 5 guys pay some $10 an hour, some 8. And they were making more money they ever made. That's in 74. So after this boy is drinking.
So you're about 20 years old?
Yeah, right at. Yeah, I was pretty sharp. He gets to drink and he decided that he want a third of that money. And my street name is Fish. He's drinking that Sliz malt beer and whatever else he wanted, intoxicant. He said, Fish, you ain't do me right today. Fish, I should have got a third of that money. He said, Fish, I'm going to kick your ASS, keeping it clean. And I made up my mind that I'm going to have to do a little killing. This boy hit me, this man. So he never did hit me. So I just started going to work by myself. No, it was one more deal before the government got me. Bobby Gamble was left, because that's who set me up, Bobby Gamble. You saw that. He's still with me. So now Bobby Gamble, he's with me. We come in one evening, a man named Mr. Willie Barnes, a very unique young man, carpenter, elderly man, but he's crazy about me. He knew I drove blueprints. He called everybody Claude. Claude, I just got, I know y'all boys. You a grown man, he called you a boy.
He called everybody Claude, no matter what their name was.
Okay. Y'all making that money. I know y'all making that money. Man, let me tell you something. I just built a house over in Greenville for this lady, but I'm not, listen to this. He's not going to paint. I'm going to tell you what it means now, because I'm talking slang, but I'm telling you what he's how he talk. Yeah, he's not. He said, I'll build every woman. I ain't going to paint none. Yeah, he's not going to paint not one. That's what that means. So you see how you got to know what the people saying now. I told you about that. So he said, y'all go there and paint this house. So he gave us all the number. I went home that night proud that we had got a job in Greenville. I'm going to make this money. Bobby Gamma gets so early in the morning, gets all the boys, his brothers and friends, the same guy probably want to kill me in Leonard. They go paint the house, go to the white man. You put in the mind, Mr. Sweat, credit the paint, don't pay anything, did the house, didn't give me a dime. So you know that's the end of them there. Now I'm working by myself and I'm sad.
Greenville's west of Madison?
Huh?
Greenville's west of Madison?
Yes,
okay.
14 miles, yeah, Madison County. So what happened is, God just had it that way. I said, it's Providence. I'm going to go into Perry, Highway 221. I see these government trucks, government tags pull off the side of the road. So I pull up, I'm going to look, punch a button. I remember Vivid station wagon, you punch the buttons, that's the gear shift. I pull on the side, little green station wagon, I got and walk back. A young man, like, white guy. I say like Bonnie Rubble. If you see Bonnie Rubble on the Flintstone, that's what he looked like, but as a man. David Crockett. I shook his hand. I said, I'm Monroe Lee. I'm an architect. He said, yeah. I said, what y'all doing? He said, you work for Geodetic Survey. I said, man, what I do to get on out here? I could draw a blueprint. Say, Monroe, he talked like a southerner. You know, say, my God, you ought to go on around there to carry campground over at Madison to see Mr. Taylor. So he friend and retired. He might get you on. I said, really? Carry campground, 53 Highway? I said, that's the year I born. He said, yeah, going over there. So I go over there. Mr. Jim Taylor, nice white guy. Again, you put him out, he big though. And he getting ready to retire, he from California. Yes, sir, Mr. Lee. I say, I'd like to have this job. And Crockett told me we go all over the world doing this and doing that. You've been with him about 30 or 40 years yourself. He said, yeah, I'm getting on out of the service. He said, I'm gonna call DC tomorrow, see what I could do for you. So I went back in the pool and told the boys in there black and white, he gonna call DC tomorrow and get me on. Hey, man, you think so. Next day I was hired, April 24th, 1975, Geodetic Survey. And listen to this, you don't hear this? Okay, next day I'm hired. Now George Soul, again you put in mind, he drank this coffee, God bless his day, he's going on now. That man saved my life from stuff he told me, watch this here. He drank coffee so hot that it'll burn your finger, he used to stick it in there, he drank it just that hot. But anyway, he said, like I'm sitting now, he said, Lee, got your job here at the government. You been in trouble before? Well, my heart started pumping. Because I remember Paul Eddings, I come back from Leesburg for the power job. He didn't give me that job, I told him I'd been in jail. So now I'm thinking, I'm finna lost this job if I tell this man I've been in jail. And I'm on probation too. So I said, no, sir, I ain't been in there. He looked at me, he got them gate eyes. I said, well, he's a white man. He said, look at him. That's what he talked. He said, he from Madison. He say, originally, way back when he been to government all these years, a Valdosta, but he said the same this. You know. So you got this job now, Lee. So you what you just told me. See, if that's a lie, might be a year from now, that man walk up to you and say, Lee, you put on this application and you've never been in jail trouble. But we see here you filed. We got no use for a liar. He said, now you better let me straighten this out now. I said, yes. I've been in there. So this is true. So he got it straightened out. I was good. He said, that's no problem. He said, if you do this job He used a little word. You do this upside a tree. He said, just do your job. So that's
I
what
want to ask you something that I don't know about this in history. So you were convicted, was it a felony or a misdemeanor that you got convicted of?
Oh, they really got to figure it was felony because it was a drug charge. But that's what's so amazing how good God been to me to say that I run for president and all that 2 times. You know?
But if it couldn't have been a federal charge because Judge Agner is a state judge, so you think it was a felony? And the reason I'm asking you this is because I know you've been involved in as you said, you were a write-in candidate a couple of times for governor. And obviously you can vote. I'm just asking because I don't know. It's a big thing in the news now that there's a constitutional amendment to give people the right to vote if they have been convicted of a felony. Back in those days, could you vote? Would the felony interfere with your ability to vote or not?
I didn't see where it never did, but because I don't think that meet the law and that effect right then. But what happened is the federal government, like I told you, they got power. So when I told that guy the truth, he went up there to the probation officer and told them, we got him now. If you do what we say do, you ain't gonna mess with this.
So did they take you off probation?
Exactly right. They cleared everything.
Okay.
Gave me
but you don't know that. You don't know the voting thing. You just know that you were able to.
Give me full rights. Give me full rights back.
Okay.
So if it was up until a year.
Okay,
and a
got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when was the first time you voted?
I probably started voting right time I turned 18 because, you know, local board, my mom, she was adamant that Cherokee Indian, boy, you get on that local board and you register because she said you won't get no job if you don't do that. So I was pretty much voting ever since. Some of them I didn't vote, you know, but I mean, I kept my card. I went on and voted, registered.
Okay, so
I never had nothing revoked. I never been revoked, never been kicked back on either.
So you got a job with the genetic survey, and where do they take you for training?
Oh, you start working on the job. You do what they say do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, they weren't using your drafting. They were having you do what? Survey?
I was first auto survey technician. See, what happened is the government don't tell you everything, but they tell you enough to know what you're doing. I was a specialist to get the field information to give back to the scientists, the top scientists of the world. And they could tell where the world is rising, sinking, the volcano going to erupt, everything. All that information, I send them back to the office in Rockville.
Rockville, Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's the first job you got? Where'd they send you to your first assignment?
Oh, my first mission was to survey North Florida and South Georgia. Okay. North Madison, Quitman, Marvin, Georgia.
That was in 75?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, where after that? Where'd they send you?
My next mission was I started getting paid PD, survey the Hudson Valley area, upstate New York, all that.
When did you go there?
June of 1975.
Okay. How long were you there?
I was there until July. Professor Berry came up and gave me a special mission surveying the volcano over in Hawaii. Now that was an extraordinary one. I was doing Highway number 9, the Hudson Valley area, right? Vanderbilt Castle, Hyde Park, where Roosevelt were, and all like that. Ryan Country, Utica, Red Hook. I lived in Rhinebeck. But anyway, them people were so nice to you, they didn't care what color you were. That was so amazing to me. But one day, Professor Berry walked up to me and said, "Brother Lee, I hear you doing a fine job." I say, "Thank you, sir." He said, "How you like to go to Hawaii?" I said, "Hawaii? Wow, that's a mission?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What we gonna be doing over there?" He said, "Surveying a volcano, the largest one in the world." I say, I'm thinking, I said, "Is it alive?" He said, "Yeah, we don't supposed to lie to you. It's alive." I said, "Real lava in it?" He said, "Yeah, it's alive." And I said, "Well, if God wants you," I wasn't preaching then. I said, "You can get you right here on Highway number 9. Got all these big trucks around all day and all this here." I said, "I take the mission." So he said, "You on. You know, you the best number 1 man we got with that number 2 rod."
Can you explain what a number 1 man is? What do you do specifically?
And I was the best pacer. That means I can, and I mean not bragging. You obviously don't say you brag, but it's just amazing to say that God had gave me that. I could walk by the instrument man from the point I was the rear sight, right, the back sight. That means where he just passed by and came and set up. I could walk the distance from him to the next spot exactly on to the perfect order every time without having a busting section. I was known for that. and they're gonna see how I did it.
So you put a rod in, and then they come to the next.
Now, the main thing is the pacing. The pacing is if you too far out, that means if you 45 yards away from the backside and 59 in the front, you know one of them cats are off. You tell him to come back. The instrument is so precise, it'll tell you he 8 meters ahead where he should be, and that's wasting time.
I thought you got in trouble at North Florida Junior College for not using instruments. Now you're just pacing, and you're not getting in trouble for it. You're not using the instruments.
But yeah, I'm pacing. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, intuition. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, that's about like the king is served by the field. Is the king? He got all this power, but somebody's picking the corn and all, bringing him to feed him. You see that? So without the information, Noah couldn't do none of them big boys up there when I'm in the college, 6 years, got masters. They ain't nothing but this little cotton pick out there getting this information. And it's so amazing, you don't hear this here. And I guess I didn't get scared after it was all over. You know what they gave us when we was on that volcano? A little meter box, right? And guess what it was called? And I should have caught on then. You know what it was?
No.
A Geiger counter.
Oh, yeah.
You know what that is?
Yes, I do.
Imagine the velocity of the lava vein that you walking on.
Mm-hmm. So July was when you went to Hawaii?
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm just, for people that are listening to this, that you have rod men that are behind you. You walk off the distance, they put the rods in, and you walk off the distance?
No.
Okay, tell me.
I carry my rod, I'm a pin. Now, on that survey mission, we carried turtles. Turtles are 3-point disc. It's got these little metal points on them that sits like this. You don't want to never sit on asphalt. Asphalt get hot, it'll melt, it'll cause a busting section because it sinks so many centimeters or decimeters during the heat of the grade. So we was using turtles because due to the lavas in the rock, you can't just drive a pin into the ground per se. Now, in the forest, you can. You know, when you get up above where the fire caught us at, where the volcano caught fire at, we were just getting in the lava flow. Lava flow means, vegetation. But back down the volcano, you can kind of use a pin, but up in you turtle work all the way. Yeah.
You had rodmen working with you or not?
No, I was the rod.
You were, okay,
I was the
at that
turtle
point.
man.
Okay,
I was the
got
pacer.
it. You were it. Okay, got it.
You got two. You got a recorder, all right. That's the man who write the figures down, and you got an instrument man, and you got number 2 and number 1 rod.
Okay.
So a 4-man crew basically.
All right.
But we was 5 men.
Where did you start? How far up the volcano did you start?
Well, we go to the tile gauge at Pacific Tile Gauge.
Started at the very bottom at sea level.
Yeah, because see what the volcano is made from over the years of the volcanic eruption from the bottom of the ocean. So the mountains start growing from the bottom. So we measured the mountain from the ocean floor, but we started the tile gauge because our ships and I told us how high it was above the ocean floor all the way around.
Okay.
Ships do that, and triangulation satellites and all that.
How many feet high is the volcano?
37,500.
Okay.
About 5 miles up.
So you start up in July. How long did it take you to get to the top?
We got there about October, last part of October. Because see what happened, we got to get in and get out. And that's what I've been doing last year when I got that Mercer. I've always been coming from South Florida, organizing my crew, going back up the volcano again for my re-intuition tour, should I say. Because I was running for some office. I was going to run for governor. So that's what I was going to do. But this Mercer thing and these dollars had maybe sense here. That's amazing.
Well, we'll get to that one. So back in Hawaii, you got to the top, right?
Yeah.
And what happened at the top?
Oh, well, I tell you what happened before you got to the top.
Okay.
About halfway up, we just getting above the tree lines I was just telling you about. So I have this, not bragging again, this ordinary talent, gift, I don't know what. Somebody just want to see a curious, see things before it happen, but you can learn how to use it. So now I learned when I felt that tree that I could see things before it happened. So I had no idea this was going to be it, but then I started learning to watch it. So when I went to that volcano, I knew I was on death's edge all the time, being on a volcano, So I prayed all along. I said, Lord, if I'm that one that you say I got that power, I need you to work with me now to get off this volcano and make it back to Madison alive. So like he told me I would. So one night, I had this vision that it was going to come. So that morning, we were staying in Hilo, Highland Street apartments in Hilo, Hawaii. Hilo. And I told David Crockett out that morning we had a rent a station wagon because you could rent anything you want on the island. And we had a Ford Galaxy. Load the rods and I said, Crockett, you know I see things before I have something. And I said, I'm sure this one right here. I said, I had a vision, it's gonna go today, it's gonna catch fire today. Say, by God, Monroe, that's Crockett say. We government marine, we going up this volcano, we're gonna finish this mission up. I said, okay, Crockett, I say, now I ain't got no power, man. I say, okay, well, just watch what I tell you. And sure enough, about 3 o'clock, I can see it now, you can imagine it now. I walked past the rock, man. Now I'm facing back to the instrument, and just, you get so high the mountain, you going around it because you're going up. You can see low elevation, 7,000 feet. I said, Crockett, check it out. In out with one instrument, he swung it around. He said, by God, it is on fire. Just when he talked. And he said, I said, let me look. I looked, man, that fire was coming up. So Bill Sim, that's the big man over Crockett, he got on the radio because they gave him a radio when he went in because they thought the method pull us out of the helicopter. So they called in to the Hilo Observatory. Jack is a white guy. He would fly right into the volcano. Yeah, single engine plane, see what's going on. Jack gave us a report, say, he's burning that elevation ledge so and so and so. Say, we advise y'all, stay put. But them white guys, they start walking back down with the trees start falling. I think I started preaching then. Don't y'all go down there, white. Don't y'all go, them trees gonna kill you. So finally, they realized that I was telling the truth. I went to a lava flow, a rock that's a rock where the lava done got hard at. And I said I stayed there because that fire got to burn. It can't burn up there, burn that rock. So they came finally where I was at. So about 11 o'clock, about 9, the helicopter dropped some sea ration out, cigarette stuff and all that. I traded my cigarettes for some of the other canned stuff they gave us. But we tried about 11 o'clock. A man went down in a fire engine, never found him yet. Yeah. So there you go.
So what happened to the rest of you?
The rest of who?
The crew.
Oh, well.
Oh, that was some other time in the past with the fire engine. When did that happen?
No, it went that night. But that morning, when it cooled down, we could come down.
Okay.
But we couldn't come that night. The helicopter dropped us a receiver.
So you never got to the top?
Yeah, we got to the top. We went on back and finished the mission up, but we was going up. So the fire happened behind us. But when we rode back down, we saw that devastation, what had happened behind us. But we was up there with that rock where I ran to. And we just had got to the rock. Yeah. Now that was so amazing too. Right after then, we was getting a red hill. That's right. It's like being on the moon. That's true. Mm-hmm. And last time we coming down, before we went up there, Reggie Okamura, he's dead, and I found out he was a Japanese, born on the island, raised on the island. We was met in his house, all us. And he said, let me tell y'all young guys something. You going up on elevation tomorrow, I tell you, man, don't take nothing to get high on up there, man. If you do, they will find you. They will have to carry you out of there. Don't you carry nothing up there now. We didn't. Well, we got to that level like you said. And I guess in Hawaii, when they drove so many women over in that ledge, over in that crater, you get there, you get a natural high. This is true. I don't know what, I know why we went on nothing, because like I said, we weren't messing with nothing. It's like you on the worst type of marijuana. I don't know what happened, but it had you just giggling. We start, Miss Minute, the young crowd, I guess David Crockett and I got used to it. We running off out there about 1,000 yards off out there giggling, and we a cave this far look like down in, where the lava and I got hot. You don't never know where you're going to fall all the way down, but we come now since we realized, and we came back, and then it started back working, and David Crockett, Bill Sims said, don't y'all ever do that again. Yeah, man, it's amazing. So there you go.
Well, you know more about this than I do. So you went to the bottom of the volcano, and then it got okay. You went back up. You waited.
No. You go up the volcano to 37,000 feet by going around the Monroe Lee trail, which has been there thousands of years.
But when it was burnt,
over, you never go down in the volcano.
No, I didn't mean in the volcano. I mean when you got up there and it started burning, you went back down the side.
We were living down in the hotel then.
Okay.
But when we got so far up, we couldn't go back down. We had to camp out because you couldn't go. You had to hike in then. Cause then, but the mountain goats out there then. But mountain goats. You can see them goats. They stay so many miles ahead of you, but you can see them.
Help me understand. The volcano never blew. It didn't blow. It just was burning because it was so hot.
What they say happened, and you never know, but the government told us, our report they gave us, is that a piece of glass, what glass mean, not bottle glass. I mean, the volcano flowed some years before, 1,000 years, 100, you don't know when, but it's a piece that looked like, just like this. And you ever seen a magnifying glass, the sun hit at a certain angle,
right,
and it set the vegetation on fire. That's what they say.
Okay.
So it's a volcanic fire, whatever, but that's what started the blaze, they say,
Okay,
but you don't
I
never
understand.
know.
Thanks for explaining that. So
It
you
could
just
have come up from the steam, but they surmised it. Yeah.
but you found out what it was, and you continued up to the top.
Because that was the mission.
Right.
Our job was to finish the mission with it. And I don't know if they ever told me the truth about that. And I hate to say somebody lied to me. I used to ask certain ones, I say, anybody ever died on this survey? He said, no, but it's just, we crossed every river that known, and then those dangerous bridges in Key West. That put me in the preaching though for sure, seeing those sharks. And I know people will switch your rods up on you too, but I'm thankful I'm here. That's all I can say.
When did you finish on the volcano?
To see what the elevation of change had been in 50 years. I raised 1 inch.
1 inch. That whole thing was for 1 inch. Okay.
Yeah, exactly right.
And was that more or less than they expected? Or was it
What our job is to find out.
Okay.
I just told the young man I'm trained in Boca, the white kid, I was telling him about to be an engineer architect. I called him and asked him, I overshot your residence at Burger King in Boca. I'm at Dunkin' Donut. How far am I down? How many miles? He said, I don't know. I said, what? I couldn't wait to get that. I got that. I said, wait a minute now, Eric, don't you ever do that again. He looked at me, what that, Mr. Lee? I said, never tell a client you don't know. Use the word, I'm working on it. They come to you for answer. You're an engineer. You don't know. You're not going to get paid. So I always say you're working on it. So that I'm working on it.
Monroe, would you mind if we took a break for just a second? And I think this is a good place. Are we ready? All right, Monroe, we took a little break. Now we're back. We're finished up on the volcano. Question I wanted to ask you is are you the same team together in Hudson Valley as you are here, or did they put new teams together when they sent you to different places? Was Davy Crockett with you everywhere you went?
Yeah, we was G37. We was G37. G37 party. That's a special party. G37. And I think I might have hitched, my last hitch was with G36 might have been. Yeah, because I mean, when I was in Angleton, Crockett was over in Alvin, Texas. So he was with 37, so I think I was at 36, yeah.
Okay.
We got party numbers, just like your number one on that police car, you was G36, 37, that's my special team.
Okay, so when did you wrap up on the volcano in 75? When did you finish there?
Or about the latter part of October, it seemed about the 20th, 26th.
Okay, where did you go then?
Took an airplane back out to Tallahassee, and a bus was running in Madison, then back to Madison to my house. On
Trailways or Greyhound?
It was Greyhound then, yeah.
Okay. All right, back home, have some stories to tell to your family, I guess, right?
Oh yeah, exactly right.
So what happened then?
All right, I'm back home, 75. My next mission now is to go back into D.C. and do the 495 Beltway. So I first went on back into D.C. I lived in 830 Oglethorpe in Washington, D.C. My friend and associate, Charles Mason, a junior, his daddy, Charles Mason Sr., worked for the White House, post office, the mailroom in the White House, yeah. We used to go up there and go to the White House, walk through there like it was our house back then.
Did you get it, was it 76 or 75 when you went up?
75 through 76.
So you went up before Christmas or after Christmas?
Before Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you weren't home with your family that Christmas?
I worked up until the holiday. That's what the catch is. That's what I'm getting to now.
Okay.
So some kind of way I feel weird. All the money I was making, I couldn't enjoy it because I was always not too flipped to do too much party in the city. You know what I mean? You don't want to ride over with drug crews, whatever. You always want to live to get back home. Even though I wasn't preaching, but I always was careful. So it made me kind of like all the murder and the killing. I just didn't want to be among it. So I would just like stay home. So Mr. Mason was very concerned about that. He took me to a doctor, see what was wrong with me. And black doctors up there, you know.
Who's Mr. Mason?
That's Charles Mason Daddy, wrote to the White House, you remember?
Oh, got you right. Okay.
Charles Mason Sr. So the doctor couldn't find anything wrong with me. The doctor said, you know, it's be like these guys away from home, you know, and all like that. So anyway, holidays come up, and we had the Christmas holidays, so they give me a week off or something like that. And I say, well, I'm finna catch the bus, came to the bus station. They say, Mr. Lee, you can catch no bus home. You're gonna use up all your days on the bus. Say, you got to catch a plane. I said, a plane? Man, I don't fly no plane. They said, Mr. Lee, how you going to Hawaii then? Had I been to Hawaii? I had been to Hawaii. No, it's the first time. I don't know what it was. I was coming out of New York the first time before I went to Hawaii. Yeah, when they told me about flying. Yeah. So now we talking about being back from Hawaii now up in there living at Waldorf, Maryland. So when I come back home, Waldorf, Maryland, some kind of way that preaching thing was on my mind pretty heavy, right? And
You're just home for holidays. You got to go back to the Beltway. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
To finish the mission up, do the 495 Beltway, all in Baltimore, Crownsville.
Are you going to tell me this? I'm embarrassed not to know this. I thought the Beltway had been there for a long time, so there was no Washington Beltway before you all went up there to work?
No, it was some little lanes, but they really finna do it, yeah.
Oh, they're making it wider?
Yeah, bigger, yeah,
Okay.
improving, yeah.
All right.
Then we got to find out what's happening with it. Was this shambles so they can know how to design the infrastructure.
Okay.
If this is sinking and all, we got to design this kind of footing for it. Yes, our work is very important. Yeah.
Okay, so you're back home. You're thinking about preaching because.
Well, I'm trying to dodge preaching. I'm dodging preaching, but it's getting to me now. I got all the money in the world in the bank. I'm not enjoying it. I'm just making more, and I'm not really living my life fully because I'm not married. I'm shacking with a woman, you know. That's supposed to be a thing to do, you know, as a Christian, you know. So let's eat on me. So I'm worrying. So I go speak to this, what they call it. They call him a seer. You know, she's a lady who knows what's happening spiritually.
This is back home in Madison?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I told my mom I didn't want to go see her because they might think I was trying to put witchcraft on somebody, you know.
She black or white?
She's a black lady.
Okay.
She born with that gift, they'll say,
Yeah.
Miss Emma.
Did you know Miss Emma before you left? Did you know who she was?
Yeah, I heard about it growing up.
Okay.
But that's why but people call them root people because
Root
got
doctor.
Root people, you know. But she's
Yeah.
a lady of God because they're seer, you know. The devil got his crew, God got his crew. So you of God, then you know you a seer. But the devil got his imposters too. They got less power than God's people.
So people around Madison knew about her and they went to her for advice. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones who got enough nerve to.
Did she charge for it or did she just do it for
She's a volunteer person. You just could give her what you want to give her. It's show appreciation, kind of like she never
Okay.
charge per se.
Okay, so you're home on
Just-
holidays, you go to her, and what did you ask her?
Well, I need to know what my life in shambles because it seemed like something ain't going. So she just got a glass of water and told me to look it right there. It's true. And I saw everything that I'm supposed to see about how I was living my life. I looked right at myself. Yeah, and the people around me too. But I still couldn't get it together then until I almost died a few more times.
Okay, so you go back up to D.C. after holidays, right?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to finish your work there?
Well, I didn't finish it per se. I ended up back in the battlefield because what happened is all that money I had and all that, then what she had showed me about getting myself together, I couldn't do it, and it looked like, and I just I told David Proctor I was going to die. And so I would have died probably because I wasn't eating either, you know. I had that money in the bank, so they shot me to the hospital. Shot me, and even took me. Because David Crockett, he just wanted his buddy to die.
In Maryland?
He crazy about me. Yeah, he crazy about me.
Okay.
Yeah, you see.
About when was that in '76?
Probably about peace season. Look, was it peace season? No, it was peace season. I talked to the prophet. Might have been June, roughly. I'm not about it, yeah. Yeah.
And what did they find out in the hospital? What did they tell you?
Oh, well, my mom already know what was wrong with me because she called my brother James, the one to look up was white. He was a UPS driver, say, get up there and get Tommy. So he come out there to the hospital and say, let's go. Boy, you like granddaddy. That means I'm poor, I'm skinny, I'm ugly. Yeah.
How much did you weigh?
I wasn't eating. I was down like about 120 or 30, you know. I mean, all that money I had, I was worrying about what I did in my lifetime, what I ain't did God right. It was just like a mess, man.
How tall are you, Monroe? About 5'8"?
I'm 5'7".
5'7", 150
yeah.
pounds. You feel like you're
130,
wasting
man.
away, okay.
Yeah, and that was that devil. And then when I was in it, you know, hear this true. I mean, I'm not hiding this thing. 'Cause, I mean, people need to know it. I mean, this is what happened. A man of God don't want to do what God said do. So the next day, I thought, and I lived through that first night. I thought it was a government operation to get me killed. I ain't know the government that put some in my food. Cause like you don't know, you're saying, wow, maybe they're trying to take me. I got know too much. You don't know what's going on. That's where the devil got you think. So anyway, when I woke up this morning, I'm sitting, looking to the west, sitting in that chair at the hospital, and I heard death come in, look like he was on a jet airplane. Whoa! I know it did. I jumped to run. It's true. So I ran about 15 feet, about 30 feet, and I fell flat on my face. And evidently they said I was dead. They called the doctor. I can see him now, a doctor, white doctor. He come with a white coat on, stethoscope around. He rolled me over and got down there. My eyes was open. I never closed my eyes. I mean, I'm telling you what I seen. But I'm laying there on that floor in that hospital, and he announced me dead, and he walked off. And I had enough brain activity to think about them bombing table. I said, do you hear what he just said? I mean, it's true. And I jumped up and ran and sat back in the chair. And they got him. I could see him like down the hall. He come back down. He stood up over me. He said, how did you do that? How did you do that? I mean, I don't know, man. So the next day, like I said, my brother showed up and told my like granddaddy. Yeah.
When James have a car, how did he
No,
get
he flew there. He flew there from Miami. Yeah, he flew there and got me.
How did he get you home in the plane, or did he?
Yeah, flew on the plane. I didn't care if the plane crash looked like. I mean, I was so out of.
Did he take you to Miami or to Madison?
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then what happened?
That's a good question. When they got me to Tallahassee.
You get back to Tallahassee, then what?
My mom already knew that I had talked to the spiritual lady. She had told me to straighten my life out. Mm-hmm. So he took me to the next high step, a guy named Dallas Moore.
What's his name?
Dallas Moore, God bless the day.
Dallas Moore?
Yeah,
okay.
He was a powerful man.
Okay.
He looked just like me, African blood.
In Tallahassee or Madison?
Donaldsonville, Georgia.
Oh,
Donaldsonville, Georgia.
Okay.
They had to get some more power than Miss Emma.
Okay.
Yeah, they need some powerful stuff to help me out of what I was into. So.
What did he tell you? What did he do?
He got a church. He had a church there in Donaldsonville. People come all over the world to see him, but they know he got this godly power. I tell you, he's so powerful. As a white man, a racist white man didn't like him. Always shooting at him, not with a gun, trying to get him destroyed. Find him in a boat dead, floating in the water.
How much after 76 did he die?
I don't know. It might have happened before I met him, but I'm just saying they tell him how powerful he was.
Oh, the white men died,
yeah.
Not him. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Not doing. Yeah.
And so you went up there with your mother?
Yeah, my brother-in-law, he was a taxi driver, and I loved him today for that. He married to my sister, and he heard that my mama needed some help, to get me some help. So they know that's the only man in the world could, get a man on the right track. So when we got there, he got this church. He has church service, people all over the world coming in. He come by the Spirit, he know who he need to help. He called in, there's a funny called my mom in there. He's sitting there like you sitting there with a black and white TV showing. I come in and stand up. He look at me, he say, y'all young folks. All he said to me. And flashback to me my whole life, what I've been doing, how I've been living my life. And he gave me some scriptures to read.
So you're 22 years old then, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he gave me them scriptures. Then he gave me a little red bag, and gave me some lucky numbers. I caught in the dog track for about $9,000. Got addicted to playing the dog track. Then they took my $9,000. I won all the rest of the money I had too, and I had to start working in the back again.
Back in Madison?
In Hamilton County, Jasper.
Back up in Hamilton County. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That summer you worked tobacco.
Yeah.
And I know you're too old to be just picking up stray leaves. What are you doing in the
I was
tobacco?
contracting then.
What, specifically, you hiring other people to work for you?
Yeah, I take a crew of people down and get 1 to 2 bonds of tobacco and get $207 a bond and split the money up between them. The profit left over will be mine. Yeah.
Did you have to wait until after the tobacco auction to get paid?
No, every day.
Okay.
Every day.
So they estimated how much?
No, you see what happened there after a while, they started getting buck bond. You remember old day they had string bond, they're stringing, right, on a stick. And now they got technical where they could get so much in bulk. Bulk mean a whole lot. They just put in this fork thing 500-pound right, big as this table here, big as one section, full of leaves. So that make it be 1,000 pounds. So these two strong men take it and push it in this buck barn, and they could be big as a semi truck, all combined together. So they call buck.
So, in Hamilton County, is it shade or flue-cured tobacco you're working on?
Oh, it's all sun tobacco. Only place that shade tobacco, which they outlawed it then, was Madison and Gaston. Them only two. Everything else was sun tobacco, so they outlawed it.
And where did the tobacco go? Do they sell it in Live Oak, Madison, or High Springs, or further away up in Virginia? Where do they?
Now it used to be. What you mean? Which one? When?
That summer when you were working, where did they? Tobacco?
Oh, they had Madison warehouse there. They had two Madison.
So that was at the auction in Madison.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. But like I said, that was for going in to be cured. Then you sell it wholesale to the big buyers at the warehouse.
But they have an auction like 2 or 3 days in a row, and that's it all year, right?
Oh no, they be selling year round, as long as the tobacco season up. Oh yeah, you go right in there every day. He's saying he go up and down the hall.
That's not how they did it in Live Oak. Live Oak, they had 3 days around 4th of July.
But that's what happened. See, Madison's so big, I guess, because some people would come from away from Georgia, from other counties to bring it to Madison. They had tobacco warehouses, so it was a daily operation.
So there wasn't one day. It was like
I'm
continual.
telling you, in the tobacco season, they might work every day for 12 days. And I told you that's how I got in the mob. You remember that the mob took me up to Mohead through that.
Let's hear that again.
That again, I may not want to tell all that.
No, if you don't want to tell it, it's up to you.
I mean, I skate around. Okay, this is what happened is, growing up, you hear about cutoffs, right? Cutoffs mean throughout slavery time and up into right now, somebody come and sell you a pitch on a job, but they get you there, they make you and force you to do things you don't want to do, then you can't escape. Sometimes you manage to escape with your life. My uncle, he was a engineer like me, masonry, brick mason, and all that right there. But he got caught in a cutoff, and he said they'll beat you and make you go to work in this place. So he begged my mama, crying, to send him some money in this little town he was in, up some part of Georgia, to sneak out of town and make it back to Madison. And he did. So what with me, this guy, I just call him Jacob. That's keep me safe because he got children still living, and they crazy about me. Jacob, he was like a Geechee, like from Carolina, like we were, but he come maybe 150 years after my daddy. So he married this lady, got children by her. So he's well known, they call him Tight Hope, shall I say. So he kept a pistol in his waistband, they say, me growing up, don't mess with Tight, he's black, tall, and he talked with that accent, "Man, let me tell you something, man," that's the way he talked. He's a good man, he's all right. I'm gonna tell you what happened. I almost killed him because the bootlegger wasn't no black people was in Mohead, so they had me playing poker. Them white boys telling me how to play poker. I didn't know how to play it, so I won all their money and all their.
Is it Morehead, Georgia?
Morehead, Kentucky.
Kentucky. Okay.
Kentucky,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We're going back in time now.
No, it's the same. You remember the guy that you asked him about the mob, how you get caught in the mob, and I was telling you about how I got caught.
What year was that?
77.
Okay, we're going.
After I was at the government. Then between the year I was at the government.
I'm trying to keep it chronological.
Okay.
It's my fault, Monroe.
That's okay.
So let's go back to the tobacco field, then we'll get to that. So in the summer of 76, you're working tobacco. You got a crew, and I guess you're not making as much as you were on the Beltway, but you're still making good money. Is that true?
Or I'm making more than on the Beltway,
more,
really,
okay.
But it's just seasonal.
Okay, and you're working in Hamilton County.
Right.
Okay, and could be my uncle's farm. They grow a lot of tobacco, but I don't know. What was the name of the farm?
Oh, I work for Hart, Mr. Hart, right across, right on 6.
On 6?
Tommy Hart, that's the name.
Right across into Alapa River,
which is Coochie River. As soon as you cross
Withlacoochee, right?
6,
before Alapa, but after the Withlacoochee, somewhere between the two.
So Alapa be up a little north, I guess.
Right. Well, it also comes down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You Withlacoochee, it splits off the Swanee.
Right.
Withlacoochee go there.
So just a few miles across the Withlacoochee. Is that where?
See, what happened? Withlacoochee kind of split off. That's where we come from, our Indian tribe. You know, I tell you, we from the Withlacoochee tribe. He comes right down from Valdosta over there, down and splits right across the Hamilton County there. So it splits and runs into the.
It comes in near Ellaville.
There you go. There you go. You got it.
But you crossed, and that farm is just over the.
Yeah.
Okay.
And say Withlacoochee kind of splits off Hamilton County, and the Swanee splits off Swanee. So it's a little north of you, otherwise. 129 area.
So when did tobacco season wrap up for you?
Or you can run back from up into, if you want to have them suckle it all from April all the way up to August. they could have a late crew in September. Now that was so amazing. Like my family, we had a crop of tobacco when a hurricane. It was a Cleo came through like 64-ish. It wiped the whole field out to the ground, right? And we consulted with somebody in some part of the family, and they told us to get out there with cane knives and cut the stalk because the root's still in the ground, and leave one little sucker on there. Do you know by September we had a field of tobacco just that big off that one sucker, the whole field.
Everybody else lose their tobacco? Or did other...
we just had to be on a hill, right way we built Interstate 10
okay.
at some kind of way. It might have been some more people's too, but I mean, I know that vividly happened to us. We lost about 8-10 acres of that, but we still came back in.
Well, that summer of 76, how late did you work in tobacco? September or August?
Yeah. I finished the whole thing up to about September, and I had a good year. But 77, that's when I figured I wasn't going to do it no more. That's when they were smoking the marijuana and all that out there and want to talk trash to me. And that's when the bloodline changed.
Well, after you finished up in August or September, what did you do? Because you didn't work.
I go back to painting houses.
Okay,
Yeah.
All right. Now you're still not using your drawing and architecture.
Oh, I still do that too.
Okay.
I draw churches and houses whenever one come up, but I always wanted something to keep me some regular money coming. That's when I paint the houses.
Well, I know you've talked to me about it before. We haven't talked about it yet for this this video. Talk a little bit about what you did, what you designed with the architecture. What churches mostly, or what? What did you design?
Yeah, the first church Vivid Design got paid for pretty good was in 1972 when I was in jail, matter of fact. You know, when I was doing jail time from 72 to 73. Reverend Morris, AME minister, he was with AME church called Mount Zion there in Madison. He was just an outgoing preacher. I call him an up-and-coming preacher. He didn't go by the negativities of society. He said, that boy could draw. He's a black architect. I'm going to find him. We're going to use him. So he come and told my mama, say, having to come to the house from the jail and meet me to y'all house. I'm going to meet with him about this church we need. He'll draw it up. So I met with him, draw the church up. I ain't charging a whole lot of money, but that got my foot in the door then because I started my business in 1970, actually. So this 72, I'm really starting making pretty big money then. Yeah.
Okay,
pretty fair money.
So after you finished in the tobacco fields in 76, you were painting houses with crews and you were designing churches from time to time. That's how you were getting by, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. And then it got near to the next tobacco season, you decided not to do it.
Yeah, when they want to smoke the marijuana in the field, you know, I told them that's the word they use, catch the bear. That means you get tired, get sloppy, druggish, want to get up on the tree and sleep. I told them not to.
Some of the people on your crew were using marijuana?
Yeah, when they first get out there. And that's the same guy got out of jail. One of them, Larry Kane, you know, I told you about it, got him out of jail, called him Black Magic on the radio station. He begged that night to get him out of jail the night before, and I told him not to let me get him out because he wasn't going to pay me. He was one of the main ones in the conspiracy. I say, you know, not to just go out there and do the day's work. Matter of fact, he never did pay me for getting him out of jail. Amazingly.
So you decided you just didn't want to associate with that crowd, or why did you stop?
Yeah, because I see the bloodline that broke. Because you remember now, me being Cherokee and African, and I tell you about Big Annie, my great auntie, who hooked my great granddaddy's children up to marry her nieces and nephews, because the McDaniel brought the muscles of a man coming in to help them with all this knowledge they got from the Indian side, from being farmers for 400 or 500 years, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Half crop and sharecropper. So that gave all us over them several hundred years this power. Our great granddaddy being a Cherokee chief over the other blacks and Africans, right? They know Chief Bryant, he the go-to man, and he got killed. They say coincidentally, when two Negroes, they say, was fighting out on the plantation, and they went and got him and said, Chief Bryant, they down there, them Negroes down there fighting. He go down there and get between them, he get killed. So that's why I was always talking.
Up in Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they told me, to stay out of other people's stuff, foolishness. So that's what I'm saying. So what happened is, my grandmama is the one that inherited that green thumb from the Cherokees to be able to grow this tobacco for these white peoples and keep this power going. And the more children you had and more people you had in the family, the more access to money you had, and that's what it was. Because they, after civil rights come, this blood control pill, that's why they don't need as many blacks now as they say per se. But anyway, so I saw then that the power we had for these 500 years is gone with this young crew. They're not going to do what Monroe say because they jealous of him being an architect. And then being black, and, you know, being an architect and all that, dark skin, ain't the color they think either should have been, you know, doing all this I'm doing. So all that stuff built up in there. So I just say, I'm not going to look to the battlefield. Because I called Don D'Onofrio back in about July of 1978. That's the head man of geodetic survey in Rockville. I said, Mr. D'Onofrio.
You said 78. So
Yeah.
you did complete the tobacco season of 77?
Yeah, that's when they showed that on, yeah. But
Okay.
I just say, no more, not next year.
Okay.
Not next year. So Mr. D'Onofrio said, Monroe, how's your health? Because he know what I was going through when I left before.
Right.
I said, I'm fine. And he said, well, your next mission, go to Texas. I said, where's that? Angleton, Texas. So I went out there 2 months. A white girl saved my life.
Before you get to that, what month did you go to Texas?
About July 1978.
Okay, did you start in Galveston or where?
Houston, the Mexican border. Houston, Harris County to the Mexican border, all the way down through.
Okay. Is that an interstate or what is it? What were you surveying?
He's surveying the whole.
Oh, just
South
the regular, the land. Not,
You see what happened is they already got geodetic markers set up, all right, for hundreds of years. I have how long the geodetic since Thomas Jefferson started it. So they want to maintain what the world is doing totally, whether it's rising, sinking, shifting, earthquakes. So you go and check these markers they already got set up in different locations, and you see what the vertical control changes has been over the period of time since the last time they ran it. Then you send that back to Rockville and get the computations, and they put them in science journals and all that.
all right. So you're working out of Harris County, and what?
All the way to the Mexican border, whole South Texas.
Okay. And how long did that take you to get to the Mexican border?
We finished around about the last part of October again, so a good 4 or 5 months
Okay.
mission.
And you
Back and forward, they call it.
And you
Forward, so running
do I
back.
understand you to say you just wanted to get out of that bad crowd? That's why you went back to do that?
No, I realized that my career wasn't going nowhere as far as depending on other blacks to maneuver me around, because they jealous of me for being who I am, the architect, and they're not about to make me more enriched by their labor, because that hatred factor there.
Okay.
And I know I couldn't depend on them, being as technical as I were,
Okay.
because the envy is always there.
So late October, you're at the Mexican border. What happened then? I'm just leave it open. What happened?
Our next assignment in the mission were to go to Monroe and survey to Lee County, my whole name, for
And
the
that's
bridge
part
replacement.
of I-75? Is that what?
Nope.
Just the
For
county?
For the new bridges,
just
the new bridges they put in.
Okay.
They had all the Fleming bridges over the falls and all that there, so now they got to see what the sea bed now happened, what's the floor now happened, the sediment of the foundation,
So
the
it had
rocks.
nothing to do with I-75?
No.
Okay.
Because I-75 was just a corridor to get the traffic into all these big developments they was doing.
Well, but they hadn't built 75 that far south yet across Alligator Alley yet, right?
They might have been back there, because I left them in '72, so they might have been getting there. But see what that was all a land project there.
Okay.
But this is for the bridge replacement system what we
Okay.
was doing.
Okay.
Monroe to Lee County, my whole
Okay,
name.
now, so Monroe, you see these patterns sometime. I hear you say them. Sometimes you say they're vision, sometimes you're not. But did you make some significance out of being named Monroe Lee and being sent down to Monroe and Lee County? Or?
That was so amazing to me. I go back to Provence again, but then I think about that white granddad of mine. He's a sharp cat. And I mean, what I'm saying is, for this cat to be highly established in the Confederacy, but he had enough vision to get babied by a black woman, and then crazy about his black children, and then tell her what to name them for to be better for them. But the only thing they didn't cue in it, I'd be black as I am. That's the only thing, the fact that they didn't factor in. But God showed them, I'm gonna work with the black ones as good as I will one of the red ones, and more if you got the heart to do it. See, that's what people don't get. You could have the color, but the color don't mean none if you ain't got the heart to do what God say do. Just like in the Bible, all these different cats who tried to take place of Saul. And even David, his son, so that's just the way it go. God put people in place specifically. All right, Mr. Washington, I want to talk to you. Where you want me to go now?
Well, we're in 78. I'm trying to go chronologically. So how long did it take you to wrap up that part of your work?
Well, that's the catch. I didn't wrap it up. It wrapped me up, so to say, not being funny. Remember I told you about, I know I was dodging preaching the 3 years. You remember, 75 on the volcano. 76, I had my most died. You remember, I had all that money.
Yep.
Then I got addicted to the playing the dogs. They took all my money. So 77, I'm on the teach. I almost killed a
You were playing the
man.
dogs out at Gretna and Quincy near and what?
I first I got
Jefferson
hooked on
County?
them in Jacksonville,
Okay.
Orange Park. I caught for $3,000 a guy named Knight. God bless him, he did an Eddie Knight. And I caught for 9,000. I just knew I could gamble the rest of my life, just playing the right numbers.
Okay, all right. So you're
That's
down.
a
You're,
catch.
you're down in Monroe and Lee County. You finish up. You didn't finish it up. What happened?
The thing started working on me, as I said. Like I said, I know God. You got to think about Psalm 90 again, as I told you. This Ken Durham, he's from Durham, North Carolina. Ken Isler. He was just like an adversary. He black guy, but he out of the army, but he gets high. He couldn't handle his drinks. Seemed like he just envy. And then I always thought, if anything come down, if they told him to kill me, he'll be the first one to kill me. I always kept thinking that. So I was just like, try not to have no confrontation with him. You can't get in this. You can't get in a confrontation because you kill him, that's gonna mess up your career. If he kill you, your career through. So you got to stay away from him. So he come right around to Key West with that. So I told him, I said, Ken, I said, look, I'm going to get me a place to live on my own. He said, how you going to do that? I said, this is Florida. How in the world I can't get me a place to live in my state? And so that day, I told him to put me out in the middle of Key West. You know, Key West is a island. That's how they got me. It's nothing but a rock. It's not like games where you could go out there in the server. You could nobody on the way at. They know if you in Key West, you're on that rock. So they put me out. So, I got an accent. I could talk any way I want to, to have my multi-culture, I guess. But anyway, after they put me out, I got them on the locals, they don't know I'm working for the government. What? I said, hey, man, look here. I need me a place to live, man. A lot of people tell me, say, you talk like a Jamaican? I said, no, I don't. I'm Cherokee and African. I guess I talk like who I heard. But anyway, I say, man, I need me a place to live, man. I say, man, is no problem, man. He says, Senor Lee, you go right around there, you see Mr. Boyce there. He got an appointment inside Remus bar there on Julia Street. I said, okay, man, thank you. So I go there, Mr. Burns come out. He said, yeah, may I help you there, sir? I said, yes, I'm in the Virginia survey. I need me a place to live, man. Your money will be no problem. We surveying these bridges here. He say, I don't know, man. He said, y'all brothers coming down here with the Army, Navy, and Air Force, Marine. You say you need a place to look out for. You run off, eat, leave and owe me my money. So I say, man, I say, you have no problem about me. I guarantee you, man. I wouldn't run off on your money. I could pay you in advance. He said, no, I made my mind up. So I walk on off for him kind of sad. I know I need this place to live to get away from this nut. So I walk down about a couple of blocks. He's laid up on second floor. She hollered at me, hey there, boy, where you be going at there? I look up there, ma'am. She said, boy, you look like my people out of Africa. Come here 100 years ago, fishermen. You look just like my people. I say, ma'am, I'm with the geodetic survey. But I need me a place to live. She said, you need a place to live. You go walk down there, and there's a room in the house down there. You go see Mr. Boyce. I said, ma'am, I just left him down there. He told me he wasn't messing with no more of us brothers like that. He said, you go walk down, you tell him why I sent you. And I look up, I said, ma'am, who are you? I said him. She said, Miss Julia, whatever her name was. I took it back down. He saw me come. He said, didn't I tell you? And I said, oh, Miss Julia sent me back. Do your room right there. So I had me a room. So every day I get out that government truck, I pose around, hang around. But that Mackey boy, that killer, he gonna save my life later on. Right now, I push him up to find me. They know I'm on that island. He gonna find. I know it. I find out where he live at.
Why is he looking for you, Monroe? Why does he want to find you?
See what happened? I say this conspiracy building up now. And I did an invention. Then I separate myself from him, and he is gonna see where I'm at just to prove to me or whatever. But they mad because I done left them alone. I'm away from them now. They don't like this, evidently.
Okay, got it.
So anyway, when I get home one day, in between my vacation now, going right home, Mr. Buns.
You take the bus? You have a car? How did you get home?
Well, I'm taking the bus at first,
Okay.
but now I'm back. I'm back with this car now. Well, that called me to go home and get the car. Listen to this. Mr. Bond, he told me, he say, Brother Lee, them guys from that job, your government job, come by the other day, they told me all about you. I said, all about me? I didn't ask him a question later. God come right to me and say, see there, you keep on saying you're going to hold on this job till you die. I mean, I can hear him just like I'm talking to you. It's God talking to me. And I say, whoa, what a shape I'm in now. How am I get out this here? And then so he told me, the first thing you do when you get back home, you drive that car back down. Don't you come back down here on no bus or in these government trucks here, because they got you then. And just like that there. So when I went home, I told you a little bit the other day about this, my mom, I told you about Cleo, her husband that went off and got killed in 40. He was here in deathbed. So she's sitting up there on that porch there, Moonlight Cafe, twiddling her thumb, just like this right here. And I'm right there. I could tell I was just like, I was like a high emotion. I'm doing this right here. I'm working for the government again. I'm not scared. This is my job. You know, the attitude I have. 'Cause I mean, you know that you could kill a man if you got to, but you don't go around killing people. You got to get your mission over. If you got to kill her for your life, that's what you know. But I'm near at that point. You don't know if somebody's going to kill you. They're going to throw a brick out the window to kill you. But you know you got to be ready to die anytime. So I'm near. And she said, Tommy, it's that job, boy. Just like that. And my mind clicked. She telling you hear them deathbed, you see how you acting, you gonna be dead, and you talking about you ain't gonna preach. So I got pretty scared then. I really did. I was pretty shook up. I said, Lord, what I'm gonna do? So God said, you do what I say do and you'll be all right. So I told my old lady, I wouldn't marry this lady. I said, Marie, I'm taking the dog with me in the car. She said, you are? I said, yeah. I'm taking Lady and Sam. Sam is a Labrador I sent from New York, Red Hook, years before, and God had told me, I'm giving this dog to save your life. You don't know that. And I said, yeah. All that time he had told me that. So I took him down there with me. And they sat in the back seat like I'm chauffeuring them. Sam sitting there, Lady sitting there. Boy, they didn't play. And I got kind of scared one day.
What kind of dogs were they? They weren't collies.
Sam was a Labrador.
No, I'm sorry, you said that. And what about the other one?
And she was a mixed shepherd.
Okay.
K9. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Lady and Sam.
All right. And you bought this car. You had it in Madison. What kind of car was it?
They call them a deuce and a quarter. Big fancy car.
Yeah. Electric 225. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Park Avenue. Yeah. It was 40, okay. 42.
So was it a new? How old was it?
I bought it in 73. It was 69. It was 4 years old when I bought it. That's the car that man didn't give me the job at Florida Power. He saw me driving that fine car. I guess he thought maybe he is a drug dealer with this fine car. You know. You never first in thinking. So there you go.
So your mom is telling you, okay. She basically sounds like she's trying to get you to go in the ministry. Is that right?
No, she telling me I'm gonna be dead because of that job.
Okay, so
I'm here in deathbed.
She's not. This ministry thing isn't coming from her.
No, God's telling me about the ministry.
Okay.
But I'm almost telling God I'm gonna resist till I'm dead. So God telling me go ahead and that's what you want to do. But she saw that I'm finna die. It looked like, you know, the way I'm acting. Mm-hmm. It's something about that job gonna take me down. Which I may have been dead, I'm figuring that, yeah. So here I am alive now. It's amazing. 40 years later. It's just amazing, man.
Monroe, you look like you're getting a little bit draggy here.
No.
Well, I want to ask you a question.
No, I'm good.
Are
I'm
you
good for 2 more hours.
If you think you can still go and you think you still can,
yeah.
Then I want to ask you, so you're about to make this important transition. Are you about to say that you became a preacher, or is this okay?
I'm heading right there.
Okay. Do you want to take a break, or are you okay?
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I know where I'm at.
Okay, so there's a you may not have heard of it, a poem by Ernest Dowson called "The Hound of Heaven," where God's going after someone and saying, "You can't escape me." It sounds like
that's just what it is. That's just what it is.
So
that's just what I'm telling you.
when did you finally decide that you couldn't escape?
Okay, after, you remember the man I told him about them boys and I come and told them all about me, right?
Right.
So that means I know, and I knew already was talking about me before they tried to kill me in Texas, before they left their gas on to kill me. I already know that. But it ain't the government, it's the peoples different people you around. That's what kill you, you know. It ain't the government. So don't ever think the government doing nothing to you.
Right.
It's the people you around. Even in the drug deal, that's what kill you, somebody you're dealing with most of the time. Nobody's gonna come and blow your brains out. There's something going on between somebody who killed and kill. Right. So that's what my thing is now. So God is trying to get me to preach, and he's letting me see all this stuff that I should have been dead, I'm almost dead. Now, am I gonna push to the limit and be out and dead? Because I told you that when I was in the hospital before my brother come and got me. I know I was dead then. And then I woke up the next morning, and I said, one day you ain't gonna wake up. You keep on here. So now, like I said, I'm really scared now. And after he told me about the boys coming in and told him all about me, told me all about you. So that means it's a conspiracy. if they not did that, why would they do that? And I know they doing all kind of drug activities themselves, and they not paid for it too. So okay, that's shaking me up. So I go down to the post office. I'm sitting there reading my Bible because I'm really scared now.
It's a Madison post office.
Key West.
Oh, you're back in Key West. Okay. Okay. Got
I
it.
don't mind you asking.
Okay.
Because I know where I'm at. And I'm reading there trying to find salvation, trying to keep my nerves together. And this guy, he's like he one of these animal, one of these insect guys, botanist or whatever, insect. He do the insect thing, you know. Every little butterfly he catch it, every little boy he puts in a little thing. So he done stepped up on me and looking over in the window. And I don't know if his CIA is working with us or what to find out how much I know about these inventions I'm inventing out there in Texas. And he slipped up and read in that window before I knew it. He said, reading the Bible, it'll make you a wise man. And walked away. I said, Lord, they got you. I mean, if they want to kill you. But I said, well, they ain't coming straight out and kill me. I say, I got to get out of this situation.
So, Monroe, I don't know if you
okay.
if you don't want to talk about it or you do. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. It's your story. But you keep referring to these inventions. Is that something you want to talk about or not?
Well, I can talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. So what are these inventions you're talking about?
When I first went back in the government this time, this is the second time, my 7-8 mission surveying from Houston to the Mexican border, they had come out with a piece called a rod flap, right? Rod flap, what a rod flap is. Rod flap is an attachment that goes on the bottom of the current rod that I've been using since I've been at the survey to measure these measurements, right? But however, that rod, that current rod, about 12 feet long or maybe 10, it always sit on the little titty of the turtle. You remember I told you about the turtle? That's the disc.
Right.
All right. And you have the back side, then when the instrument man pass, you got the foresight. He turned it around, but it's still on the same surface, you know, right, for getting the elevation. All right, now, so in this use of that, a careless rodman, listen to that now, careless or forgetful or make a mistake, he's human, he let that rod slip off that titty down to the ledge. That's about a 1/4 inch drop, right? So he may not tell the instrument man that he done let it slip. You see that? But it's called busting section. They got to rerun the whole section over. So once I saw the problem, one night on the weekend I was drinking my little wine, you know, just relaxing, and I took the thing that he had, did it back. In fact, I'm a mechanical engineer and designer and draftsman. I designed a piece with a curve on it that any contact made with the little titty on the thing or the pin head, it slips automatically into the hole, into the right surface of the rod, called a modified rod flap. So that's what I did. And then after it's amazing, the inventions form that I turned in a Senate award form, it was
Turned into
to the government, to Rockville, to the big
okay,
boys,
now,
because I was out in the field.
So did they own any invention or copyright because you were working for them, or were you submitting it for yourself?
They make me sign a paper that I'm not going to sue them, but I heard I could have got around it, which I never tried to. But when I retired, I sent them a thing that I had got my retirement when I ran for president before Barack. So they told me I'd be 65. Now I'm 65. I think I'd be able to contact them again.
Okay. So you submitted this invention through Rockville, and why do you think that people were trying to get it from you?
Well, I ain't say trying to get it from me per se, but the thing is, I was saying, you know, I told you back to what my dad had told me, the half white man. No, say and don't say. So I don't know whether I say it too much and know too much about what I'm doing, because I said some things like to one of the big men one day, when I designed this, I invented this right here because it stirred a compensator in the instrument. Now, who would know a compensator is inside that instrument unless he got some brain? So I don't supposed to know that because I'm just a geodetic surveyor. You see what I'm saying? But then the peoples know. So I don't know. Back then, Russia was kind of tense. It was tense, Cold War back then, if you remember. So I don't know, because I know they're watching me because they make me sign papers, certain papers I sign. So the thing is, certain things that I don't want to talk about, that I'm not going to talk about. You know what I mean? Don't think I'm just telling everything. So I know that as a black man, I'm disposable. I could be killed any time because somebody could tell a lie on me. So if I say the wrong thing, it could be the wrong thing for somebody else to hear, but it could be the right thing. So you always got to
Yeah, you
balance
don't have to
it.
talk anymore about it. So I see where you're coming from. So it's coming up. That's causing you problems. You think these people are doing things down in Key
It's for
West.
envy. It's for envy. It's for envy. You never know either. But I just knew I was getting squeezed to the point, and I thought of this here too. This was the bottom line too. All right, now see what happened is you got recon. Now George Soul told me this, right? He said, and I love him for this. He said, now Monroe, remember this. You got an opinion about people you work for in the government. I mean, white or black or whatever. But they say, I tell you, they have an opinion about you too. So you got to be careful. See, you don't lay blame, but I'm just putting it out there as it is and answering the question as honest as I can, that it's going to be people that's not going to like you. It have nothing to do with the government, as I was saying, get that clear. But the chances are when you see these things building up, as I was saying, when I saw that we got to that crater of that volcano, 37,000 feet of the ocean floor, right there, they got this flag up now, where I went up there and put that last shot on that mark at then. I'm listening, I did it again in 40-something years. But I was number 2 rod. Like I should have been set up over here, and that number 1 rod should have been there. Crockett had me to be number 2 rod to be on that spot. Now right behind me is 1,000-foot drop. If I'd have slipped, I'd have been into a pool of lava, which I'm glad I didn't. But I'm just saying, so in that course, if I'm down there on them bridges looking at all them shocks, the hurricane that blew out this section of bridge, that this mark is that you got to get there too. Mm-hmm. And that recon man don't tell you everything. And ain't no rail there, but you got to go out and get that mark. And sure enough, that same killer, Mikey boy who I got hired in Texas, he asked me if I had number 2 rod, my rod. That morning I said, you can have it. I've been called to preach. And everybody hollering, you can't do that. You got that invention. How you going to leave this government job? Mikey boy say, that killer say, my mom leave a rod down. He can leave this rod here down and let him go. And I saw him, it was 79. I saw him when the year turned back, it was in 97. I went back and found him. And he went through something, but he's still alive last time I saw him. So there you go.
So Monroe, before we get to the main thing we're leading up to, which it sounds like is when you decided to become a preacher, really.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Right at the doorstep.
So I'm just going to make an observation. You tell me if it's right. I've been listening to what you've been saying here, and it sounds like that from whether it's the tobacco field or Key West or Texas, that you have this ability. You're a smart guy, and people are feeling resentful because of that. Is that really what it's all about?
Yes, time ready.
So no matter what we're talking about, that's essentially what you're
exactly
saying.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And they at me, and I know this, and I know the only man who survive is to be a preacher.
Okay.
And that's why
all right. So that's what I'm hearing. Is that accurate? Okay.
That's exactly right.
So you decide to put all that behind you and become a preacher.
I better be a preacher and don't worry about money. That's why I still make money and don't even care about it.
Okay.
It's still coming.
Is this an appropriate time for you to take a break? Or
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. My eyes look like that, but I had this Red Bull. I'm good.
Okay.
And then sometimes I think I'm just in the bed talking, but yeah, I'm good. I can stop.
Okay. So
as long as you are lovely now, Miss Professional, you could always call a break. Because remember, I'm good. I'm a preacher. That's what my job is. Go ahead.
So how did you make that decision? Did you tell the people in the government, I'm going to be a preacher? Or did you say, I'm just leaving? How did that?
Well, I'll let you hear it again. You remember, okay, I'm out there that Friday morning. You remember the guy at the rooming house who didn't want to give me a room, but he gave it to me because of that coat that back lady gave me, Miss Julie, with no legs. So that morning, now I'm all built up to here now with everything, knowing that I could die any time out here on this road, knowing that the atmosphere is there. So Maggie boy, the killer, who I know he's a killer, he said, I want number 2 rod. Now I could argue with him and say, I ain't giving you my rod. But now I'm really knowing that I'm on the end of dying. Well, Mama had told me too. So I'm ready to preach now and not accept no money. So I told him he could have it. So he told them, that means he gave a signal to them, if y'all mess with him, y'all have trouble out of me. And they know he's a killer. So they ain't mess with me. So I jump in the car and put my dogs in and take off to Madison to preach. So
what month is that?
January 9th, 1979. Okay. January 7th, 1979.
February 7th.
January.
January 7th. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So continue.
So I jumped in the car with the dogs, And now I'm scared now. I'm scared they're going to have a hitman to kill me because, I know so much and I don't know if they don't want me to leave. So I get there to...
You're 25 years old.
Right.
Okay.
I get there to what they call it, homestead, where we got a temporary office set up. Johnny Tussin, he the big white guy who got upset with when he saw me at that deuce in the quarter. Who car that is out there? That's when I was going down now. That's ain't mine. Who told you to drive a car out here? I don't want you to drive these government trucks. And that's another thing that kind of upset me too. If somebody say peed me off. God told me right then too. Now you see what you're doing? He talking to me. Look at man talking to you. And you talking about you gonna stay in this job till you die. Look at man doing. You could work for me and they got to go through all that there. It's like I'm hearing that from God. So I didn't like that what he said. So now I'm coming back by the same guy who done talked that trash to me. So I got to go in there and fill out papers now while I'm resigning. And I put on there, I believe by the powers of God, in God, and of God, that I've been called to preach. Yeah, and put it on there. And they sent me a copy of that. Boy, like that tight rattle type, that that thing was so strong, like they was hitting them keys, so I let pinched in there. Because see, they know I was a specialist. They know I did all this training. Know I did this invention. Now they wonder where I'm going now. I'm going right now, so I'm scared they're going to kill me right then. So Johnny Tussin, he gave me some cupcakes, look like. And I just say, no, no, man, you eating. You don't know if he's going to kill you, man. Get you get away. I mean, you just don't know what, because you don't know where you're going with life. I just know I want to preach. I'm going to preach now. So I went on to this Publix and got me some buttermilk and what they call it, that prophet guy up in Georgia, he had told me, because they had fed some stuff into my stomach too. He told me what to get, some buttermilk, and I'll get my sister.
The guy from Donaldsonville?
Yeah,
okay.
back fly. So I went and got me some of that same clean out system, Epsom salt, to keep this stuff, whatever, if he put something in there. But I kept praying, Lord, you don't let me die, I'm going to preach, I ain't going to charge you no money. So I made it from Miami to my brother's house in Del Rey. That's Cleo, the dark one. He and his wife are going to the dog track, so I'm scared. See, if somebody follow me to kill me, boy, they come up in here because he's a Mason, and he NRA member. He don't mind, he'll fight on me. And I said, if they come up in here, they better be right with old Cleo. And I got he and his wife were going to the dog track. So I went in the back room and laid my head on the Bible and was sleeping. I fell asleep, locked the door. I thought I was safe. When I woke up, Cleo and I picked the door and come in there and said, hey, man, what's up? I said, man, I've been called to preach, man. I started saying, how you get in here? Well, that's his house. He know how to pick his own door, So I jumped in the car, and I'm heading to Mount Madison to preach. I get to Fort Pierce, State Road 70, and turnpike, that car just cut off. It had points, and I'm not electronic system. So I pulled on the side of the turnpike. I said, I'm not no Mason, but I'm going to stop some traffic today. So I got out the car and walked there with my big Bible in front of me, and walked back, did a sign. The van pulled up, a young black guy and elderly guy. He said, yeah, what's up, man? I said, my car broke down here, man. I'm going home to preach, and I'm tired of running, man. He said, mister, I can't let them dogs get in my van. He said, I take you in. I said, man, you don't take me. If you don't take my dog, I'm not going. You go head on. He looked at me, he said, okay. Come on. He took me to Avenue D, 17th Street, to my uncle's house. I told him what was going on. We called the Chevrolet Berg place to come get the car. Jumped on a Greyhound bus and made it to Madison. I preached my trial sermon.
Where are the dogs? Dogs? They didn't put the dogs
Put
on
them in his fence, his house.
At his house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. So I went to Madison and started preaching. Nonprofit. 40 years now.
Okay, what did that mean, start preaching? Did you go to church? You just do it on the street corner?
No, I went to the AME church, because I've been an AME minister, that's African Methodist Episcopal, and founded by Richard Allen. He bought his freedom in 1777, and he started the church shortly after then. And we used to go with the regular Methodist people, and they say we went through so much hardship, we'd be praying out loud, in the church, and they drag us out, the deacons, the white deacons, and Richard Allen got tired of it. He say, went to the big bishop and told him to give him his nomination. So that's how the AME was started, African Methodist Episcopal.
You're talking about historically how it started?
Yeah,
okay.
by Richard Allen.
Okay.
He formed it.
But you come to the one in Madison, and how do you choose that particular church? Or
I've been going there. That's one, Jess Lamb, AME.
Bethlehem. Where's that?
Jess, Jes, Lamb.
Jess Lamb.
Same word.
Okay.
G.S. Lamb.
Is that still there?
Mm-hmm.
And
I preached right by Rocky Ford Road. Same one I preached back with Jimmy Carter on Fifth Hours. Oh, yeah.
is there a preacher there that knew you? I mean, did you preach in services? Or?
What happened, like I said, I was a member of the church already. So due to the fact that I was already a member there, you always go back home where you came from, where you're going to go to this big church and leave your church. You have to leave your church and go somewhere else. Don't just jump out there somewhere else. So I went back in and reported, I've been a preacher. So then they set up a trial sermon for you before the presiding elder, the big man.
When was your trial sermon? Do you remember the date?
Okay, I started January. So I guess probably about May or June or something like that, because a few months after, in Tallahassee. That's where the trial sermon was at.
They sent you to another church?
Trial sermon means you go and preach your thing, do your thing in front of an audience of bishops.
What was the name of the church in Tallahassee?
Flipper Chapel.
Okay. Is that still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
How did that go?
Went well, went great, because they can see what you was doing, feel you're sincere. Then you start getting training, following a preacher who got you up on his wing, and then you learn enough about it, and they send you at different places. But I worked for a while, this woman that wouldn't want to do right. You remember, I came down here, and after they loaned me my money, I went back and went to a sawmill, and the guy from the Cedar program called me and begged me to come back and finish up.
What year are we talking about?
79, you remember? Because a few months after being back preaching, I was working the sawmill place. Then I came down here and got the Cedar program.
Before you go into that, if you can explain the AME church, there are not many AME church ministers who that's all they do, right? They all have a job somewhere else mostly, is that right?
Yeah, most of them have a job. Some of them need to do the preaching thing on the side, but they let them get off for certain activities of the church per se. But some of them you do it full time too, if they think they get enough congregation. Yeah.
But it wouldn't be unusual for someone to be working in a sawmill and being a preacher. That happened all the time.
Right.
Okay. And so the CETA program, CETA, do you remember what that stands for?
Not really.
Okay, but that was a government program. And explain how it worked.
The CETA program is where it was in the Democrat, because the Republicans did everything they can to destroy it. The CETA program was like, okay, hey, it's a lot of black guys got training, but they're not getting these professional jobs because you tell them they ain't got no experience. How about go ahead and get them experience by letting them work for you, make you some money, and then you pay them half the salary, which at that time was going over $3 an hour. So they pay $1.50 an hour, and the employee, the person who's sponsor, he paid $1.50 an hour to the individual trainee, which was me, myself.
Okay. And you've told us you've told us that you first came through Gainesville in '72 when you were doing the surveying, but
been Interstate 10, Interstate 75.
Okay, but you came to. I thought you.
I didn't survey through Gainesville. I just came here going to.
Okay, going to. Got it. So this is the first time you came to live in Gainesville, the CETA, when you got the CETA?
No more than been in Interstate 75. I would live in Lake City and work through Gainesville, and then Leesburg went way back up. But Gainesville only then.
Now we're back up 79. You quit the sawmill because you got a working with somebody under CETA in Gainesville. Is that right? Or Alachua County?
Well, see what happened. I had left the government, right? Resigned, all that good job. But I know and realized I would keep a job, even though I draw a blueprint. But I let to keep a job. So the closest job I found was with Stud Steel Lumber Company, because it was two older white ladies who needed a young man, an older man. Mr. Simpson been with him 40 years. He up in age, so he needed somebody to help him. So I got the job there.
Where was the sawmill?
Right down. It was a lumber company. It was the original Stud Steel sawmill, but it's lumber company now, should I say?
What was the name of it?
Stud Steel.
Stud?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steel.
Stud Steel. Okay, I've got it. So you're preaching, you're working in the sawmill, and you're designing churches and things for money. That's how you're getting by.
Right.
All right.
Right.
And somehow you made connection with the CETA program. How was that?
Yeah. Well, I found out the woman that I was in love with, the older lady, she didn't seem to care about the preaching, because she loved it. It seemed like because I was always gone, that means she could do what she wanted to do and still have a husband per se, as the people might say. So I didn't like that perspective. Now I want to be a preacher, want to get married and do the right thing now. So she don't have no parts of that. So she's running the streets, then running with this crew of people. So what I decided I would do, get out from among Madison again and go to Gainesville and try to find a better opportunity.
Why Gainesville? Why not Tallahassee?
Something about Gainesville, something about Tallahassee I didn't get. I didn't like the cold weather in Gainesville, for one thing. Tallahassee a little warmer. Plus, I lived out here doing
Tallahassee's warmer or Gainesville?
No, Gainesville warmer.
Okay.
Because it sucks more to the south. Yeah.
Okay. So you
And then too, I like to have a lot of resistance from Tallahassee too, because I was going through the racial thing where they'll hire me because of Monroe Lee, my name. When I get there, they don't believe I'm Monroe then. So I've been through a lot of that too.
You thought there might be less racial prejudice in Alachua County?
Yeah. And like I said, in the weather too, all that kind of accumulated in. And then I was going wherever I put out feelers at, because I mean, if I didn't never find work one place, I go to another place. So this way it hit. Because like I said, I come down here and went to the employment office, met Mr. Lee Cloud, with a white gentleman, nice guy, and told him my situation. He said, you ought to go see Mr. Irvin, engineer, who was a county commissioner. Now, he told me he's a big guy. Okay. So he gave me his number.
So you thought he was a county commissioner?
Yeah, I really thought that up in the night. They haven't been improved yet, but that guy said he wasn't, you know. And like I say, nobody.
Okay, but he was an engineer.
Yeah.
And you went to him, and this is 79, you went to him to work for him, and he'd pay half your salary and the government would pay half your salary, correct?
With him to see the program, so the guy gave me papers to take.
As far as you know, it was come from him, but you knew that he was getting money from CETA, and that's why you were hired.
It was a contract.
Okay.
The state gave me a contract to take to him for him to be the sponsor.
Okay, so what kind of work did you do for J.D. Irvin?
I did full-scale civil engineering. We would design, and I would design and make money for him. Subdivisions, go to plot of land design.
Let's start. What's the first subdivision in Alachua County that you helped design?
Santa Fe, Hills of Santa Fe, 1 and 2.
That's up near Santa Fe College, is that right?
Yeah, other side of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're getting paid $3 an hour for this work.
Making him millions, yep.
And you don't know what he's making, but a little more than the $3.
Right,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's not take a break. As long as you're working for J.D. Irvin, what else did you design?
Okay, I did.
Only while you're working for him.
Benwood Estate 1 and 2.
Okay, and that's up on 441 north of town?
That's 39th in Maine.
39th in Maine?
Yeah.
Maine?
Yeah, that's Benwood. Main Street, 39. You go Main Street, I went to 39th, and that's Benwood Estate, 1 and 2 back in there.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you make a left, you go to the railroad tracks, going back to 13th. But Main Street, Main Street is 13 blocks off to the west.
I just know car dealerships. I just know car dealerships.
Okay, because you know where we went to the animal shelter. That's 53rd. You remember? So we crossed over 39. But if you'd went the other way, you'd been going to Benwood Estate. How you get to Benwood Estate is you make a left on 39th off of Main, and you're going back across the railroad track. Before you cross the railroad track, you make a right, and that's Benwood. And that's where I walked off, and John Hip sent that little mean racist white kid out there say, my way out the highway. Okay. And I let it been the highway.
All right, so Benwood Estates, what year did you work on that? 80?
Work on that with Benwood Estate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked on it from 79 to 78. Or 79 to 80. Okay. The whole year contract with CETA.
Okay. What else did you design?
Okay, you got Benwood Estate 1 and 2. You got Hills of Santa Fe 1 and 2. Then we had this big warehouse, and they thought they'd just keep me doing the subdivision, right? And this guy, Jimmy Jones, who I was kind of trained, because like I said, I already had my own business. Jimmy Jones, he was this UF student, right? He's an engineer, in training at the school. And they
are you doing that in addition to J.D. Irvin?
That's in J.D. Irvin office.
Oh, he worked there.
But he was supposed to have been handling that. I was supposed to have been like the little grunt man who's trying to learn this, because he know all about engineering because he go to school. He know about pointer tangents and all this, cutting field, how much dirt to take out of a hill and all that right there. So he over there is designing the thing. They got.
Where's the warehouse located?
I don't know for sure, but it was in Gainesville.
So you're just seeing the paperwork. You're not going to the site.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, they keeping me over there doing the roads in the subdivision. So finally, I got up and walked over there one day. I said, "Well, hey man, I see you got your second floor here. Where your stairs at? The elevator. How you gonna get up there?" They had designed that big old building. I ain't got nowhere to get up there. But they was keeping this little black guy from working on it because they think he ain't enough sense. He the one told them, yeah. That's one of the things I seen there. Yeah. Okay. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I did. What after the warehouse?
I did Point 23 also. Point 23 apartments. That's right down 23rd across Main Street. If you come down Main, you make a right. It'll be the 23rd apartments right down before you get to Napa. Right by Napa Place.
North side.
It'll be on the north side. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That's why I did a little parking lots like Warshaw, the eye doctor on University, did a little parking lots, some parking lots on 6 little minor things. Parking lots over by Sears Roebuck, over by 13th. Quite a lit in that thing there, yeah.
Sears Roebuck used to be at 13th and 23rd?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, anything else?
Well, I tell you what was so amazing. I remember it was a little sawmill place down there where the Goodwill at down there, where they sold lumber products. So
Talking about 84 lumber?
yeah, it might have been 84. It might have been 84. I used to remember now. Yeah, I know it was a lumber place.
On 34th Street.
But this was 23rd down from JD now, right,
Okay.
right there by before you cross, get to Main Street, before you get to the Greyhound bus station. You know where that is.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Goodwill place in there. It
Okay.
had to be a big building. So the people said they liked it, me, you know, because I would let my dog put me to work on the bicycle. Like at my dog's training when they first started stealing, you know, back in '69, dogs put him on the bike. They'll stay to the job while I'm working. I go out there and give them a break, and you know, my dogs. And so I come up by the white people like they were so in love with me because I got dogs, and I used to be my friend. So I asked, could I put a
And
up a little-
later on, we're going to get to the dog story. It's okay to mention it, but I'm just asking you now, since you brought it up, what kind of dogs were they?
Oh, this was a K9 here. This the dog. That
You say
saved me.
canine, you mean like a police kind of dog?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a
That's the
shepherd.
one saved me
Shepherd.
from, yeah, from
Okay.
people was killing them. They was killing them kids in gangs of Atlanta. I was up there. The same dog here. Yeah.
Okay. You're talking about the Wayne Williams thing, or what?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I took that same dog up there with me. That was down here with me. Yeah.
So I've never heard this before. They were using your dog to help hunt?
No. Just before the killing started, I was just finishing up the CETA program in '80, right? So by the time I got up to Atlanta and started working, they was finding these black kids dumped in different places. So I was still looking young, even though I was 25, 26 years old. I was still, and then they started getting to my age too. So they had this dog I got from Gainesville. A white man gave him to me. His name was Bush. I named him Ambush. He would pull my back everywhere I go. I just put my hand on the handlebar, so he pulled me all over Atlanta.
Your dog did. Okay.
For the last 3 or 4
We've
killings.
jumped ahead, Monroe. So how did you get from J.D. Irwin Engineering in Gainesville to working in Atlanta? What happened?
I told you, I finished up the CETA program in 1980.
Right.
All right. Then J.D. Irwin sent me to the city of Gainesville for a job interview for draftman. So I took some of my work down there, some of the subdivisions I did to show him I was the guy for the job. So the white interview, he looked at it and he said, you can do a fine job, Mr. Lee. He said, well, was she being a problem to you? He's talking about a blonde white girl worked in the office. I said, no, sir, she won't be no problem to me. I said, matter of fact, I worked around white people all my life, white women. I say, I was raised, had to work around a white woman without getting out the way with her. And I say, that's just the way I was raised. And he said, I call you. He never called me back. I told Mr. Irwin about it, so he sent me to John C. Hip Construction over at Alachua. So I go over there to Mr. Hip first thing, because Hip, I've been by J.D. Irwin. He said, I ain't got none of these here. I ain't know what he's talking about. Tie jobs. He said, you want to work though? You want to work? I said, yeah, I worked. I picked cotton, so I went to work for him. So then.
Okay. Hip was 80, still 80?
1980, yeah. First part of 80.
Okay, and what kind of work it's construction?
Yeah, construction, yeah.
And what kind of work were you expecting to do for him?
Anything besides one with a towel on. That's what he was doing. He ain't got nothing with a towel on it. So I told him.
Does that mean labor work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
So I'm building manholes, doing what everybody else do, picking up roots. And one day he said, I got one for y'all. Go out the Hill Plantation on Tower Road. So I like this start where you go in the inside out. I'm picking up roots. The grader's picking up roots.
Yeah, the Hill Plantation wasn't built yet, was it?
No,
Just-
this first phase I'm finna build it.
Okay.
Off Tower Road. A white guy named Miles, a young white kid, like I said, I'm about 25 then. He's must be about 20, 18, 19. So he picked up roots along with me. So one day Mr. George Wilson come out, superintendent of the project, white guy. He said, Brother Lee, you doing fine, you manable, so we got a promotion for you. So you helped lay out the subdivision here with Jerry Miller, the white guy.
How did he know you did that kind of work?
Well, he knew I been with J. Hill, you remember? J. Hill, like, got transit engineer at J.D. Irwin.
You said Hill or Hip?
Hip.
Right, but
Hip, Mr. Irwin know Hip. He sent me to him.
Yeah.
So the work I did for Hip, with Irwin, I designed subdivision, so now I'm finna build one.
Okay, you're not working
You
for
got-
Hip anymore. This other guy's going to hire you? Is
No,
that-
Mr. the man I was telling you, you missed that. He's the superintendent, Mr. Wilson.
For
He's
HIP.
working for HIP. Superintendent, he running a project.
Well, I'm really sorry for being a little bit
It's
dense
okay.
here, but
That's okay, I work with you.
so HIP didn't want you to work that kind of a job with a tie.
No, he would let me know if you're gonna work, you're gonna have to get down. You ain't gonna come in here looking pretty. That's what he was meaning.
He wasn't saying you might not do that work. He was also going to do labor. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, he
okay.
told me he ain't got no kind of work for me to come in clean.
Okay, but this guy that you're talking about told you that he did have work for you, tie kind of work.
No. What? No, see, Ty laying at the subdivision, you getting out there with your instruments again.
Okay, I misunderstood. Okay, laying it out. You're talking about essentially survey kind of
Yeah,
work.
actually, yeah,
Okay.
for it to be built now, because the blueprint's already there.
Okay.
You got me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. So you start working for him. We're trying to get to how you went to Atlanta. I know you're working there. You're getting to it. So
Yeah, so I was telling you, he select me to be the layout man with the white guy engineer, Jerry Miller, to lay the whole thing out. So Miles get upset to the fact that, why you letting this black guy do it? Why can't I be the layout man? The black guy keep picking up roots. So Mr. Wilson called Miles over right in front of me, the white kid, the young one, talked right in front. He said, look at him now. Don't be angry. This young man, he talking about me, he got the training for this. He's not trained to be an engineer. You just finna go to college, to the white boy. And he said another thing too. This black guy right here, his people probably been here a couple hundred years already, bearing the burden of making this country. I'm telling you, when your people's got him, it's probably been lately. But he's trained for this job. That's why he's getting this job. It's not that I'm looking over you.
and this was Miller.
Huh? No, he's talking to Miles. That's the young white kid.
No, but who is Miller that's doing the
Miller
talking?
is the engineer for Vietnam veteran whom we working with. Jerry had to do with it.
Who's the guy that's saying this stuff about
Mr. Wilson, the superintendent, the old man, old white man.
Okay.
He letting the white kid not to be Roth, as Kane was with Abel.
That seems unusual, Monroe. That's a
Yeah,
white person who understands where you're coming from.
Exactly right.
Okay.
That's what he told him.
Okay. And so what happened?
Okay, so I went head on and built the whole subdivision, whole hill plantation, and HIP got a way of getting around the Christmas time. And to get rid of you, look like it's like our job. They say it gets slow, they lay off. So he.
So Monroe, I don't know what the protocol is and what's proper and what people do in that area. But are you still only making $3 an hour, or are you getting some extra money for the work you're doing?
I'm probably about $6-7 an hour now.
Okay, you're finished with CETA. You're just.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
See, that was J.D. Irving said he was getting rid of me for. I
Okay.
go out and make some money, real money.
Okay.
That I'm worth.
Okay. So you're making $6 or $7 an hour,
Yeah.
and you finished that project when? When did you finish the hill plantation?
I finished it. Then I went to work on some more. I started 62nd Street. I come and built 62nd from University to 20th. I did that.
And that was Irvin had a contract for that?
Nope, HIP now.
HIP, okay, HIP, okay.
HIP.
All right.
Yeah,
And so what time are we talking about? 80, 81, what?
getting like the end of 81.
Okay, end of 81, all right.
End of 80, because 81 finna come in, I believe.
Okay, end of 80, and you're 62nd, and that's, 62nd goes by the Oaks Mall, is that what?
Right, exactly
okay.
right.
Okay,
Going
All right.
south to 20th.
okay, so,
Yeah. So we finished that up, like I said, getting by the end of the year, about the Christmas season. That's when they lay you off after they made all the money they want to make. So then I went to Atlanta.
okay, what made you go to Atlanta?
I had a cousin up there. He the same one, had a house out in East Gainesville that I came and lived in when I was trained to be an engineer. But he's always a user, But he used me, but some kind of way God fixed it where he got some benefit for me too, I mean, that's the way it's been. He done used me up, root me off, stole for me, but God fixed it where he have a power right in place to help me.
So are you still preaching back in Madison on weekends or what?
Nursing homes only now. And that's what I found out. See, that's what I found out about this ministry. People in the church got money. They want to push a preacher around. But I was a different type preacher, and I am now still. I don't accept no money. That way they can't push me around. I go to the nursing home, but they can't pay me. That's why I chose the nursing homes.
Okay.
See, they ain't got no money, and that's why I love to do what I do.
All right. And
That's why the dog's very important to me.
so during this 1980, you're not really doing much preaching, is that right?
I'm running back to Madison every weekend.
Oh, okay. That's what. So
Yeah,
that's why I
I
asked.
got you saying,
Okay.
yeah. I know you mean now. Oh, you mean then.
Then, yeah.
not now.
I mean that.
Gotcha.
Okay. And so when you went up to Atlanta, were you going to be doing preaching up there, or are you going to be coming back to Madison, or what?
Oh, I used to come back from Madison to preach every so often. Yeah.
Okay.
Every
All right.
so many weeks.
Who did you go to work for in Atlanta?
I went to Atlanta, believe it or not. I started off in Logwood, Putwoods. I'm a type cat that I'll make me some money legally.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to Atlanta. I started just walking in the street looking for work, and I saw this old man, Mr. Willie. He wasn't no bigger than me. He loading putwood on his truck. And I said, wow, I did this back in the 70s. I say, I ain't too much above it. And I asked him, I said, you give me a job? He said, yeah. You show me what you need,
Is he a white man or a black man?
Black man, yeah.
Okay.
So I went to work for him.
Did he go in and harvest the pulpwood or what?
Yeah, he cut a tree down. And I helped him load it on.
And around Atlanta, outside of it, they don't have any pulpwood growing in Atlanta.
Yeah, right. It's Marietta. See, Marietta's in
Okay.
Cobb County.
Okay.
North of Atlanta. Yeah.
All right. So you go out with this truck with what, powered saws and cut it down? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How long did you do that?
Did it for a couple of months because some kind of a walk in again, I saw a Bunnell Industry. Walked through the park and I saw Bunnell Industry and I went in and asked for a job. And I said, I'm a draftsman, architect, but I said, I do any kind of work. So our job was to be a non-corrosive pipe for Dow Chemical Plant, Union Carbide, Teflon line pipes, fiberglass reinforcement that don't do any rotting and erosion protection. So we'll send them all over the world to India.
So you're working in a factory, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Actually,
what do you do? Just cut the pipe or what?
Or you got a tubing, PVC tubing, and you got a welder, Teflon welder to weld them. That's the tube, that's the inside, the liner, right? So the acid don't eat that up. Then you got your resin, that's the glass part, liquid. Then you got a meat you put in to make it hard, right? So you got roving and you got matte. Matte smoother. Roving is kind of coarse, it's like big coarse head thread spread together like a burlap, but it's silk material or fiberglass material. Yeah. So you put your resin in there, you put so much meat in it, get hard. All right. So what happened is then
Do you use a welding arc?
you use a welding arc for the Teflon liner, you remember, but when you get your Teflon liner set up, that's your inside of the piping. Then you do with your glass, you got a winding machine and wind it around, and that's the pipe system. But then I was in charge of elbow. I was the elbow and
so you didn't do any welding yourself?
No.
Okay, all right.
I was the layup man. Layup mean is you get your all that material, like the roving and all, you put so much mats down, put the liquid stuff on it, and you roll all the air bubbles out, and that meat make it cure off.
Any danger in that chemical, the stuff you're working with?
Yeah, but because what happened is this madman, which I got some money pinned. That's what I tell you about. I had money first I had pinned it, but I just ain't took my time to go get it. I should get it before I leave this world. A madman, Tim Flood, coming from Texas, and Bunnell sold out to Shaw manufacturers. Shaw manufacturers brought him in, and he make us work with fiberglass, work with asbestos. And asbestos had been outlawed, so I wouldn't go along with it. So in '82 came in, I left them and put the EOC on them and come back to Florida.
You put the
EEOC.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so came back to Florida. Where'd you come to in Florida?
Okay, that will be coming into 82. I had bought a house in Atlanta, so my baby mama, daughter mama didn't want to act right, so I went into Texas again, where I was at, working for the government. But I went by Greyhound bus just to tour the land. And I saw this little pretty gal, the one I married my wife, that Creole gal. So I tried to get her to come back to Atlanta. She wouldn't seem to want to come up there where I bought that house at, so I came back to Florida, sold my property I had there.
Where, in Atlanta?
In Madison.
Oh, you sold your property in Madison? Do you sell your house in Atlanta?
No, I rented it out to some boys supposed to be buddies. That's why I say the wrong crew ain't no good. And they kind of commandeered my house, tried to take the house from me.
So Monroe, again, it's up to you to talk about what you want to talk about, but I'm hearing that you're married or kind of married or something with this Creole woman from Texas. I hadn't heard that before.
I'm getting ready to marry her. I'm getting ready to marry her.
Oh, getting ready to marry. Okay, you met her there.
I'm meeting her. I'm telling you how it happened.
Okay,
Y'all give you detail. You got it.
So she comes to Madison, or?
Yeah, I met her in Texas, and then I get all the information. So I go back to Atlanta, thinking I got this nice house and nice job. I get her to come up here, and we'll live in Essex the rest of our lives.
Right.
But she won't come up there, which is, I guess, a good idea that I think about it now. But she was so pretty. So I sold the property in Florida, sent her the money to come on to Florida, which she came. But she just came like for a month to hang out with me.
So a couple of questions, Monroe.
Yeah.
What property in Florida, was that something that you bought while you were there? Or?
When I was went working in the government the second time, I was coming to go be smarter than I was the first time. I know that the one when I was living with, I wasn't married to her, so I went and bought me a house, another third house. We had two houses already.
Okay.
So I bought a third house before I left her. So I had a house.
Okay, so you sold that. So she comes there. When you say Creole, what does that mean to you?
Creole mean just like my family really, but they got French in there. French, Indian, black mixture. Okay. From Louisiana.
So after about a month, she did what?
Say I want to go back, and I thought we were gonna get married. I was in love with her, and I couldn't make her stay, so I let her go. So I said I let her grow up 5 years, and I called her back again in '87. That's when we got married.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what's happened between '83 and '87? What are you doing?
Yeah. So when she left on '82, I came on back to Hunter Marine there in Alachua, and got a job there building boats, sailboats. Yeah.
I want to just know, you mentioned a cousin in East Gainesville. At that point, the only place you lived in Alachua County was East Gainesville? Is that, and now you're living in Alachua, is that right?
Right.
Okay. Hunter Marine, working with fiberglass, what were you doing?
Yeah, building boats, sailboats.
Fiberglass.
Make the hull, the whole boat. You go in there, you got a little thing, you make it on. You make these kits out of the roving. I was just telling you about we did for the same pipes up in Atlanta, but now the kits is for a big old boat. And you get in and you got these boots on, you got a whole team of guys. Some of these guys, you got to be on drugs, man, to stamp this work like right here, man. But they was out working me because I was just like trying to make a living. Then I was hurt because the girl was going back to California, so I didn't have no energy. The woman I wanted to marry going to California, and I done made plenty of money for the architect. Now what am I doing here on a 10 hour job? I mean, I just couldn't get that. So I was working with a girl named Booby or Bonnie, they call her. She's a white girl. She wasn't that big. But that young lady knows she can work, man. She worked me under the table, so I worked there.
She was your boss at Hunter Marine?
No, we was building both together.
Oh, together.
We had to cut the kits,
okay.
She and I. So that means you get a big old spool, 200 roll spool of stuff. You got to load it on, you roll it off and cut it. And I mean, you duck this thing, get shot, get you another razor. But
was there some English company that owned Hunter Marine? Who owned
Somebody
Hunter?
done bought it now, yeah. They done bought it out, yeah.
Okay. They hadn't yet, or they?
They done bought it. Marlowe bought it, and somebody else done bought it now, I think. They had about 3 sales since this.
Okay.
Hunter Marine.
But how did you hear about that when you were in Atlanta, about that job?
No, I didn't hear about you. Remember I told you about
okay, gotcha.
I was down here with my wife, come down. The girl I was trying to marry, she went back to California. So I stayed in Florida, but I went by Hunter Marine since I was in Alachua. When I let her went back.
Okay, you just
I
walked
went in and asked for
just
a
walked
job.
in and asked for a job.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, how long did you work for Hunter Marine?
So I worked there at least about 4 months, like 3 months, 2 months, something like that. But it come to be Christmas. So when the big man come out to give checks, he say, Mrs. Lee, I must tell you that I get a report that you ain't performing 100%. I said, sir, you right. I done come to that conclusion myself. I'm gonna resign, give him a check. Then I take my go to Madison.
What year are we talking about?
This is Christmas of '81. You remember?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And '82, Christmas of '82. Yeah.
Okay.
So I walk in the house there. Same brother that gave up to die several times, who I told you about, look almost white. Al, he's the younger one. Well, he's 6 foot tall, Mr. Pretty Boy. He got that conversation, you know how to rap on him. There go my brother there. Guess who I want to see? I know we going to Delray now. He done got caught bringing drugs into prison. And
your brother had already been to prison?
No, he ain't been to prison. He was a guard.
Oh, he's a guard.
He got caught bringing some drugs
what
to
prison?
the inmates.
What prison?
Cross City.
Okay.
Yeah, and by him being well liked, because of the white-looking appearance of him, red, they didn't discipline him or give him no time. They just fired him. So he said, there go my brother now. He just had a baby. My wife just had a baby. I know we going to Delray. So my Cherokee grandma, she's sitting on the couch. She said, Al, Tommy, that's my nickname, don't y'all go down there to Delray. Cleo is not working himself. He's laid off. He's on unemployment. So
before you go on, you mentioned a couple times going to Delray. What did Cleo do before he was laid off? What did your brother Cleo do?
He's a concrete truck driver.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So your grandmother says, don't go down there. Cleo's
my mama said, Cherokee grandmama, yeah.
Okay.
Don't go down there because he laid off himself. He probably borrowed money from her too, because them old folks, they'll let them certain crew have their money when they won't let other ones have it, So and I got behind her back. She said, we going anyway. So he convinced me to take him. Now, I mean, he got a car, but he ain't got no money, so I financed it. And go.
Cleo have a house down there?
Cleo have a house, yeah.
Was he married?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Okay.
he had children too. So,
okay. So you and Al went down and moved in with Cleo?
yeah, so I go there to Perry and pick up my K9 dog, who I bought from Atlanta, you know, the killer dog.
Right.
I took him in the trunk of the car, and we go around the DRA, and we go out looking for work that Monday. And Cleo get unemployment, but, you know, he just taking us around, you know, 'cause we going to be in his house. He going to make us work. That's kind of catty years, you know. So we went in this Palm Beach custom kitchen place. I did. And I come back out. I said, I think I'm going to get that job. I said, what you mean? And everybody got to think they're assisting the black one, you know, even though Cleo black too. I said, them onions get in his head. They woofed up at me. What you mean? I says, I told the man I picked tobacco and cotton that I work. What you telling that man? He don't want to hear nothing about no tobacco and no cotton. On the first one got hired, the man hired me. Same man he told me didn't want to hear.
You just want to know you could work hard.
Yeah, exactly right. And our Palm Beach custom cabinet, making custom cabinets, countertops, all that, doing good. Everybody borrowed money from me now. I'm giving everybody money, thinking everybody love me. But you can't buy love, so I'm finna show you now. So, Al, he hit me every week, borrowed my money. Oh, I got borrowed. And in the end, so many months, I said, you want a job? What you mean? You know I want a job. I said, I get your job. How you gonna do that? I said, I get your job, man. Just tell me you want one. He said, you want one. So I pick up a newspaper, and I ain't gonna go too deep, and I know this thing on the news here, but I called it job opening. I said, hello, Mon. My name is James Shaw with the Department of Correction. Can you help a young man we got rid of, which is true. They got rid of him for real. All that was true. He said, just send him in. He sent him in, he gave him a job. And Al come out with blue pants like a police, light shirt like a police. He was a security guard. He making good money now. Boy, as soon as he got that job, he started lying on me again. See that now? That's the devil. Here go your brother. You know, I helped him out again. Taught him to walk. He still got that devil, and that's why that'll make me a man of God.
So, you're about 28. How old's your brother?
When I was 28.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, yeah, exactly right. You're right. I'm about 4 years older than him, going on 5, you remember, so he's about 23 at that time.
Okay, so he's working security guard. You're still working for the custom cabinets place.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, Cleo helped him find an apartment. So Cleo say, Tommy, you got to help Al clean out his apartment, scrub it out. I'm doing all that there. Whatever carpenter work, fixing up, I'm doing all that there. And he got back. Cleo say, hey, Monroe, you going around there with Al now? I said, what? I said, man, you know Al been lying on me already. You know, he been lying on me since he was growing up, a kid. I had to get up my mom's house because of the lies they told. You know I ain't going to last no time with no Al, man. He said, Monroe, y'all come together, y'all go together. I never forgot that to the day. I don't stay in my brother's house today. I would never sleep in his house. I would sit in my truck all that long. I don't sleep in nobody's house. Right now, I don't. Because people will talk about you, and I'm like, I got too much pride for that foolishness.
So we're talking about almost 40 years. You still haven't ever slept in your brother Cleo's house since then?
Right.
Okay. All right.
That's easy. Yeah. I go there and speak and sit up with them 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. When I get out of there, so I tell them, I say, Tom, why you want to come stay all night? I say, I don't want to come in your house all the time of night, because I don't. I'm going to go to bed at 5 o'clock, and I'm not going to be knocking on your door and, you know, coming in your house. But he gave me a key last time I was down there. He gave me a key to come in. I might come in and use the bathroom, but I won't come in there and stay. There's a bed back there. I said, no.
So you and Al are working down there, and what happens then?
So he told me we come together, we go together. So Al got his wife now to come on down, because now he got the apartment. So she come, she's a sweet girl, but she's not divorcing him. But I wasn't there a week, man. They throw me out. He threw me out. And I just started living on the streets, man. And I say, I'm going to make it, though, man. And I started doing signs. I was already doing signs for businesses, too, on the side. And one day I said, I'm going to make it. I caught the Greyhound bus all the way to Miami. And you know, you've been to Miami, but the bus station Overtown, that's way in the southwest section.
Yeah, I know where Overtown is.
And I walked from Overtown all the way to the northwest section on my feet by myself to Joseph Caleb Center. He was a black guy, kind of like me. And John Walsh, the Walsh guy, Joshua Walsh. And to Caleb Center in Middlebrook, Professor Middlebrook, University of Miami, black as me. He's an architect, and he was giving lectures there. Boy, I let him give his lecture on architecture with the Southern engineers, all the engineers of the Southeast there, black engineers.
You went to this lecture?
Yeah, that's when I went down there for the bus to make the, because I knew I was going to shoot my little line to him. Boy, he finished up. I got up, raised my hand, and everybody looked at me. I said, yeah, I'm an architect. Anybody know if I can get a job at? Boy, he gave me his card, Joseph Middlebrook. Next day I was down there, South Miami, went to the office. Jan, she put him out of Jan. She's running his office. See, Middlebrook was smart. See, he realized what I didn't realize till I realized I made my foundation. He know that he's a black man. He know he's an engineer. He's an architect, professor at the University of Miami. But he did not run his office. I'm going to come and put that seal on that drawing. He had a white man or Hispanic run the office for him. I took notes from that, and that's what caused me, inspired me to get Isabel Lee Foundation. Because you can't make people love you, and people just going to have this idea. I mean, I did everything my parents told me to do. Stay from the white women, don't mess with the white women, get killed in lynch, but still people hate me, and some of them black folks too. Some black folks made the white folks think that I was going to date white women. Yeah, just to get that hatred on me. So back to Al put me out, and I went over there, and like I say, Middlebrook gave me that job, so now I'm working down there with Middlebrook. That's that's 84 to 85.
What kind of work were you doing for?
Oh, I'm designing Opelika City Hall. That's my first $7 million project. That building right there on that. Opelika, I did that. I did all this school, because all these works in Dade County had to give a black or minority company so much of it. Yeah, so I was doing architecture.
Schools?
Schools, government buildings, Hallandale buildings in Hallandale, anything needed. We did give a black so much, so we would get it.
How much was he paying you?
I might have been ready at about $9 an hour in that neighborhood.
Okay. And so you stopped working there for what reason? Why did you stop working?
Middlebrook is like this. He's like one of those seen the men I got, and I told him he black on the outside, white on the inside. That means he don't care nothing about a black person really. There's some blacks like that. They get what they got. They think you less than them, seem like, and that. But I called him out on it. I told him the way he was treating me, because what happened is after they opened like a city hall, he said he gonna lay me off, and I did all this, and them Puerto Rican and Cuban boys, they couldn't do none of what I was doing, like my own business, but they were still on, and he told me to come back for my pay a couple of weeks when he pay in regular pay period. I went to that thing. That's what I tell you about that accent. My heart is beating. My heart was beating pretty fast. I about ready to destroy something. I said, Mon, what's wrong with you, man? I said, Mon, you mean to tell me I'm making all this money for you? You think you gonna tell me to go somewhere and come back and get my money? You better call my money right now. And you better get it now. Jan, write him a check, then. he paid me. So then that went on, rocked on, and I was to had my own little business up in Delray. Now I'm designing funeral homes and different churches. And this guy, they call him a wino, Bubba Gerald, married to my cousin Gene. He told Deacon Blue, he said, that boy there, I'm a grown man, I know he can draw. And Deacon Blue said, what? We need a church, Christ Missionary Baptist Church. So they gave me that job. So I got $1 million project I'm doing. So now I go to South Miami, meet Phil Solomon, black, white, Jewish architect. I said, Phil, I got this $1 million church, man. I'm doing. I want you to help me. Let you make you a little money. I said, let's get with Middlebrook and let's 3 of us team up on this job and fit this money up. He said, Monroe, you know what Middlebrook did to you? I looked at him. This Jew talking to me about another black man. Listen to what he said. He said, if a man screw you over one time, you go back to him again, he gets to begin to feel like you like that being did to you. He gonna keep putting it to you. And you gonna go back to him again? I said, okay. So I got it. So he said, well, I know a white guy, Brad Schiffer, young white guy. His mom and dad was bankers from New York. He got a seal. He worked with you. So he said, you make your deal with him, I'm gonna hook you up with him. So he hooked me up with Brad Schiffer.
Before we go on, something I want to know about. You're trained as an architect. but you're not an architect graduate, so you can't, you don't have a seal.
Right.
Now, you haven't mentioned that with these black funeral homes and black churches. Do the black churches and black funeral homes go ahead and build without having a certification, or how did that work? Did you have someone working with you to have the seal on those?
Yeah, seal, yeah. Yeah, and that's what I do too. And that's how I made my millions of dollars. I mean, not bragging on it, but I gave it away. Why? Because I learned that you don't know how long you're gonna live. That's why I do what I do with my foundation. But in architecture, you got to have a seal. But in the old days, now when I first started, you didn't have to have this right, but these laws kept putting in place. That's why they see a lot of people got grandfathered in. So what I would do, I would get me a consultant. I never tell him how much I'm making, because that's not his business if you're smart, because that's the more he gonna want. I asked him how much he charged me per hour, and most guys I was charging $100 an hour. That's what I paid him.
But Middlebrooks, you were working for him.
By the hour.
So,
Yeah. He was making the money.
So he had the seal.
Yeah, and this is his foundation, his company. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you're on your own, and where are you doing this work? If you're not in an office, how are you doing it?
I would go to Brad Schiffer's office, because you got to go by the law. You can't, they call it, you don't rubber stamp. I draw something, hand it to you, you stamp it. You got to supervise construction or design of it if you're a smart architect. Or you got to be right up on a guy who know what he's doing.
So I'm guessing that you're making a lot more money in South Florida than you ever made in North Florida doing this architecture stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And that made them mad at me in Madison, because I was making so much money. And they find out, because see, when they come at me in this false charge of professional regulation, they was mad because he charging that kind of money. The white man been charging all the time, but they just weren't used to a black man making that kind of money. 10% of construction costs, and I might do it for 7%.
I don't want to jump ahead, but so I'm oriented here. When did that problem you're talking about happen? That was in the 90s, right? We hadn't gotten there yet.
That problem, I want to be sure.
With getting called up to the architecture board or whatever it was.
No, that happened in 2002 after the Gambia Summer.
So let's wait till we get to that. Okay. So you're down in the like 87 time frame. Is that where you are in Miami?
Yeah, 87, 86. Yeah.
Okay. And so how long did that go on? And
So
where were you living?
Well, like I said, after I did the Miami thing, I coming up the DRA and did a little bit, but I'm finally migrated, because like I do circuits still, like I do now for 51 years. I circuited back into Perry in 86, if you remember. 86 now. That's where I read an article again and see IME, Industrial Maintenance Engineers, being formed in Perry. This guy, Bob Meisner, who's a University of Florida graduate engineer, he had the engineering degree, but he worked at Proctor & Gamble Buckeye for about 35 years at this time, right? And Robert Swain, big time, multi-million-dollar con man, whatever, big time money maker, some kind of way, find a way to make money for hundreds of years. Look like he's good on making money. They formed a partnership, right? And they get this guy, Howard Johnson, to run it for him, another white guy, he Jehovah's Witness. So, but they still don't know what I know.
Is he retired from Buckeye or still working there?
He was retiring that year. So now he's farming his own business now with Swain. Swain got the pull, he got the knowledge and the seal, and I got the knowledge to run it and technical know-how. Okay. So they put me running their company for them, designing.
So you moved to Perry?
Yeah.
Because you heard about the job?
I was in Perry, kind of like running my circus, doing painting. You know,
right. Okay.
Remember, that's where J.B. Crockett found me.
All right.
So now I'm back there 11 years later doing the same thing again.
So just so people listening to this know, Perry is about how many miles south of Madison?
37.
37 miles. Okay, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So you see, you follow the story.
I do.
Now, what I'm doing, I'm back in Perry running IME. Right now, so now I'm realizing I'm 37 years old. I want to get married because a preacher, to do it right, I need me a wife, right? But I know I ain't want no woman going to run the streets. So now I'm thinking about the young, pretty Creole girl. I wonder what she's doing. Some kind of way I stayed in touch with her. I called her back up and told her I got this job running IME engineering, and that I'm ready to get married now. She had one when I met her, Vernon Joseph Jr., that's the boy, and his dad was named Vernon Sr. So she comes to Perry.
You saying she got married and got divorced, or what?
No, I ain't never divorced her. I'm still married to her. Okay.
I
was telling you how it happened. You remember I let her went back, you remember?
Okay.
in '82. You remember? And I told you about. She said she wanted to go back.
I just misunderstood. I didn't know you ever got married. You actually got married.
No, I didn't get married to her at first. You remember she came and stayed the month. You remember I told you that? And said
I
she
did.
wanted to go back.
I did.
And I let her went back. But now, 5 years later, you remember I'm calling her back.
But
now.
has she gotten married in the meantime?
I'm calling her back to marry now.
Okay, she hadn't married anybody else?
No.
Okay, I misunderstood.
She never been married. No,
okay.
no, she hasn't been married to nobody else.
Who's this Joseph person you were talking about?
He has had a baby for him at a young girl.
Okay, before.
He's a Vietnam veteran. So
Okay. How old is this child now when you're bringing
he's 2 years old now when
Okay.
I met her.
And
Vernon Joseph Jr. was 2 years old when I met her in '82. So
Okay.
now he's getting to be 7 now.
Okay, all right.
When she come back.
Okay.
But now she got a second one now, Chucky. That's
Okay.
2 boys when she come back.
Okay.
All right. So now you don't need to kick her here. This was really a shocker to me because it shocked me. So when I have her to come back, we're going to get married, I'm happy, that I'm going to get married. He's happy to be after. So I'm telling Bob, the white engineer I'm riding on with him, mine's in the garbage today. I happen to be now that I got a nice wife who's going to appreciate me. He looked at me, he said, "You really believe that?" I thought that was the right thing I ever heard. He telling me I ain't going to be happy. Yes, he knew he was right, So I didn't like it too much, but I just said, well, So sure enough, this thing I know, my wife said, "Monroe, it's the kicker. You know what they told me?" I said, "They who?" I'm a charismatic cat. "They who? The people you work for, them white people. When you left office, they told me, 'Why you marrying him?' I said, 'Huh?' Say, 'We recommend you don't marry him.' I said, 'What?' They said, it's going to make your children darker. You marry a man that black." This is a black woman they talking to, but this is '87. This true.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't believe that. So then now, Bob Myers conveniently leave. University of Florida graduate now, and leaves town, period, and goes out of town. Stella, and he's German, she's Italian, with a match. I was going to tell them that. They got a broker that was FSU, Florida State,
Mm-hmm.
and they Gators, but they brokers spend they won. They just laugh about this, yeah. But anyway, my wife telling me, no, Stella told me she wouldn't have a meeting with me because Bob going out of town, so she in Holiday Inn there in Perry. It goes like this. "Well, we hear that you got that there woman over there in that motel, Florida motel with you." I said, "Miss Stella, I don't live in Florida. I still live in Dax Trailer Park out there on Johnson Stripling Road. I got her that place because she scared to live out there among them white peoples, and she just couldn't take that. I don't sleep with her per se. We get married." She said, "Well, Monroe, if you want to get married, we come up with a good severance package for you. Say the car that we bought for you, we're going to write that off. You can have the car. The money you said you owe us on that, we're going to write that off. And we're going to give you, I don't know how many thousand, whatever, just going down the road." I said, "Okay." I opened an office in Madison anyway, and I'm hiring your husband at $100 an hour. That's what I did. I got married anyway. It's amazing, man. You got married 31st, 1987, December 31st. So there you go. That was amazing.
Whose husband? I missed that. You got
I
married?
married my wife Zula, but I say Bob Meisner, the German guy, the husband, conveniently left town that day. His wife gave me the news that they put him in, they sent him down the road because I'm with this woman at this hotel that I'm marrying because she's a red woman. I almost looked at white.
Okay.
And they didn't like that, the fact that the other white people was going to see them supporting the black man got a woman almost white.
Okay. So where's the $100 an hour come in? I missed that.
I pay him that hour to work for me.
Oh, I see.
Because I had an office in Madison.
So basically, you just decided to leave Perry. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, well, that was fun. So did you get divorced or?
No, I'm still married to him.
Okay.
I'm making sure they don't make that happen. You know what I mean? And that's what they've been trying to do. And that's what happened in Lachaway. And she come back with me after I went to bed water. She got back well. She driving the car around there, and them white police stopped her and went through the car hood and everything. Yeah, scared up pretty bad. And that's one of the reasons why she won't mess with them either. Okay. They didn't want to see me with no pretty woman like that.
So what happened in '87 when you went to Madison? Where did she go?
Well, 87. Okay, what happened? 89, she went with me. We bought a house bought a house. We got a house in Madison, apartment in Madison. And then finally moved over in equipment, and I stayed in equipment and opened my office in Madison. Come back to my office every day in Madison.
Why'd you go to equipment?
We was in Madison first, but she didn't like the fact that everybody in Madison knew me and knew I'm an architect. When I be gone, she thinking people might target her, but she just wanted to get away from me. Yeah.
So she wanted to get across the Georgia line.
Yeah, get away from Madison. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And so, for how many years were you there in equipment?
Less than right at a year, because the white people had the same problem with me. You know, they didn't want to see black as I was with a woman that pretty. And every time she go for help, she need help with the kids. Like the kid had mumps or some kind of little disease or what the kids had. They wanted me to come in and sign papers and all this. Right, I said, Zula, I've been not good there with you. I said, it's gonna make it worse on you. And they see how black I am, because they already got idea, already hearing about it. So they wanted me on the children, man. So finally we had to get on out of there, move back to Florida anyway.
So she still has 2 kids, right? Two children.
Yeah.
And she didn't have any with you.
Oh, we got a daughter.
When?
Yeah. That was the last one born by 89, 90 when she left.
Okay. So she has 3 children.
Yeah, 3, possibly 4, because she had another one that's not mine.
After when she left.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, you want to take a break here?
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay. Are you okay?
She get kind of tired. We could come back tomorrow, lovely. Okay, let's do 30 minutes. Get this lady a break. Can you come back tomorrow, or you can't do it tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll come back.
Yeah, let's do that. Be good to her.
Okay.
You want to bob it off, though? You going to 10 minutes?
I'm fine. Well, let's just do half an hour, and then I'll tell you what. That'll bring us up, however long it takes, probably less than half an hour. We'll talk about when you came back to Alachua County, and before the J.D. Irvin stuff. Let's lead up to J.D. Irvin. Okay, that be all right?
You mean the ripper Ed Culper? You mean
Ed Culper? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know you got a lot of these JDs and JEs. Okay.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's get up to that part. Okay, so you left Madison with your wife. And or did you? When did you leave?
Well, what happened is she went to California, and I came to Alachua.
Let's use her name, Zula.
Zula, yeah, Zula.
Okay. She went to California. Why?
Well, the police were pulling me, watching me up to my office there, and then the people was knowing I leave town to go on a church project. And she just kind of felt weird with that. She'd be from out of town, and I was just to the house by herself.
So you're going back to Madison to preach?
Well, I was living in Madison. Me and her were living in Madison, but I'd be going to different places working on churches.
Oh, designing churches.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because you engineer, you always building the world, so you never know. You can't stay in one place. And so she was scared people was going to target her. She just never felt
She
easy.
went back with her 2 kids to California.
Yeah.
You hadn't had a child together yet?
Yeah, one. Yeah, right.
Not yet?
Right.
Okay. So what happened then?
Well, we kept communication up, and then we'll meet up how we do it.
Now she's a nurse now, right? Is she a nurse?
Yeah, probably a nurse, yeah.
Was she a nurse then?
She always had this remarkable skill. She was keep the journals and reading and know how and all, but she really got into it after this time right here. Yeah, after the time she decided she would stay in California. I mean, after she was tired of Florida, she just got tired of it.
Monroe, you were born in 1953. When was she born?
10 years later, she's 63.
1963.
10 years apart, yeah.
Okay, so she goes back to California. You are still in Madison, or you're in? No, or have you moved to Alachua yet?
She left one time. I was in Madison, but then you remember I drank the bad water in Mexico, and then she begged me to come to California.
You're
then she came back.
You're talking about stuff you haven't put on the record here, so let's go back to make sure that we get it on here.
Okay.
So when she went to California, you went to Mexico?
She went to California, and she stayed for so long, and then when she left, she left pregnant, and this guy, Vernon Joseph, saw her pregnant. He attacked her with a baseball bat, killed my baby, and like to kill her because he she was married to me.
What year was that?
89.
Okay. Is that the child you said you had together?
No, the one I had together is alive. This is the one he killed in her stomach.
But you said that, I thought you said that child that's alive was born in 89, so the same year that other baby was killed?
Maybe the other one killed in 88, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little bit off, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because one was killed first before this one is alive, yeah.
That's really sad.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
How did-
And that was so amazing. I mean, really, because like you said, he's one number line. That's one of the situations I know got to be with me. This guy was a Vietnam veteran, certified killer, true, right? And she said he always referred to me as that end from Florida. That's where he now. He don't say Florida, Florida.
This
That's
is
Florida.
this is in Los Angeles.
No, he's from Louisiana.
No, where did she get hit with the bat, in Louisiana or California?
Oakland, California.
That's what I said. Los
Yeah.
Angeles, was that where it was?
No, Oakland.
Oakland. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Oakland,
Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
Oakland, yeah.
Okay. And so, how did you find out about that?
Well, I was an engineer in Tallahassee working for Harold Benjamin Engineering, and they called her. She's in the hospital in bad shape. That Negro had tightened and killed the baby. He didn't know she was my wife. He didn't know she was my wife. All he saw she was pregnant. He knew she had been having sex. So it's crazy.
Monroe,
He dead now.
when she left to go to California, did you wrap up your business and you're not in equipment? You're in equipment?
No, I'm back in Madison. I had an office in Madison all the same time.
Okay.
And go to Madison
So
to work.
when she left, how long was it before you went to work in Tallahassee? What happened there?
Oh, I would, like I said, I want to keep a job for security, right? So even when I make $100 an hour my business, I keep a job for security. So I went to Tallahassee and got a job with
So
Harold Benjamin for guaranteed money.
Before she left or after she left?
After she left. Yeah.
Okay, that's soon after she left.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were in there working that job. How many months after she left did you get that sad news about what happened to her?
Within the gestation period, she was 3 months pregnant when she left. Probably about 3 months, 4 months, yeah, because she must have about 7 months when, yeah, her stomach was well out there when he tied it with the baseball bat, yeah.
Okay. And did you talk to her about it? How did you learn about it?
Well, like I said, they called back and gave me the news that Harold Benjamin.
Who's they? The hospital?
Well, they called, yeah, her family called my mom and told
Okay.
them what they had. My wife's in the hospital. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what happened next after that?
I kept communicating with her, and I was working for NASA coming on in the 90s, if you remember. I was working for NASA. So I was doing the space shuttle.
Before we jump ahead, you didn't get that job through Tallahassee. You got it through Gainesville?
This NASA, now I'm back in Alachua County. You remember I come back to Alachua County?
Well, yeah, I remember. We haven't put it on here yet, so
Yeah.
let's talk about that. You were in Tallahassee. You heard about your wife being attacked
Right.
and your child being killed.
Right.
And what happened to bring you to Alachua County after that?
Okay, all right, I'm working for Harold Benjamin, as I told you when the attack happened, right? So when Harold Benjamin and I fell out, I'm running my office only in Madison now, all right? So my office right across from the police station in Madison. So the police officer, evidently he had to be watching me late in my office at night. I'm working right there in front of him. So he follows me from my office down the Lake Francis stop sign. Right to you got to go in the lake or you stop.
Is that the lake south of 90?
Yeah,
Is
big
that,
lake.
Is that where Van Priest used to have
Yeah, exactly right, yeah. So now what he does, as soon as I leave the stop sign, I hear his full-bear open up, whoa, in his car, and he threw the blue light on me. I said, what are you doing? He saw me all the while, all night. He said, Mr. Lee, I'm going to give you a break. You coast the stop sign, but I'm just going to give you a break and put it for careless driving. That's what's a charge in that. So he said, well, he wrote me up. So I went in, I was hot. I went and talked to Judge Blair where that happened. I said,
He's the county judge in Madison?
Yeah,
Okay.
Judge Blair. And he said, well, you can get around him, Mr. Lee, if you do this and go to school, blah, blah, blah. So I told him I'd go to school, thought I'd hear from him. I ain't never get no paperwork. So then I start, feeling weird feelings. I need to get out of Madison. So I started looking for work again. Came back to Alachua County again.
Who hired you, Dane?
No, I just came back on my own then, looking for work, you remember? And I would go to D and them and they would discriminate, you remember? Just kept playing with me, yeah.
So what job did you get?
I worked on a horse ranch, yeah, retired horse ranch, Peter and Mary Gregory, at the other side of 75.
So you came to Alachua County just to get away from Madison. You
Yeah.
didn't have a job. You tried to get a job with Ding, which is engineering, right?
Right.
But you couldn't. and you went to work doing manual labor on a horse farm. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
And meanwhile, you got that ticket that you think has been taken care of.
Yeah, the one that
You went to Judge Blair about.
no, well, What happened is, I supposed to left work, got word from when I'm gonna go to school, how I'm gonna do with the school thing, which I never do. But every day, got a chance, they'll pull me, check my driver's license, everything was good.
Okay.
So
How long were you working for the horse farm before you got pulled in Alachua?
Probably about the same time, about doing the same months, probably.
First month.
Been a couple months.
Okay.
But yeah.
Now, are we about to get to the part where you got arrested for that? If that's where I think we ought to stop.
Well, I didn't get arrested.
Not yet. Okay, let's go up to that point. Okay.
You want to cover the first arrest? Because what I'm saying is, at the time they just now is giving me the tickets, and I'm going in court. You remember?
Right. Exactly. I want us to stop when we get to you being arrested. Let's go up to that point. Okay.
Yeah, because see, remember, I didn't get arrested until the 2000s, so ain't nothing happened to me in the 90s. I never went to jail at all. I only went to jail for the false charges. I went to jail for the false charge of that I say they sent Rod Smith at me
Okay.
for the false check.
I used the wrong word. You didn't go to jail, but you had a court appearance, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go up to the time of the court appearance. Let's stop at the court appearance. So you got the ticket. Did you give you a ticket to court at that time, 1990?
Yeah, 1990. Yeah, the ticket was for. They say the tag was unassigned, which they sold me both tags. The tag for the 280s in the Toyota, which I bought at the same time,
Okay.
and the other one,
You're doing a really
the driver license.
You're doing a really good job, and I know a little about this because you told me this story, and I know you've told it to me. And I want to make sure it's clear here. So your wife left. You went to Tallahassee. At some point,
Yeah.
you decided to come to Alachua County, and just because you thought it would be a better place
Yeah.
for you, and you for some reason thought Deng Engineering would hire you, but they didn't.
Right.
You worked for the horse farm.
I call them, matter of fact, with the name Lee and talking like a white person, because I always do that when I'm interviewing. Let them know I'm black. Try not to talk, say anything, sound black. So it worked. They thought I was kind of foreigner, and then Lee thought I was an Asian.
And so then you showed up.
Yeah, all the things changed. Yeah.
And what month was that when you showed up?
Second, because the warm part of the year had to be between summer months, July, May to August. It had to be because of the warm months for sure.
We're talking about 90.
Yeah.
And has your wife, your child has been the daughter?
The child already killed already before I came down. Yeah.
Okay, but your other child hadn't been born yet.
No.
Okay, your wife's still in California.
Right.
You're trying to set up something so she can come back here and live with you?
Yeah. I'm trying to get everything straight. I'm happy now. I'm away from a municipal city, kind of like we can live in. Yeah, got a good job. That's what I was hoping to build up to. Yeah, at that time.
Now, had she come back to you when you got that ticket, or was that afterwards?
Oh, it was afterwards, because what happened is, and that's what the catch is too. After I got the ticket, I saw they was abusing me. So by the time 90 came around, about October 1990, I make a trip out there to see her to California by leaving my Twitties Z to the house in Alachua. Right, I catch the bus out there. So I call her sister, have a sister to call her and tell her, my wife Zula, that I'm there, but I'm respecting her because, what I'm saying, she been gone over a year. She could have a friend, guy. Used to be life is. I understand that. I'm not going to go there. I'm my husband, just take over the house. So I got to go there in a respectful way. So I let her know I'm not going to come like I'm barging in your house. I'm respectful. Ask, could I come talk to you? So my wife called me back after the sister called and told me if I'm having some kind of a relationship with her sisters, she had me killed and make it look like robbery, turn my pockets inside out and leave my body, which they can't do that. So I explained to her I wasn't doing that, don't worry about that. So Anthony, he had a Creole girlfriend, he's from Louisiana, Arkansas, and he liked it.
Who's he? Who's Anthony?
I just met him on the Greyhound bus.
Oh, going out there.
On the way,
okay.
on a 3-day ride. And Anthony, he liked him, and so he told his wife what my wife had did to me, what she had said. So he took me home with them on the 14th Street, and I had a good time with him. And Anthony started picking up those Asian guys. took my nerve. I hauled butt back to Alachua, but on the way back, I met this Mexican guy who told me he had a sister in Veracruz, Mexico, Sophia, when she was an engineer, chemical engineer. He wanted to see me as brother-in-law. So I thought it was a good idea.
Was she Mexican?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I said, give me the telephone number. He gave it to me. So it was true. He had a sister. So I had a Spanish interpreter. So I'm ready to marry her. But I hadn't divorced my wife. So I finally come to my senses.
So you're thinking that your wife doesn't want to see you again?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to be through with her, and I don't want to put up with it no more. Yeah, I'm just going to go on and just be through with her since she not said she could have me killed.
So you've already gotten the ticket in Alachua, you just haven't got it resolved yet, is that right? Or not? It's important.
He not slaved me now. It kept when I did that to me now by the time I get to Mexico. Remember, his stuff happened.
Okay.
Matter of fact, it happened by the time I'm getting ready to go. I had not finished up with him. Remember, he got my last stuff about September. Now it's October. I'm getting ready to go to Mexico, California.
Monroe, this is what I think. This is really a key thing because I understand what's happened in your life since then. It's very important. And so what I'm going to suggest is that we come back tomorrow and start there. And this is a little bit confusing, but the thing that happened to you before you went to California set up everything that's happened today, that ticket. And so it's important that we make that clear, I think, in the record. Mm-hmm. And so I was just trying to find out up to the point you got that,
Yeah, so you drove right at that,
that ticket. So you hadn't gone to California yet. You were working at the horse farm. Is that right?
Right.
And hadn't you come here thinking you were going to get a job as an engineer. You used a voice on the phone that sounded like you were white when you or Oriental, and when you showed up, they didn't want to hire you. And after that, this thing happened with the ticket, correct? Before you went to California.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Right.
Okay, I think it's a good place for us to stop because that is key, from what I understand.
You can segue right on into it, yeah.
That's the key to everything from there. Okay.